It's Unstoppable Stilezzi here with another Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition PK Clan, Player Killers Clan Tournament Casted Match stream today. So, we're already at the round of 32, which means we have even less people in the tournament still in the ladder. So, from what I gather, we're going to be dealing with a lot less series than we did for the round of 64, obviously. And that also means that these series are going to be a lot more intense, since we're seeing some of the best people in the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition community actually battling each other. Got Julian K in there, we got Revnak in there still, Chef Sadiste, we got Ezad. All the big names you probably heard over the years on YouTube of very skilled players. They're starting to duke it out with each other now, and we're going to start to see in the thinning of the herd who's going to come out on top in the end. So that's going to be quite interesting, to say the least. Absolutely. So I just want to start these today, and I got some good news for you too. Also, we will be basically casting more of these tournament games tomorrow and really for a majority of the week. That is because, from what I heard from some very wonderful people at the Player Killers Clan, they actually let me know and said, hey, there's a ton of recordings you probably didn't even see yet because you either didn't get them on Discord or whatever, and they said, you know what? Why don't you do those ones too so we can complete all the games and make sure they're all covered? And I said, yep, I can absolutely do that. So we're going to really spend the majority of this week, maybe even the whole thing, just casting tournament games from the group stage, so the preliminary ones that we didn't get to look at all. We did complete the whole round of 64. That is done, but we're going to be going back to like the first stage of the tournament and look at all the series you were probably the best out of one series that you were probably wondering about, like, ooh, I wonder who's going to win that one. Then now you'll actually find out and how it happened, which is great. So yeah, that'll be good. And then next week we'll probably do the round of 16, and we'll just keep digging further and further into this tournament, which is great. Absolutely wonderful. So all I have to do is share the stream with a couple Discord servers, and we should be all set. But in the meantime, I can show you what we're going to be doing tonight by going to record games right now and sorting it by time. So this is what we're doing tonight, just so you know. It's taking a while, just give it a few seconds. There we go, okay. Put this here. So these are all the games we're doing tonight. This is the bomb, and we're going to start right about here, right here. Okay. So yeah, you can tell right away a lot less recordings now. There's a good chance we might get them all done tonight, depending on how lengthy they are. But I will warn you, honestly, considering these people are really skilled and now they're more evenly matched, we might be dealing with some really tough battles. There's a lot less errors. There's a lot less deck decision errors. There's a lot less macro errors, treasure decision making stuff. These people know what they're doing, so we might be looking at much bigger games, and we're going to probably see quite a few of best out of threes that go into all three maps as well. Just so you know. Yep, just letting the PK Discord know that we're going live, so if they want to come on and watch their stuff, they can. I'm sure a lot of them already saw it on some of the live coverages, but you never know. Some people might want to see it again, cast it on the live stream post-fact as well, because I always have an interesting thing or two to say about these series, honestly. I always bring a unique perspective to it, because I've been playing this game for pretty much over a decade, maybe even a decade and a half, if you consider stuff I did before. So I know this game really well, both in the legacy format as well as this one too. So that's pretty significant, to say the least. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I love this tournament. I love how much it's brought me back into casting Age of Empires 3. Because I feel like for a while, I was depending on a lot of Wars of Liberty games to cast. And people started fading off for a bit because of work and school and stuff. And I sort of just did gameplay all the time, but now I get to start yapping about professional matches again, which is something I haven't gotten to do a whole lot of for a while. I mean, I had little opportunities here and there for House of the Train posts and stuff, but now's a really nice re-entry into everything, which is great. So yeah, that's good. Awesome, actually. So yeah, I'm just going to let all the Discord servers know that we're going live, all the AoE3 ones, so they can jump on, because I want everybody here to watch this stuff if they can. Because these are going to be a lot more spicier games than the ones we saw last week, and that's going to be the case every week going forward in this tournament. The more deeper we get into the ladder, the less people there are, the more scary these matches are going to get, because these are the best of the best, and people really know what they're doing, so... I mean, I can't tell you for certain who I think's gonna win this tournament, but you know, I have my opinions on that, but I won't say them. You know, I'll just leave it up to you, and you can come up with whatever you can imagine at this point. Yeah, big time. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Other than that, how are you all doing today? Doing great? Doing beautiful? Hopefully you are. I was honestly pretty excited about today. I was looking forward to it all weekend. I was like, when are we going to get back to Monday, a day that I can do a full stream on so we can do all these series? You know, I definitely like the ones we did for round of 64. The round of 32 is going to be even more juicy and quality packed. Also, I do want to see if we're going to be doing any bigger series as well in this tournament. Are we going to have any best of fives as we go down the road? Even a best of 7 maybe? That's what I like to know, because I remember doing some really good best of 5s, best of 7s and such for House of Train posts. That was really nice. Would be good to see that here as well. I know people like that sort of thing. Just seeing two really tough players just sit there and duel endlessly, which is always a fun thing to see. Yeah, so that's good. Trying to think what else I can think of here. Well... I'll just say that there's some good mods I'm seeing for both Age of Empires 3 and Age of Mythology Retold that I'm going to be covering next week, most likely. Really good stuff. Really cool stuff. Stuff you wouldn't even imagine. Some of it a bit of a blast from the past from Extended Edition, and then some new stuff too, which is great. So that'll be fun. All I can say is that Age of Mythology Divine Edition is back. I mean, it's not fully back, but those developers are putting stuff out now, finally, which they haven't done for a long time. Very long time. So, if you like Age of Mythology Divine Edition as much as I do, you're gonna like what I'm gonna cover next week. It's some really fun stuff. Yeah. And hopefully I'll get a ton of games with those new major gods as well. No new cultures yet. Just new major gods to the existing cultures, which is something Divine Edition also did in the old game. But I will tell you, the major gods that we're getting in Divine Edition for Retold right now, they're all new ones. There's no copycats from the Extended Edition version. These are all new ones. And I can also say that 3/5, 3 out of the 5, are Japanese. So if you love the Japanese culture and how that DLC has been for you, just telling you, you're going to love these new Japanese major gods. They look great. And I honestly like the Norse ones as well. Yeah, and then when one of the graphics that they were showing, they showed even more major gods that aren't ready yet. They're going to be showing up. One for the Norse that I also saw in there, and then a Greek one. Probably Demeter. So one from Extended Edition coming back. I remember people saying how strong they thought Demeter was because how she was able to lay farms down when you built a town center. That's a pretty big move to do. Oh yeah, no, it's insane. Having a set of 4 farms near your town center when you build it, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good feature, honestly. So, yeah, that's quite good, actually. So now I am almost done here. I just want to make sure we get all this stuff done. You know, I don't want anybody saying, hey, I didn't know that you were casting the tournament stuff live today. I didn't miss out on. I don't want that. Now, because I'm going to be talking a storm tonight. I'm going to be talking so much I won't ever want to talk ever again, probably. Well, not that bad, but you get the idea. You get the idea. I'm going to be talking quite a bit. So let's hopefully get through all this so I can talk about AoE 3 instead of just random jarbles while I'm plugging away at Discord trying to copy and paste links. Yeah, that's not what my job is, but that's not what my job description said, but I don't have a lot of choices right now until I get a magical AI companion to do the work for me. Then I could, just focus on this stuff. Yeah. Huh. Some Juanito clip, it sounds like. Yeah, Juanito clip. Bonito. Oh, yeah, see. Okay, so I think we're done now. I believe we are done. We are absolutely done now. So, who's here? Do I have anyone here? Or am I just talking to myself right now? I'm just curious. So, we got one person here. So, we got a living soul who's actually watching this live. That's great. I love living souls. I love seeing living souls here, man. It's awesome. So, yeah, we're going to start with Baja Teacher versus Revnak. So let me just make sure which game this is. The text is so long that I can't tell which one it is. So the way we tell which one is game 1 versus game 2 is if it's on Great Plains or Saguenay. Alright, so this is Great Plains. Here we are. Wonderful GP, Great Plains. So who do we got here? So we got Revnak is the Germans. And we got Baja Teacher as the Portuguese. So we got Portuguese versus Germany. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. We don't see a whole lot of these. At least I don't remember seeing a lot of these in the tournament yet. Germany building a market right away. Its standard procedure is Germany to macro towards hunting dogs at the start of the game, making sure you mine enough gold, chop enough wood for that. It's a very cheap cost, only 50 wood and 50 gold, but it's totally worth it. Also, Revnak did pick up 25 wood, which is going to go right into that, which is perfect. Right on the spot. Basically, the reason why we need hunting dogs so early is Germany, because these settler wagons have the starting gather rate of about 2 settlers. That's why they cost about 2 pop. It's not just because, oh wow, it's an OP villager. No, they're literally 2 villagers in one. So if you get hunting dogs, these settler wagons, as well as any ones you ship in from the home city, which you usually ship in at least 2, really racks up your food gather rate. It's beautiful what it does for that. Beautiful. So that's why you do that. On the other side of the map, though, we got the Portuguese. So the Portuguese have been a pretty interesting civ on this Great Plains map quite a bit. So as you know, this is a very open map. Gives you a lot of ground to find hunts and mines on, since it is the Great Plains after all. There's a ton of bison herd. So basically, with Portuguese, you get a couple of choices. You can either play super defensively and turtle, like a turtle in your shell, have all the town centers near each other, so when an enemy attacks, they're going to be dealing with 3 town centers shooting at them at the same time instead of 1. Or you can spread them out and expand to get new resources. So, what you always do, though, is get this card, Vitolias. Vitolias gives all your town centers a small trickle of food, wood, and gold. It's not a lot, it's like 0.3 or so of each resource. But as you know with Portuguese, every time you age up, you get a covered wagon. So additional town centers come to you. So by the time you get to age 4 and you've sort of maxed out all of your 4 town centers, you're looking at over 1 resource trickle per second on all those things, food, wood, and gold, which is pretty good. So yeah, it's a very helpful card to go with. Also, because Portuguese obviously doesn't get any villager cards, considering they already have town center booming as part of their standard strategy. They don't need villager cards. If they add those things, I don't know they probably go up to S tier. I guarantee you. Thankfully, they don't give them villager cards. Alright, so here we go with the Naturalists. This is a pretty good indicator for Fast Fortress. 90% of the time when you're playing Portuguese professionally, you're gonna go naked Fast Fortress. I'm just saying that right off the get-go. You're gonna be going Fast Fortress into Dragoon, Cazador, Organ Gun, and usually your Halberdier shipment. That's standard Portuguese play. We did see like one aggressive Portuguese in this tournament, but it was not that good. I feel like it was kind of short jumped and just didn't get a lot done. At least that's my opinion. I feel like when you go H2 with Portuguese, you're really gambling a lot. So it's always better to just go naked fast fortress, right? Yeah. Revnak is building up his trading posts. This is typically the time during the match as Germany you're going to build your trading post. So he's building that up right now. He is aging up with the Core Master, right? Yep, Core Master, 400 wood. It's really your most versatile age-up option since you can put a barracks down, a stable, maybe get a market tech or two. It gives you a lot of flexibility, so that's always the best reason for doing that pretty much. And let's look at the deck overall. So it's 1v1L. 1v1L. So, Revnak is planning on being here for a while, at least from the call of that. He's got a ton of Age 4 cards here. He's got 12 Skirm, 13 Yulan. He's got the Winged Hussar one, which is very powerful. And then even in Age 3, he even has the Advanced Artillery. So he's preparing for an elongated battle where ideally mortars might have to be part of the strategy. And there's a specific reason for that, as you know. Basically, Portuguese, they get free town centers when they age up. They get one covered wagon every time they age up. So you're dealing with up to 4 town centers by the time they get to industrial age. That's a huge amount of siege work you have to do. Huge amount of siege work. Thankfully, this Portuguese is not running any forts, but there are some Portuguese that run a fort or two as well, so you'd be dealing with that. So I think mortars in Age 3 is a very nice trick to get on top of your opponent. Especially since if you go up with a bunch of infantry and cavalry right up against these town centers, you're going to have all 3 town centers doing like 90 or so damage to those units, which counts very quickly. It's like boop, boop, boop. It just wipes units out, so it's not good. Alright, it's just as expected. 700 coin came in, and he's going to Fortress Age. However, Revnak opens up with his 8 crossbowmen shipment, and all shipments for Germany come with free Ulans. So in H2, your 8 crossbowmen card is going to give you 2 free Ulans, since it's an H2 card. So he has 2 free hand cavalry, plus these 7 archers, since he lost one to the town center. That's exactly my point. The Portuguese are the king and queen of turtling. Because as soon as you hang around their base too much, you lose units, just like he lost a crossbow right there. Oh, but here's the thing, though. Since Portugal was playing the defensive game, it gave Revnak the perfect opportunity to go mid-map forward base, giving him a clean shot at the 320 XP treasure, one of the best treasures on this map. So now, with that, he is going to pick up his 700 gold, get 2 free Ulans, which is great. So, with the Ulans, you can obviously use it for raiding, right? So, he's got about 4 Ulans there. And he's got his barracks right here. Good, good, good. Yeah. See, the reason why Germany gets their trading posts around that Age 1 transition time is because they can get more shipments, which are usually stronger, right? Obviously, no matter what card you're sending, you're going to get free Ulans. So it's better to get more cards sooner so you can be a little bit more aggressive and annoying to your opponent, just like he's doing right here. And it looks like Revnak is going to try to target his trading post for perhaps even more XP bounty and to slow down his opponent's card acquisition, which I think would be pretty good. So Portuguese goes with the Ethiopian Queen, which is going to give him some free veteran upgraded Chotel warriors. Those should be pretty strong, particularly against crossbowmen, but somewhat against hand cavalry too if used properly. Yep, see, an isolated Ulan stands no chance against mass Chotel warriors. Because even though these guys are on foot, they actually have more HP than a Ulan does. That's telling. They also attack a bit faster too, so yeah, that's sort of the price you pay with Ulans with Germany. Yes, they do a ton of damage. They're like glass cans because their HP is so low. So if they can't reach their target, then they get shredded. It's not good. So Portuguese pulls out some Minutemen, defending with the Chotel Warriors as well. Cutting through a Ulan there. This one should be destroyed as well. About 2 Ulans left and some pikemen. Alright, the pikemen are gone. Let's see if the town center can probably finish this one off, I would assume. Nope. Gets away with 2 Ulans. One is practically dead. So I think that was a good defense there by Portuguese. They're going to pick up their 1,000 wood now. They need that infrastructure for barracks, stables, technologies, you name it. So that's going to be necessary for that. Right now they just got a stable, so they'll probably start Dragoon, which they usually do. However, the Germany is running barracks right now. So the Germany knows to start Skirmisher. And what they'll do now is they will also get their 1,000 wood, which you see right here. 1,000 wood with 3 Uhlans. So main part of the army is going to be Skirmisher, which is going to be great against Dragoon. And then they'll have a few free Uhlans to use as a support against anything the Portuguese might make, like Cazadors or anything like that. So right now it looks like Revnak is playing aggressive. He knows he needs to deal with this Portugal as soon as humanly possible, because if you let Portuguese sit too long, they get a massive Vil count and their score goes through the roof. You get sort of an opportunity in the early mid-game where you can still catch Portuguese off guard and like stunt their growth and deal with them properly. Once you sort of just leave them alone and let them boom, you're in trouble, because you have to go out of your way to get those 2 extra town centers, whereas Portuguese they get them for free, so it's like an instant gain for them. Alright, so Germany's coming in with about 10 skirms, all the free Uhlans here as well. So they're picking off these settlers, trying to harass them, trying to be as annoying as possible, trying to cut down their resource gain, which is very important. It's going to be really painful though, since there's 3 town centers here, which makes it a lot easier to macro, you know? Herding is a lot easier when you have 3 town centers to sort of hobble the animals between. That's very helpful. And what are we getting here? Germany's getting veteran Uhlan from a nearby stable that they built. They also built a foundry, so they're going to be adding falconets. And what else? They're also going for advanced artillery, so that's going to give them a free mortar. And that mortar is likely going to be used against these town centers. Might be used against the stable initially to make an entryway, but from then on it's going to be used against those stables there. 1 falconet should be great against Cazadors. Cazadors, they got some good pierce armor, but their HP is not that great. So, yeah, that'll be quite nice, I think, in that matchup. And we got Revnak also training Uhlans now. So he's not just shipping them in, he's actually training them. Probably as a defense against Cazadors, I would assume. Right? You can't just go mass skirmisher against Cazadors. You need a little bit of handcap. And you also need a defense when the 3 organ gun shipment comes in as well, which is bound to happen with Portugal. Market is the first thing being targeted, looks like. Gets a free Vil there. Good job, Germany. You almost got a second Vil. Vil. Okay, that one got out. That's surprising. Okay, so this market is down. Let's see what's going on over here now. Stable is being sieged. Uhlans are going Anglet, but I didn't do it. Yeah, I think the stable should be able to get destroyed. I believe so. Watch out for the Dragoons, though, and the Cazadors, because they're going to be on your tail right now. They're going to try to cover every inch of ground they can here and protect it. Portugal now going for Town Militia. Now, Town Militia is a Mega Turtle card for any civ that gets access to it. What it does, it increases the town center's garrison attack, so it goes from 90 up to over 100, which is very strong, and allows you to call a big batch of Minutemen out. So, you know, normally a batch of Minutemen is only like 6 units, right? No, you get a huge batch that you pay a ton more resources for. It gives you like, like 15, 18 Minutemen. It's like huge, and you turtle like crazy with it. And if you time it well, you can use it to push out as well as an additional army source. So, yeah, Portugal's definitely planning to try to protect everything that they can here. Whereas Revnak, his goal is to keep pressuring his opponent with skirms, all these Uhlans, he's got falconet. So let's see what he ends up doing. So he's charging in hard with the Uhlans there. Look at that. And skirmishers also engaging now. Very nice. Okay, so let's see where this falconet goes. So the falconet, oh, good shot with that falconet, right in the perfect spot there to take out the maximum amount of units. Portugal is forced to garrison. Let's see what resource count is for Portugal. So they got mostly wood and food, but they're lacking the gold. See, I think the problem is now Portugal has way too little resources, and you got an enemy right on top of your base. So Revnak can focus on grinding down the middle town center first, and then he can start weeding out this one and then this one. So he's dealing with the middle problem first, because obviously if he can move over here or over there to that side, it's one less town center that he has to worry about attacking him, if he can like plan his targeting well. So that's great. Alright, big batch of Minutemen called out from right there. It's a last-ditch attempt to get the Germany out of your base. Whereas Revnak is now going to reinforce. Oh, he's resending that card, so he didn't end up sending that before. He ended up going with that 9 Yuan. Is that right? Oh, he went with cavalry combat. Interesting. Yeah, so he wanted to add a bit of HP and especially a lot of attack to these Ulans, looks like. Yep. Because one thing you probably want to do is you're attacking these town centers, make sure you're gutting these villas. If you can gut enough villagers, it's going to make the town center a little bit easier to siege since it's less factor being garrisoned in. Germany wins that one. Solid win for Germany there. Did a great job. That was a very good job there, honestly. I was very impressed by that. You should be too. That was a good push by Germany. It's always a little scary being aggressive against the Portuguese because you don't know what to expect. There's a lot of, anxiety behind that because you got all these big structures doing a ton of damage to your troops. You worry, do you have enough to go in there? Are you doing it the right way? Revnak did it like a pro. He knew exactly how to catch his opponent off guard, when to bring in the falconet and just blow through all that infantry. And then once the Portuguese army was crippled and his opponent didn't have the resources, it was an easy grab. That was a pretty good move there. But now we're going to see Game 2 on Saguenay between Revnak and Baja Teacher. Alright, so now Baja Teacher is running Mexico. Baja Teacher probably means he loves the Baja Revolt. And now Revnak is using Portuguese, so that should be an interesting choice. Absolutely. So this is a water map Saguenay, so Portuguese can be especially good here. Because you don't just have the option of using your extra town centers here that you get with the age-ups. You also have the option to go in fish boom, since Portugal has some very strong builds around fish booming. So that's something we might see here. Right? Alright, so it looks like... Wow, what's going on here? Going for the big 135 XP shipment, and now the explorers are contesting it. So let's see what happens here. Revnak going in to cut down the Mexican explorer there. So his explorer is knocked out, and Revnak can secure the big treasure there of 135 XP, which would be a pretty good advantage for him to get. Oh, but wow, Baja's bringing in a settler to make sure that oh no, that's it. Oh boy. Alright, so Revnak missed that sadly, but he does get to build the trading post right here, which is good. I think they both were going for the top trading post because that's the default on this map to do, and now unfortunately Baja Teacher was delayed and he's going to get his trading post up in second, it looks like. Yeah. Also, it looks like Revnak was prepared to use his settler as well because he was hunting right in the spot here. Now it looks like Revnak is going to use all the time he can get to start herding in these other hunts so he can get it a little bit closer to his base. He's going to bring in these elk. And I wonder if he's going to herd in this moose and this elk here as well. Yeah, even though you're Portuguese and you can technically put the town centers anywhere, it does help you out if you can at least keep the town centers somewhat close to each other. So any sort of herding work like that to allow the town center to be a little bit closer makes it a lot easier to defend, Instead of having to run across the whole map and, protect different sides, especially since he's dealing with the Mexico. Mexico can be very, very insane opponent to deal with, so you gotta be ready for that. Yep. Revnak getting in his Fetorias. Now all those town centers will be given a good tiny trickle of food, wood, and gold. Aging up with the naturalists. Yep, that's what we're seeing again. The reason why Portuguese goes with the naturalists for their fast fortress is because the cows that you get out of the gate already have about 400 or so food already since they're semi-fattened. So if you use them up right away, you don't let them fatten up, you get a nice solid 400 food you get towards the age up. And then obviously having the 2 extra settlers is nice too. That's always a benefit. Now okay, so the Mexico is going TT, going for a revolt. So they opened up with their first card, El Hondiga de Granditas, gives you 2 settlers and a hacienda. And the Hacienda always goes mid-map for a majority of these builds because this allows the Mexico to send their shipments right to the Hacienda here and be able to push out against the opponent from there. So they're going for this card now. Independence movements. Whenever you see independence movements, that's a red flag for revolt, revolt, revolt. It makes revolutions cheaper, and it makes the return to Mexico cheaper too. So yeah, definitely Baja Teacher is, well, what does the name imply? Baja Teacher. Baja California, right? Now, we don't know if he's going Baja California, but it would be pretty funny if, you know, that was his, like, signature skill, and that's why he named himself that. Alright, so we do have a military wagon here. This is most certainly going to be, okay, so it's a cantina. So, here's a little trick for you. So, if Mexico gets a military wagon, right, and they go for a cantina, you know it's Baja California revolt. If they go for a barracks, then it's a Central America revolt. That's something you need to learn. So when you're scouting your opponent's base, you know exactly what revolt they're going for. If they're going for a barracks, it's going to be Central America because they're going for the Fire of Santa Maria Soldado build. If they're going for a saloon or a cantina, that means they're going with Baja California because it's a outlaw-based revolt that benefits outlaws. So you would go outlaws in that situation. You would go with the Desperado, you'd go with the Suatrero, and then you go with the Bandito. Alright, so he just has to pick up this wood, and then he can afford the revolt. The cheapening revolt card makes it even easier. So here comes Baja California. He's also going to go for Stagecoach now. So that's one thing you need to be aware of, though. If you can't get down this trade post, it does benefit Revnak as well, because then he can benefit from the benefits of Stagecoach as well, because he's got a TP on that route. So here comes Baja California right now. And let's see how good his Baja Revolt is. I mean, he is the Baja teacher, so he's theoretically the best Baja practitioner we got here. Most likely. So he's got a frontier post. Here's his 3 frontier posts right here. Let's see what he does with them. So he's going to build train posts here. Gonna wait for the filibusters to take this one out, and he can plop one right in here. So for the Baja California revolt, your settlers turn into filibusters. Basically just musketeers that throw dynamite instead of torches. So they're pretty good with siege, and they're obviously really good against cavalry. And from there, it looks like, yep, he's gonna take this whole trade route all on Stagecoach. That's sort of what Baja California requires. You know, since all your villagers are now military, where do you get resources from? Well, obviously taking the trade route with the initial frontier wagons, that's important. And then you get a factory. You get a factory right there. And then you can trickle some gold in with the factory, which is always pretty good. Yeah, it's absolutely good. So, quite nice there. Let's see what happens now. Probably, oh wow, look at that, 130 XP treasure, that's quite good. He's also stunning him with his Padre, very nice. Gonna pick up the 130. Yes, unpause. Oh, so they paused in the middle of the game? That's alright. Okay, so Portugal going for the Naked Fast Fortress, also with the Ethiopian Queen. Here's 5 free Chotel Warriors. Where's Town Center number 3 going to go? So it's going to go right over... Oh, it's going to go right on the coastline. So that's potential for water booming later for Portugal. They're already thinking about that possibility of getting a dock up there and protecting it with the town center. Because here's the thing. Town centers have an anti-ship attack. So if you're a naval vessel and you go near a town center on water, the town center will automatically shoot at the boat, even if it's not garrisoned. It's an automatic attack. So if you're at all thinking about going water on Saguenay, you got it in your Portuguese, put one of your town centers on the coast like that. It's going to be a great source of protection. It's going to ensure that nobody's able to counter water. Even though I don't think that's what we're getting here. We're going to be seeing a land-based attack here from the Baja California. So what's he going to go for now? If you're wondering. I don't see him making any outlaws yet, so I don't know what his plan is. We saw that Revnak shipped his Cazador shipment in, and also he's training Dragoons. So, yep, he's going with Dragoons and with a supporting Cazador equipment. I think right now Baja does not have a live army on his hands right now, so I can't tell what he's doing. Is he going to return to Mexico? Is that his plan, or what? He might be returned to Mexico actually, because here's the thing: when you return to Mexico, you actually return in the subsequent age. So if you revolt in age 2, you don't get sent to age 3. You actually get sent to age 4. So it's like an alternative way to get a fast industrial of some kind if you plan it well. Right, but here, yep, he's going to return to Mexico now. Trying to hold off with the filibusters now. That's what he's trying to do at least. But I don't know how that's going to go. Because now he's got like no resources. And now he's going to have the Portugal rushing his trading posts. His only source of income now, besides the little bit of trickle that's coming out of the hacienda and then the factory. So let's see how that ends up going here. Yeah, it's going to be tough. He is going to make some cuatreros, though, to try to defend. Cuatreros are basically Mexico's version of the Comanchero. What makes it a little bit better is they get a charge attack where they launch a lasso with the enemy. Deals a lot of splash damage, so can be good against, obviously, cavalry. It can also be good against infantry, you know. If you got a big stack of cuatreros going up against low HP infantry, you can catch them really off guard with them. So, yeah, it's always worth doing. Now, question is, can Baja Teacher make it to Industrial Age in time? We'll find out. We'll find out if he does. Looks like, though, his trade is definitely being cooked. I don't know if Baja wants to maybe collect some food now with either his factory or the remaining trading posts he's going to have up there. Ooh, yep. See, Portugal's claiming the trade route now. He wants to take advantage of this stagecoach that his opponent thankfully gave him, big time. So he's definitely taking advantage of that. All right, so now he's in Industrial Age. So what is he gonna get? He's gonna get 2 heavy cannons. He also has the Spanish sympathizers card as well. Might get that. He's got some big war cards, 14 fishing boats as well as 4 sloops. 2 town centers, quite a lot. So let's see what he ends up getting there. Tower's going down right now. So what is he going to do outside the cannons there? I don't know. Because if his cannons get sniped by these dragoons, it's not going to be good. He's going to like lose his whole reason for going for that return to Mexico right there. May as well have just stayed in Baja California, honestly, and just kept the revolt going. Yeah. Okay, so see, this is what I was... right, oh, man, he's not even going to try. Yeah. Because, see, Revnak knows that he's receiving the shipments out to the hacienda, so he's going to camp around and then wait for him to spawn out in this heavy can right here. It's already half down, and... oh, man, yeah, that was a good butcher from Revnak there. Good job. Good job on your series, Revnak. Revnak is moving on to round of 16, which is great. Now we're going to check out the next series on here. So we'll scroll down, find it. Go right down to Tippy Bomb here. What do we got? Let's see where we're at now. So now we're going to be looking at the Carbone versus Batu series. So Batu versus Carbone. Some very powerful opponents here. Batu is going to be playing his signature Ottomans here, it looks like. And Carbone is going to be playing his British. So we got a Ottoman versus British. A very intense matchup, to say the least. Personally, though, my money is always going to be on the Ottoman. Especially if the Ottoman is very efficient. Because here's the thing. Ooh, sorry for the sneeze there. Basically, British really plays economically. Their whole thing is, let's build a ton of manor houses and get a bunch of extra villas and grow over time, right? Because obviously when you build this manor house, you get a free villager, just like you saw right there. Yep. In most places of the world, you have to go to the hospital to have your baby. In Britain, you just build a house and then your baby's born. It's pretty awesome. So, yeah, basically, British essentially focus on getting as many of these manor houses built out as possible. Obviously, considering that they're more expensive than the average house, a cost of 140 wood. And the longer you go in the game, the more British has an advantage over their opponents. That's how they operate. Whereas the Ottomans are a bit different. So what the Ottomans do is they start the game building a train post in the mosque. So the mosque trickles XP, and the train post also delivers XP from the trade route. And the whole reason for doing that is Ottoman shipments are naturally just better militarily because their units are really strong. So Janissary is really tough. Same with Abbas guns. The 2 Falconet card is always good in Age 3. Safai, Mamluk, you name it. And here's another thing for you to learn. So whenever you see an Ottoman starting with this card, Capitalism, the gold trickle, that's a surefire way, or a near surefire way of guaranteeing your opponent is going to go for a fast fortress. Yeah, because the reason for that is, if you're getting capitalism this early as the Ottomans, it's because you're trying to get a gold trickle in play so early that you'll be able to accumulate the 300 gold needed by the time that you send your 700 coin in, and then you can just go for the fast fortress from there. That's why you set that up. And Ottomans will most certainly... Oh, interesting. He's going for the hard naked fast fortress. Because a lot of time with an Ottoman, you're going to see Quartermaster being used, and that means that they're at least going to try to get a barracks up or something. No, he's going hard fast fortress, because he is getting those 200 food semi-fattened cows out, and then he's going to have the 700 coin ready. So he's going for full naked fast fortress. Full greedy fast fortress. So that's a big play right there. He's also putting up a house as well to get some population, so he doesn't get population cap with his economy, which is important. Because the Ottomans do train their villagers for free, you know. Well, they don't train the villagers free, they just spawn for free. So you don't have to manually click on the town side, they're just automatically going to come out, which is great. Where's the Brits? The Brits, how many mayors are they on? They're on about 3. Aging up with the governor. They don't get the core master for obvious reasons, so they have to go with the governor, which is always a good choice because it gets them a nice tower they can use either defensively or offensively. And then the 200 gold goes right into immediate musketeer production for the Brits, because if you know anything about the American Revolution, the British love their big lines of redcoats, which is totally true with this civ here. Musketeer, musketeer, musketeer. That's going to be the baseline. The majority of British gameplays is just musketeer spamming for majority of the start of the game, and then gradually add in hussar and other stuff. So that's what you expect there. Now, how will they react to the Ottoman naked fast fortress? We'll find out. So when you do a fast fortress, you start with your 700 coin first, and then you send your wood afterwards. If you're not going for a fast fortress, you go with your 700 wood first, so you can get your infrastructure and get right into combat, and then you would maybe consider sending some gold if you needed it for something. So, whenever you see 700 coin being the first card when you enter Age 2, fast fortress is on the books. A straight up fast fortress, so no initial military production. You know, you're not going for like a little raid and then you're aging up. No, you're going for the full thing. For Ottomans, it's very strong gameplay because they have most of their power cards in Age 3, which is the Mamluk one, the Falconet, the Safai, and then also your Janissary and your Abbas cards. And then you also have the option, if you want to go industrial, to send the 1,000 gold, and then usually go for your mosque construction, and then cheapen all the royal decree text sent through here, and then you get some really elite troops. So that's something we see a lot of. Yeah. Looks like the Ottoman is going to go up with the scout for some free Delhi cavalry. That'll be good for some raiding and distracting on the British opponent, and potentially give the Ottoman enough time to get to Industrial Age, if that's what they're planning. They might be going for Age 3, but we don't know yet. It's all dependent on what he expects from the Brits. If he feels like he's going to be in danger going for a greedy Industrial Age, he'll probably just fight it out in Age 3, which is never a bad thing, but Ottomans do really good when they make it to Industrial Age, because that's when they get their big boy cannons, the big bombards, the great bombards. They're so great that they're so big and very powerful. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. How many mayors are we on for the Brits right now? 16. So the Brit went full boom. Full mayor boom. Near full. And now it's going to deploy 2 barracks, double barracks musketeer. That's a very strong play. Also timing it with steel traps, the second hunting tech, and placer mines, the first mining tech. So not only do you have 16 extra villagers on the field, you also are going to have pretty much a maximum hunting economy and a near maximum mining economy. Also picking up Spice Trade. That's a powerful card. So Spice Trade improves your hunting and berries by 20% the gather rate. So it's a very big food gather rate boost. And specifically in Definitive Edition, the card also allows the hunted animals and berries to last longer too, effectively improving the yield of food the villagers gets from those resources. So it improves the gather rate as well as the yield. So you're actually going to be getting more food off of those animals, which is really nice for value purposes. Alright, so 10 musketeers already ready. Already has enough resources for another batch of them. Since you're building so many houses as the Brits anyways, population is never a concern, right? You just focus on the food and the gold and just go full steam ahead, right? So now the Ottoman has begun with their 8 Janissary shipment. They're going to be training more Jans and shipping into Falconets. So that's a pretty good mass over there. 8 Janissaries followed by some reinforcing ones here, and then 2 Falconets coming in next. Also, we got veteran Janissary coming in as well, which should be pretty good. And now we'll see a pretty nice battle here. Oh wow, he also sent the batch of 10 Janissaries forward as well. So he's already well established onto the map. So it looks like he was doing Janissaries for quite a while there, which is quite nice. Also, those 4 delis from the Scout Age up are going to be active here, swooping around, see if they can take out any vills. Gotta be careful though, because obviously Brits love their muskets and they'll always have a way of dealing with them. Ottoman is now picking up Endurance School to get the stats up on these Janissaries by 20%. Effectively getting their HP to over 300, very good. And their attack up a bit too. Alright, so they're going to be supported by these 2 Falconets, which are going to shred muskets like crazy. How many muskets is the Brit player up to? Alright, so he's going triple barracks musketeer. So he's going for the full Monty here. He's getting as many muskets as he can, because he knows he's an age behind and he's going to assume that his opponent's going to do Falconets. So he needs as many of these muskets as possible. Also adding in the musketeer attack card here, Scots Guard, increasing their range attack to about 26. So he needs all the mass and stats that he can against these cannons. If he's going to have to find some sort of way to pick off this cannon here and wipe it out. But the Janissaries are going to do a great job at guarding and punishing him for doing so. It's going to be a really tough call here. Yeah, Carboni has to find his right timing here and just do it. It's really all he can do here. Yeah. Now he's going to pick up the Team Grenadier Guards, which has got HP onto his Musketeers. Very good. Very, very good. Alright, 15 musket. Oh, he's got 23 musketeers up there. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Commandment.
Let's see if he can pull back and try to fight off these Janissaries at all. He's trying to defend as best as he can. Yeah, very good. But here comes. Look at this. Look at what he's doing. He's already has another mass up in the. He's gonna try to sandwich him in here. Look at this. Wow. Ooh, good snipe on one. He's going to get the R1 too. They have very beautiful, beautiful work grids. Now the biggest threat is gone. Now you just have to take out as many of these Janissaries as possible before more reinforcements arrive. He's sticking some of them into melee to snare so that the ones in the back can get more shots into him. This is a great tactic here. And it's going to maximize as many Janissary deaths as possible, which Brits really need here because he's operating with lesser statted units right now. In mass, of course, but they're still lesser statted. Ottoman is the... Yep, he shipped in 6 Abyss guns. That's like your next best anti-infantry tool. Falconets being your first one, and then Abyss being your next best one. So he's shipping in 6 of those. And after that, we'll see what he gets. Yeah, because right now, honestly, he's going to get wood. because he really can't afford to send anything else right now with such little food, because he would need a lot of food there to basically go for the Safai shipment, and he'd need a lot more gold to go for the Mamluk one, so he's going to go for the wood right now. Alright, what we got here on this side? So we're still queuing up on the musketeers, which is wonderful. Very good. We also see batch of 10 of them coming up there now, which is great. And here comes the 6 Abbess and the 29 Janissaries, is that right? Very, very good. Oh man, picks off a settler there. That's nice. Guess they got another villager. Oh wow, look at that. Another villager's down. We see some pretty big masses of muskets here from the Brit player, yeah. The British does manage to get an age up in, though, with the Bishop. So the Bishop gives you a covered wagon. Kind of like a Portuguese age up, right? Gives you a free covered wagon. You can put down another town center. It's usually a good way to follow up a Marin boom. It's the Brits. Is to have that 2 town center trickle of hills coming in, right? And thankfully, once he's up in age 3... the Brits also get a Falconet card, so they'll be able to get their chance to try using artillery. And they can also get their musketeers up to veteran, making them a little bit more on par with their Janissary counterparts, who are already up to veteran themselves with a combat card. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, so Armand is still going to pump out Janissaries. Probably vying for one of their powerful cavalry shipments next, or they're going to go for 1,000 gold. Really depends, right? Because guess what you can do with the 1,000 gold? Yeah, go Abbess guns. He's already upgraded his Abbess guns now, and he's queuing one up. So there's a good chance he might be using his 1,000 gold for that, because Abbess guns cost about 100 gold apiece, right? Absolutely. Actually, they cost more in Definitive Edition. They cost 105 gold, so they're more pricey here than they are in Wars of Liberty, so you definitely need that gold. 1,000 gold coming in, yep, good choice. Do a nice healthy batch of Abbess guns and then prepare the next queue. Also, he's going to pick up his Galata Tower District now, just to make sure that his villager production goes without a hitch, right? Even though the Ottoman villages do get produced for free from the town center over time automatically, they do have a shorter build limit, and you have to increase the build limit by sending technologies from the mosque to enable that. You can also research ones for wood too that speeds up the queue of these free villagers. It's about a 5% improvement, and those are also totally worth getting as well, typically. Alright, so we got about 47 Janissaries right here. We got 6 Apis, so that army is moving along pretty good. However, Brits are doing 3 barracks, so they're stacking really well, as well as 2 Falconets coming in. Quite good, quite powerful. So let's see what he can pull off with this massive 74 musketeers plus more arriving, right? Oh no, those already reached there, okay. But he is getting 4 from each of these barracks, so beautiful work. Beautiful work. Also, it's going to gain some map control in the corner there too with that town center, which is important. Oh boy, Mare House right here. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out! Yeah, not good. Oh man, you're gonna lose 2 vills. That's not great. That's a bad timing there. Talk about a timing attack. Alright, so Falconets take out 2 Janissaries. They cripple a few of the other ones. Here comes all of the veteran musketeers. Very, very good. Right, now, that's here. I'm gonna target the infantry. Very nice. Muskets. You gotta protect. You gotta wall. He's gonna go right. See, you gotta like move a little bit more forward there, because he's gonna go right up against you just to take the cans out. And now you got the Abbess shredding you. Now, do you have enough muskets to overpower these Abbess and force them into retreat? Well, he is throwing some forward, forcing the Abbess back, giving the other muskets a chance to deal with the Janissaries. Oh, yep, he resigned. He resigned. What's his resource count? Yeah, he burned through all of his gold and his food making those Abbess and Janissaries. He had 600 wood, but who knows when he was going to get that basically in there with the food. So yeah, it was safe to say that that play of forcing the Abbess gunners back a bit and leaving the Janissaries to die there was really nice. good macro and micro from Carbone here. Very good job. So let's move on to the next game now. It's a game number 2. Let's scroll down, find it. Where are we at? So go down to here. Okay, so let's see where we are here. Alright, game number 2 on Saguenay. Carbone will have to pick a Dusiv now since he's won with the Brits. So now he is the Chinese. And Batu is still playing the Ottomans. So we're going to have a China versus Ottoman. Normally, when you're China, Ottomans are a real pain in the neck. That doesn't go lightly. But there was a time during the ESOC Championships, I believe it was last year, when I was doing production, we saw a very beautiful Chinese play on, I believe, the Baja map, where they absolutely shredded the Ottomans. It was like a good show at mass, and they were just able to overpower them in every matchup. Even though they were running Abbas, it was like a really good battle. It was pretty nice, so yeah, that was great to see. Let's see what else we get here, pretty much. So, Chinese bringing in more villagers, good. Building a village. Yep, see, the way you play China at the start of the game is you build a trading post first, and then you need to put some vills on the wood for a good majority of age 1, just so you can get your village out, so you don't get house. Reason for the trading post is card timing. China depends on a lot of their unit cards, especially since they deliver large quantities of troops. Also, China is very friendly towards fast fortress, either semi-fast fortress or naked fast fortress. So they got to have that good card timing to make sure they're getting the crates and units they need to facilitate that. First card for China is always going to be T-Export. It's their best age 1 card. Gives you a consulate, 200 wood value. Gives you 100 exports, so you can pick an alliance right from the get-go, right? And then for the rest of the game, it does provide you an export trickle, so it benefits you throughout the game. It's a very nice choice, because mainly what you're going to do is 2 things. 1 to 2 things. You're either going to go with Russian allies and get the blockhouse eventually, or you're going to go with the French, and pick up the 400 food crate technology and use that to propel your age up, and then potentially use the wood and gold ones later. Yep, see, typically when we see French consulate decision by the Chinese player, we're going to see the porcelain tower be the first wonder. If you see the Russians, it's usually going to be the summer palace. We have seen both be used extensively in this tournament, but since these players are pretty smart, they're pretty high IQ, you're going to see a lot more of the French build, because the French build, as you know, the French Consulate Allies build is very powerful. I've shown you time and time again on my YouTube channel, the player Breaking Me, really good with his Chinese. He loves to go for the French Consulate in the Porcelain Tower. And sure enough, here's the Porcelain Tower right here. Basically like a huge, giant resource churning factory here. Resort trickles a ton of resources, right? You can either concentrate on the one resource for a bigger amount, or it can have it trickle a little bit of everything at the same time and, you know, get covered in many areas. Whereas Ottoman going... Okay, so did they go... Alright, so they went 3 Uruk followed by capitalism. So they're playing a bit more safe, I think. They might go for a semi-fast fortress, but we don't know yet. Once they go with the 3 villagers followed by the capitalism, then it's a bit uncertain, because since the Ottomans start out building a trading post in the mosque all the time, they just happen to have enough shipments to go 3 villagers followed by capitalism. It's a nifty advantage, kind of similar to what Spain does. You know, they'll go 3 settlers followed by capitalism. So that's typically how they handle it, right? Especially helps you with the Janissary production, which is quite important. Alright, so I'm in this time going double barracks Janissary. It's one of the strongest aggressive strategies is the Ottomans, because you're really weighing and relying on the high HP of your Janissary compared to the average musket. And you just get huge numbers of Janissaries and just overwhelm your opponent with them. It's quite strategic. Also is shipping in about 5 Yuruks. So bringing in a bit of a Kami as well, right? And here's the thing. Even though you start on Double Barrack Strand, you don't have to commit to it the whole game. We sometimes see people start out with like 1 or 2 batches of the Janissaries here, and then they'll go for a Fortress Age. So it really depends on what the recipe calls for, so to speak. Looks like China opens with the 7 Step Rider shipment there. Basically, these guys are kind of like little tiny Cossacks almost in terms of stats, but they get a multiplier against skirmishers to compensate for their slightly weaker stats. Pretty much, yep. So let's see what he goes for over here. Yeah, he's gonna target anything? We'll see. It's up or down, beautiful. Ottomans, on the other hand, are going to go after a train post. So let's see how much raiding the China can get done here. Batu paying attention, but he is going to lose Settler. Oh, he's got. Whoa, look at this micro by Carboni there. That's beautiful. Did you see how he was shifting from left to right to block the villager from entering the TC and taking him out? He's doing a good job with that. Look at that. Look at how he's blocking that villager. See that right up there? Right there. Did you see that? He was blocking him with the horses in the hitboxes to keep him from moving. Yeah, and he's keeping him in his base really well too. So, yeah. The reason why he's distracting him like this is because he wants to go for a semi-fast fortress, which he's going to get right now and get the Confucian Academy. Confucian Academy gives you some free arquebusiers. Great against Janissaries because they're skirmishers, so they have multipliers against the heavy infantry tag of the Janissary. So now that he's done his damage, he's taken out some vills, he's kept the Ottoman player at bay with his economy for a while, he's going to come back and defend. Ottomans do get to pick off a villager though, which is unfortunate. It's going to hurt a little bit, but we'll see what happens. Good news is that China will be in age 3, so he can send his 10 arquebusier card, he can send his Qingdao. He could say it's meteor hammers, and if he wants to go for a siege, he's got the hand mortars. He even has his powerful Manchu shipment in there should he need it for cavalry fighting or artillery fighting. So that's quite good there, actually. So quite a lot of good things going on here for the China player. Going for the very solid fast fortress, pretty much. Yep. All right, so now. So, okay, how far is he? So he's going to wait till here a little bit to get the Confucian Academy, right? Yep. Once it arrives, it's going to hit pretty hard against that Ottoman because he's got arquebusiers hunting down his Janissaries with their range and multipliers. So that's going to be very powerful there for the Carboni there, yeah. So it's quite good. And so now what we got here is we got, let's go back. We will be seeing the arquebusiers coming in any moment now. Should be quite nice. There we go. All right, here's all 8 of them. He's going to kite these guys. All right, he's going to send intervention with the British allies, right? Yeah, he's going to line with the Brits. Get that, if he remembers to do it. So emergency units come in there with the Step Riders, take out the cavalry. Okay, so alright, he's gonna go with the Brits, so he makes sure he gets that batch units. If you send intervention with the Brits, you get about 9 free redcoats. Keep in mind they're Shao Tech in age 3, so there'll be like 9 veteran musketeers, which is really good. Really, alright, so here comes the 9 free musketeers there, veteran upgrades. So they are statistically on par with the Janissaries, somewhat stronger because they are an age 3 troop, whereas the Janissaries only upgrade in age 2. Alright, snaring the Janissaries a bit to allow the redcoats a bit of a chance to shred them. Very nice. And that's going to put the Ottoman now on the defensive to figure out what to do now. Especially since China's going to be shipping in meteor hammers and then continuing with their production of bills. It's going to be quite strong here. Oh, absolutely. Because now that the Ottomans locked and loaded in age 2 at this point? Yes, they are. They have, wait a minute, did I click or, let me see. Oh, he's got 700 food and 600 gold. So that's going to take a while to get both of those. So for right now, it's safe to say that China has the inherent advantage because they got the stronger troops. They got actual skirmishers on the field right now, so that's going to be pretty impactful. The Armin is going to get their food card so they can get more Janissaries, because the food costs for the Janissaries is their biggest cost, whereas the gold costs is biggest on the Abiskars. So if you have a ton of gold, Abis are going to be better. If you have a ton of food, then Janissaries are going to be better. Yeah. Exactly what you need to know. Also picking up some Bashi Bajouks. Oh wow, using the meteor hammers to raid. Wow. Forces him to make the Bashi Bajouks. The Bashi Bajouks do take out one of the meteor hammers though, but the meteor hammers here take out one of the Armin villages. They're actually going to take out 2 villages now. Look at that. Yeah, see, the problem with meteor hammers, they have about 4 range because they have a big heavy metal ball on a string, so they can hit pretty far away. That's what their advantage is, really. My meteor hammers are going to be forced into retreat now, back towards the Chinese base. Armins might try to snuff them out and take them out, but we'll see. See what happens with that. What we got here? We got Arquebusiers, we got the Redcoats, a couple of Disciples. Okay. One meteor. Oh wow, look at that. The meteor hammer beat all the Bashi Bajouks with the trample attack. That's some really nifty stuff right there, because now meteor hammers can come into pressure again. But unfortunately, they're met by some delis, which gets a jump on them, and it's going to wipe them out. Right? It's not the end, though. Clearly, Carboni has this huge mass of infantry ready to go. He's got his Redcoats, he's got his Arquebusiers. He's moving on pretty good here. Does Batu have a foundry yet, or is that something he's planning? So right now, he's got a stable back here. And he's got his 2 barracks in the front. He does not have a foundry yet, so no Abyss guns. No Abyss guns to cook this infantry yet, unfortunately.
Commandment.
Alright, so here comes a Flying Crow, here comes some more Qingdao and Arquebusiers there, very nice. Now they're going to make a siege onto that barracks, which is very good, very nice. Back up, target the infantry there, very nice. Ooh, man, this is good. Yeah, the Janissaries are a pretty tanky bunch, so you have to be careful. How many Redcoats is he on? So he also got a Qingdao there. He's trying to micro these delis. Oh, he's doing a good job. Look, the tank Qingdao doing a great job on the delis there, keeping them away from the arcs. But yeah, no, he's gonna have to use the Flying Crow on these cavalry now. Take it out. Oh! Nope. Lost it. Cavalry will be destroyed though. But now the China is gonna send in a batch of more Redcoats, and they're also gonna send in 2 more territorial armies to Qingdaos and Arquebusiers. So he's bringing in some nice army, whereas Batu, forced to get his 600 wood now. His food is kind of slumping behind. Obviously, he's facing actual skirmishers now, so yeah, Janissary's looking a little bit bleak here against the extra range on the skirms, regardless of how good they are, right? Yep, and obviously the Qingdaos are going to be used as a bit of a siege support there, 25 siege, and it's over. Carboni wins the series and moves on to the round of 16. So we got Carboni and we got Revnak so far. Very solid. Let's move on to the 3rd series of the night. So let's go down, find it. Okay, so now we are on what series? Minimolt versus Soldier. Minimolt versus Soldier. Two very strong opponents. All right, so wrong record. Let's see what. Let's find the right one here. That's Mongolia. That's the tiebreaker round, so we don't want to see that just yet. We actually want to see Great Plains, and then Saguenay, and then Mongolia. It just tells us, though, how intense the series is going to be, because it's like, well, obviously these two people made it into game number 3. Okay, that's the wrong one, too. See, these recordings sometimes are disordered in the way they appear in the game, and it forces you to like root out the right one so you can view the series properly for the audience. Yes, we're gonna have to go into the middle record now. This one right over here. That should be a nice one to look at. Okay, so we got Minimolt versus Soldier. Minimolt is the Chinese, and Soldier is the Brits. So we got a Brit versus the Chinese. Pretty interesting matchup, to say the least. I've had some mixed experiences with it in ranked. Well, I think where I had some problems particularly before was when the Britain was on water, because they did some sort of fish boom, manor boom thingy, and it just really threw me for a loop. It was like really tough. It was like super annoying, but hey, I figured it out in the end. But yeah. Other times, I have been able to use Chinese massing enough to fight the Brits. It's just not easy, since Brits, once they get a raw tap into their Musketeer and Hussar potential, then things get really scary. So, yeah. But we'll see, though. Alright, so basically how this matchup turns out is you got China obviously choosing between the Russian consulate ally route and the French one, as we saw before. And the Brits are just going to focus on, getting extra villas with their manor house. Manor house is right. When you build a manor house, you get a free villager. You're going to get up to 20 free villagers, and then you just put that all into just good old Musketeer economy. We'll see if that ends up happening here or not. Alright, so T-Export is coming out. Very good. And on the other side, Brits are going with 3 settlers. Very nice. And then we'll see what they go for after that. Yeah. Alright, so typically once you're Brits going to H2, you're going to go for the 700 wood, because you actually want to use that wood for a combination of military and economy. For military, you're going to be building a barracks, obviously, so you can start your Musketeer production. And with the rest of that wood, you're either going to go for, steel traps, placer mines, or getting more manor houses, so you can bring even more villas in your economy. That's usually what you're going to do with that. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Alright, so can we tell something right away from this China? Better than Bossy. Better than Bossy. Who's Bossy? I don't know who that is. But from the looks of the deck, we do have the Beiyang army, which is always an interesting one, to say the least. Yep, also going with the French consulate allies. Going for the 400 food technology. Very nice. It should give them enough food to age up right away with the porcelain tower. In particular, from what we've known from, yep, that's a scam call, by the way, so I don't have to worry about that. Basically, the reason why you would run Beiyang into a French consulate ally fast fortress deck is because typically what we see those players do is they'll go for the 7 Step Rider card in Age 2 as part of their semi-fast fortress, and with whatever surviving members of that army they have, they'll send this card to basically send them up to veteran upgrade for free, as well as a nice hefty batch of more Step Riders and some Kijiks. And it can be a really nice combination to do. Quite a good one to do. Breaking Me has a habit of including the castle card with a flamethrower, but we don't see that a lot in this tournament. We see a lot of just 7 Step Rider into 700 gold. So a little bit of a difference of philosophy there. Yeah, pretty much. Porcelain tower is going up. See how that goes, yeah. And then we also... okay. Let's see what the Brits are up to. I'm kind of curious. So the Brits... looks like did they get their gang saw? Yep, looks like they did. British are one of the only civs in the game that actually gets gang saw early on, because they need that extra wood chopping rate to effectively get manor houses cheaper. You know, not manor houses cheaper, but rather get more of them out, and then thus get more free will. Oh, look at this. Kung Fu fighting. Kung Fu fighting. Oh, Kung Fu fighting. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. That was some good micro there. Using the Tomahawk treasure reward and his two Shaolin, his Shaolin master and his disciple there, to effectively deny the British their governor outpost there. That was beautiful. That was a good micro there. Got a ton of value from that. And it's going to make the British defenses a lot weaker now that they don't have that ranged attack protecting them. It's very nice. That worked really well in the favor of the Chinese. They also got a free villager, too, from this treasure, which is beautiful as well. That's going to be even more economy. So right now, out of the gate, looks like Mini-Malt's looking pretty good right here, honestly. Whereas Brits are going to do the best that they can and just train musketeers. This is what they do at the start of the game. Oh, wow. He used the stepbrothers to deny him a manor house and got a bit of XP bounty from that kill. That's great. The China's very active. Oh, he's going to get a vill. Oh, nice. This is a very active China here, Mini-Mold. He's doing a great job at just running around the map, going rampant, wiping out vills, wiped out an outpost. He's taking a lot of casualties. He's giving a lot of casualties here. Yeah. It's really all he needs, you know. The most important thing, keep those British musketeers off your tail. Keep them in their base. Keep them wondering what the next... He takes another vill out. Beautiful. Every vill you can knock out for the Brits, good for you. You know, it's going to even out your economy just a little bit more. Just a little bit more even, Steven. And how many mares is Brits on even now? They're on 6. So now they're only 4 villages ahead. Lemoy. Lemoy. Oh man, he said Lemoy. You know what that means, Lemoy. It means he's a Kozeki Bijou fan from Hololive. Just like me. You know Bibu's my Oshi, right? It's like I didn't know that Soldier Bar had Bibu as his Oshi. That's pretty insane. It's actually quite insane. Good to know. Good to know that he's a Bibu lover like me. It's really nice to know. But anyways, more musketeers will come out of the barracks there. And China's already getting their Confucian Academy right now. A nice solid 8 arquebusiers. They're probably going to follow it up with probably 10 arquebusier, I would assume. And they'll be able to just dominate against these muskets. It'll be a pretty easy game right there. Let's see. Okay, so you're going to lose it. He's going to lose all of his scouting units, unfortunately. He did a lot of good work this game. Getting a great treasure, and yeah. So now, Brits are going to try to return the favor now and press his vills. They do get 1 vill. Alright, so that's good. And, yep, he's going to pull out just a little bit longer to finish up this wonder, which should be pretty nice. Very nice, actually. So you got 8 arquebusiers there, very good. And he's going to ship in 5 meteor hammers there, quite nice. About 2 more villages coming in, which is quite good. Alright, so more musketeers coming out, right? And he's also queuing in a hussar as well. Very nice. 700 coin. So the Brits do want to try to get an age 3 now because their opponent is an age 3. And they're going to want to rely on 2 falconets to counteract the skirmisher advantage that the Chinese player is going to start pressing on them. That's always a good choice. Alright, so more hussars coming in. More musketeers coming in as well, so that's great. So here comes the arquebusiers and the meteor hammers. He also got a territorial army with about 3 arquebusiers, 3 Chengdaos. His flying crow is queuing up as well, very slowly but surely. He's picking up the wood technologies thing from the French consulate. It's giving him about 400 wood. Very useful for getting some more villagers because now he's pop capped. So probably wants to get some more population very quickly. You need about 200 wood to build a village since it's such a huge value structure for population. Not only that, you can actually upgrade the population that the villages provide as well. So they go from like supporting like 20 population up to like big amounts of population. Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. So yeah. Alright, so here comes the Arquebusier shipment. He's getting his first upgrade for his village population, it looks like. And after he's gotten his wood techs, he is going to switch to the Brits. Get his nifty free 9 musketeers with the British. 9 redcoats, very solid. They'll be good against cavalry, he'll be good against infantry, he'll be good, well-rounded. Huh, so the Brits don't age up. They actually just use that gold for hussars. Interesting. So he's going to try to beat it out with hussars, supporting his muskets. That can go good, as long as your hussars get the job done. If you can beat all the arquebusiers with the hussars and things like Qingdaos don't become a problem for you, it can work. But we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see how this ends up turning out. Alright, so he sends 5 hussars right at the meteor hammers there. But then he sends the muskets in. Muskets do shoot at Qingdao. Alright, so he gets a Qingdao right there. Okay, he gets a disciple. Framing Pufa Hauda. Hussars doing a good job smothering. Look at him coming up the side there. Once they connect with the arquebusiers, it's not good. That's all I'm going to say. It looks like he can. Because he just has a few redcoats to beat through now. Redcoats are going to have to do a great job here. He should poke this one first. Take that one out and then go after that one. Just making it hard. He's just allowing more sword slashes into his units. And now he's getting totally overrun. Very not good. Trying to get a Forbidden Army. Some iron flails and meteor hammers. Also, their flying crow should be out pretty soon. Trying to also picking up their professional hunter's tech, their second hunting tech for hunting animals. Now I'm going to pick up 10 Kijiks. So you're going to go with Biang Army after sending that, I would assume. Maybe. Might go for Biang Army after that. Because it looks like right now he just needs anti-cavalry. That's why he's going for sort of the horse archer solution to it, since mass Kijiks can be a really good counter to cavalry, typically. It's why we see a ton of Kijiks being used in Arena in the Legacy game. Quite a lot, because if you've watched a ton of my Arena videos, you see how good Kijiks are just like walling against cavalry in mass. It's like phenomenal. But yeah, here comes the 10 Kijiks. Another territorial army coming out as well. Trying to get as much stuff as they can here to try to beat back this Brit. Brit beat back. The Brit, though, going full military, going musket, hussar, picking up great coat as well. They spent the good majority of their start game getting raided like crazy, so it makes sense why they want to make the Vills a little bit more tanky from raiding, which is a totally responsible thing to do, I think, in that situation. Brits do pick up another manor house, thus another free villager, plus some more pop space, since they're getting pop capped right now. Look at them. 120. They can't train anything else until they get another manor house down. They're literally forced to get it now. Literally forced to get it right now, looks like. Comes musketeers, very nice. Oh boy, look at that. Step riders coming down there now. Not good. Yep. Oh, he's not going to go Biang. He's just going to get the veteran Kijik upgrade by itself. That's alright. Veteran upgrades for Chinese, since the units are so weak, are actually pretty affordable. It's only 100 wood and like 50 gold. Like nothing. So veteran, you should always get again your veteran upgrades with Chinese troops if you're going to be making them somewhat reasonably. So yeah, that's quite interesting. So look at all the Kijiks he's got there with some meteor hammers and iron flails. Yeah, he can't engage right now though, especially since the Brit did get some longbowmen out. I think it was their 6 longbowmen shipping, right? He's got to kind of have to be careful there now, since he does have some anti-light cavalry on the field with the longbowmen. Getting another Forbidden Army out, it looks like. Going for the elite cavalry. Where's the Brits? Where are the Brits at? So they could get in H3 now, just without a gold card helping them. Yeah, but it looks like for right now they're just still going to make military. They're going to make longbowmen because they realize longbowmen's going to be great here. It's going to be great against the Kijiks. It'll trade well against majority of the infantry. It's kind of what you want here. And you obviously have enough muskets to deal with step riders, so that's not a big issue. Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. A flying crow taking out a Maros. Quite nice. And now we're going to see the British units move along this lakeside here in the corner and try. Ooh! Whoa! 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 Look at this. That's a beautiful raid right there. He's gonna get all 6 of those Aldinos, all 6 of those villagers. That's gonna be a huge amount. Is he gonna find this one too? If he finds that one, that is fate. Oh no! Oh wow! See, this kind of oh, he got the Manchu as well. He got the Manchu shipment. Now the Manchu are basically just like mercenary Kijiks. They're like mercenary Kijiks. So effectively Imperial Age ones really, or if not a little stronger. So that's why unfortunately the Brit had the retreat from doing both of those raids. Because the one thing that going with sort of Kijik Manchu does for China gives them mobility. It's a mountain unit, so it moves very quickly. If he was like just going with the massive like wing pikemen, maybe the Brit could sit there and try to perform those raids fully, but because he's dealing with some fast units here, they have range on him, he has to totally take that seriously when he's trying to do that, pretty much, yeah. Alright, so it looks. Oh, look at this insane raid right there. You got a ton of the vills there, a ton of the settlers. Exactly what the China wants, really, in that situation. So he's going to keep moving along there. Moving now. Moving now. Yeah, keep doing that. Yeah, very good. Very good. Yep. Alright, so now we got Brits coming down here with their force. Are they going to age up yet, or? No, they're command age too. They're doubling down on longbowmen, and they're going to pick up the team Grenadier Guards shipment to get the HP up on the muskets. So they're going strictly musket longbow in age 2. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that's all they can do because they burned through all their crate cards, so they don't have any sort of safe, reliable means to do the transition without getting pushed from a timing attack at that exact moment. So they got to be very careful of that here. That's what I think you're going to see now, pretty much, yeah. And there, so let's go down. Very nice. And he is also going to be moving up in. And let's see what direction he goes for here, actually. Kind of curious. Kind of curious, actually. So, yeah, he comes in. Look at all this cavalry right here. Very nice. Oh, wow, look at that. Longbowmen. Tally ho! Robin Hood. Yeah, longbowmen are one of the best skirmishers in the game. They're even better than, like, gunpowder skirmishers. You know why? They get a range of, like, 22, and then they have a rate of fire of, like, 1.5. So every 3 seconds, which is the normal rate of fire of, like, a... They do, like, 32 damage, which is great. Oh, but watch out. Iron Flail's on top of the archers. Miriam is also... Oh, but the Hussars have split off. They're trying to find an angle. But the Manchu and Kijiks are right there to counteract them. Right? Kijiks here. Some Arquebusiers trying to push with the Flying Crows. Flying Crows trying to get as much splash attacks as they can. They call it a Flying Crow because they have like little wings on top of these rockets, so it's like a Flying Crow, right? The crow is black, these rockets are black colored, and they have little wings on them. To me, it looks more like a mosquito or a housefly, because that's what a housefly looks like. It has like the white, clear wings and then the black body. So I would think that's more like a housefly, a flying fly, a flying fly, yeah. But either way, it looks like the Brits are gonna lose the fight, but they got very close. All right, they're gonna take an Arquebusier out here, yep. And they're actually reaching the artillery. They just don't have enough numbers to finish off the Flying Crows. So they're going to have to retreat all these vills back. How many have they got? They got about 64 vills right now. That's how basically Brits win games. They might be an age behind against a fast fortressing opponent, but because they accumulate so many vills from their mana boom, they effectively have like 64, 60, sometimes 70 vills on the field in age 2, and they just go mass, mass, mass. Mass produce, mass produce, mass produce. And as long as the opponent doesn't go to like Industrial Age or something and get like heavy cannons, you usually can do it with the right numbers in Micro, because recall that a veteran upgrade only improves the unit by like 20% or so. It's not a huge boost. It's like a really good combat card almost. But yeah. Once you knock out that British military army advantage, things get a little bit dicier, yeah. What's he going for now? He's going for the Cheyenne. That might be to get the Bison in his base, actually. So that's kind of an interesting choice there. If you didn't know, the Cheyenne have a wonderful technology that lets you get, I think it's up to 12 Bison if you're shipping to rival point. Which can go right in the food, so that's always a good move, usually. Yep. Chinese just pulling back out. They're up to 3 Flying Crows now, by the way. And what is he going for? He's getting another Forbidden Army. So typically, when you're Chinese, Forbidden Army is like your S tier banner army to get. Meteor Hammer's beautiful unit. It's like a Cuirassier because it's got like splash attack, but it also has multipliers against skirmishers. So it does quite a bit of damage, right? It's also got some pretty good armor. 35% armor. That's beautiful. That's because he sent this card here, the Double Face Armor, which effectively increments a bit of armor beyond its initial 30%, making it a much better unit. So there's that. Also picking up a batch of another 6 Redcoats. Trying to get as many units as they can get here against the Brits. Trying to leverage their advantage in H3 really the best they can, yeah. Okay, going for both outposts here with vills inside, so this is a huge aggressive push by the Chinese again. Okay, so he's got how many? Yeah, he's got quite a few. Oh boy, up, see? He's gonna find you. He's gonna find you, he's gonna get you. Because he just needs the Flying Crows to do up the building. He can certainly send all his cavalry on you settlers. And now these vills can't get away because they're moving in the opposite direction and they have no choice. So these vills are cooked. These vills are cooked. Mini Molt is molting his opponent like molten lava. Mini molten lava. There you go. Doing a great job. So what has he got there? Redcoats. Let's see what the Brits do now. They're coming in with another batch of muskets right there, it looks like. Yep. Right now, up to the 3 barracks musketeer spam at this point. Typically, when the Brits get up to 3 barracks musketeer, you know things are really tight. We saw Carboni use it successfully in the last series against the Ottomans, which, you know, being Ottomans is not easy. It's not easy, you know, being Ottomans. And he beat the Ottomans twice. He beat Batu's Ottomans twice. That was actually a really good matchup, to say the least. But here we are right now, seeing how the Chinese do here. So they got the first barracks here. Flying Crows should be able to bombard that thing like crazy there. Very nice. Very good. Beautiful. Oh man, ooh, good pick of the Asara, beautiful. Ooh, take that out. This is in blue. Old D line against all that stuff. Nice. Okay, actually forced to use the settlers to fight the artillery because they're anti-artillery multipliers. That's a tough situation. You're gonna lose all that bill advantage now. Like, how many bills is he down? He's down to like 34. So he got gutted by that fight there. It was over. You know, once Brits lose that many Vills, you're no longer the Brits anymore. You're like the average European. You're like worse than the French. Yeah, you're worse than the French because your settlers are just boring, not good as the CBDs. That's always an unfortunate situation to find yourself in. So now where are we at? So now we're going to Mini Molt game number 2, which would be this one, and then we're moving on to Optimus versus Julian K after this and the next game. Alright, so Mini Molt is playing as Ottomans now, and Soldier R is playing as the Brits. So Soldier R is going to maintain the Brits. Mini Molt going for the Ottomans now. From what we saw the last time we saw this in the Batuu series versus Carboni, Brits could be very dangerous for the Ottomans. We learned that pretty quickly. All the Brits really need to do, maintain good macro, go from like 1 barracks musketeer to 2 barracks, 3 barracks. If they can maintain that and not take any unnecessary losses, if they can deal with the double Falconhead fine, Brits can be just fine against Ottomans. That's what we learned in the last series. But we'll see how this series goes. Let's see what happens here. So the Ottomans get their trading post down here in the bottom. I think that's a pretty good idea because a lot of the times people goes for the top trade socket here because it's the closest one to find. If you go for the one down here, at least, you know your opponent is a lot less likely to contest that one. You'll actually build it with normal timing and, you know, protects the build order from any kinks, basically. Whereas the Ottoman here, again, his house, part of his mosque, trading post house start, as they call it. Get the mosque and the trading post for the XP, and then get the house for the population. Yep. Starting out with 3 Uruk. And then is going to go capitalism. Alright, so he is not going to go super naked fast fortress. He's going to stick more with a early combat situation here. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh man, going for the Blackfoot scout there. Looks like Soldier R will be using that native scout to do some scouting. And let's see what the Brits are running this time. Are they changing up the deck at all, or just sticking with the same old, same old? Yeah, it looks pretty much standard. Standard deck there. How about Ottomans? So Ottomans are going more in the, more or less more in the H3 direction, you can tell. They do have Jans, they do have 600, 700 gold, the wood, the Vills. But yeah, no, they're definitely shoving towards H3 there, at least. At least. If they can get an H4, get a Mosque Construction H4 with the Royal Decree, they're going to go for that. But if they can, that's just going to be H3, Falconet, Abyss, and then the rest is history. The Librigo, Safai, or he doesn't have Mamluk here. He doesn't have Mamluk, but he does have Top Kular there to boost the stats on his artillery, Abyss, and Humbarsi. So that's kind of an interesting one. So what I'm assuming this Ottoman will go up with Core Master, right? Oh, the Naturalist. Okay, so he is going Naturalist. Huh, okay. Going for that massive 400 food out of the semi-fan cows right away, which is pretty good. And yeah, that's quite nice. Also going to have that capitalism trickle as well to take advantage of. The Brits always going governor, right? Going with the governor. 200 gold in an outpost. Right, 200 gold goes into muskets, and the outpost obviously can go into a forward base with the barracks, or it can defend your vills, since you get so many vills as the Brits, right? Every mayor house you boom, every mayor house you build. Well, yeah, you're kind of booming and building at the same time. Every mayor house you build for 140 wood, which is pretty big, you get a free settler. So build 20 of these houses, you get 20 extra vills ahead of your opponent, right? And whatever build they're doing, so that's quite nice.
Yes.
What treasure we got? Oh, that's an XP treasure. That's a good one. A 130 XP treasure. How is his stats doing? Can he get it? Oh no, but Soldier R found it. This is a good. Soldier R found the treasure. He's gonna be like a pirate and take it back and take all the doubloons. Oh, but now he's fighting the Brit Explorer. What's he doing? You gotta get rid of that bear, man. Gotta get rid of that bear. Ooh! Wow! Look at that. Was able. I didn't realize that. His Explorer was so weak. Henry Rupp was so weak there. Look at that. Still gets the treasure and the XP barrier from taking out the British Explorer. It's making Mini-Mold look pretty good in that fight. Alright, but Brits are starting to get their Musketeer production underway, whereas Ottomans are going to go for a fast industrial. Not a fast fortress. They might be going for a fast industrial, but right now they're at least going for a fast fortress with that 700 gold there. Alright, they are going fast fortress right now. Very nice. The Marksman. So the Marksman gives you 4 free Abyss guns. Great against muskets. It's a good resistor to musketeers. Big time. Okay, let's go back to the Brits now. How many batches of muskets are they on? So they're on... Got 5 here, right? They got another batch here. Another one's coming up over here. They do have a stable now too. So Brits right out of the gate going to Sar musket. Kind of have one of their most signature combinations, going with the musket to deal with the cavalry and melee, and then obviously the range attack can be good against enemy muskets. And competing with them, and then that way your hussars can focus on the skirms, the artillery, as well as any villagers, anything of that nature. So Brits bringing in the 600 wood now, right? Yep. Yeah, typically in the British build, you're going to go 700 wood followed by 600 wood. For you, it's important because that wood is especially going to go into manor house production and pulling out extra vills for you. It's quite good. And obviously if you need any sort of architects along the way, another barracks or stable, it just gives you that flexibility to handle what you have to. Yeah.
Ready, commandment, yes. Ready.
Okay, so the Abyss. Oh, their Hussars connecting to the Abyss. Wow. Wow. That's not good. Ooh, but here comes the Safai, though. These guys are tough. So they got a lot of HP. They got splash attack on their hand attack. That's what makes Safai very dangerous. So normally Safai can handle a batch of musketeers responsibly, yeah. Oh, but you've still lost one. Look at that. Not good. You lost to Safai. But here's the good news, though. Safahis regenerate HP when they're idle. So as long as you survive the fight with the Safahis and you're not fighting too soon after that, Safahis can be a long-term soldier that you can take advantage of and really reuse again and again and recycle it, which is quite nice. It makes it a very valuable unit there, yeah. Oh, Crashbox fans gave us an update. He said, I'll soon finish my update for AoE 3 No Turning Back, which it does replace the Ottomans with the Helleno-Turkic Confederation. What is a Helleno-Turkic Confederation exactly? Is it like a mixture between Alexander the Great and Suleiman the Magnificent or something, or Mehmed? I never heard of a Helleno-Ottoman Confederation before, so I'm assuming it's like the Hellenes, so basically the Macedonians combined with the Ottomans. Kind of an interesting idea. You know, I could imagine a ton of Abyss gunners and Humbaraces hiding behind a group of Macedonian phalangites or something. That could be an interesting idea, especially after seeing how good the Macedonians have been in the Age of Empires 2 DLC for Chronicles Alexander. So that's quite nice.
I feel me
So
stronger
here comes
now.
more muskies and some hussies as well. Hussars. Very nice. Alright, so 700 coin coming in for the Brits, right? Is this 700 coin? 600 coin, so he's already sent the 700 in. Yeah, this is sort of what we saw the Brits do in the last game. Sort of just staking it out in Age 2, going numbers, 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 growing their numbers, and then engaging the enemy. Yeah, it's hard against Ottoman since they get some really strong troops, but I feel like after such successful fights so far, really semi-successful ones, Brits are going to try to do a timing attack here and try to nip at the Ottomans while they're low, so they don't get like a ton of janissaries or whatever and just overwhelm them. Yeah, I think the fact that the Ottomans just going Abbas at the moment definitely gives a lot of power to the musketeers if they can get up close. Because if they can get up close and just like start one-shotting like 2 or 3 of the Abbas and let the Hussars snare the rest in, that's a huge improvement there for the Brits. Yeah, basically. Exactly what they want to do, just stack, stack, stack. Stack, stack, stack. Stack musket after muskets. That way your enemies just can't deal for no matter how elite your sort of troops are. Whether you're, like a super tanky Ottoman or a weak Chinese, yeah. That's how the Brits are supposed. That's how the Brits play, just numbers. Tons of muskets, tons of hussars, and just dominate against smaller armies, which are just starting to try to develop, basically. Alright, so now where are we at? So we're getting 6 Abbas coming in. Did not send the Falconets in yet. I think that's a responsible choice by the Ottoman player, because what we learned from the previous games is if you get Falconets too early, your enemy's just going to move their musketeers right up against them, and they're going to one-shot them one by one. And since Brits are maintaining some decent musketeer numbers still, that's a real risk. So better to go with the Abbas, which, a little bit more numerous, obviously going to be a bit more of a less valuable unit to lose. That's what you want to use as sort of like the anti-infantry support to get those muskets out, really. Especially since they can be upgraded with counter-infantry rifling to do even more multipliers. So, yeah, Abbas is looking quite good there for that purpose, honestly. Alright, here comes the 6 Abbas right now. And then, picking up the veteran Abbas gunners. Also training cav archers. So it's like this Ottoman is totally prepared for anti-cavalry. That's cool. Big time. And then here comes some more Abbas gunners as well. The veteran upgrade, thankfully, so they'll be a bit more tough now, which should be great. Totally great. Not bad. Ooh. Okay, cav archers there, Abbas there, very nice. So 2 Falconets coming in, that's very good. Oh, cav archers, get those hussars now, very nice. Oh man, got the Vil. Good wall here by the Ottoman, by the way, because basically, oh no, look at that horrible spawn. It spawned one of the Falconets outside of the wall. The whole point of this wall was to make it so the musketeers couldn't like go right up against the cannons, but unfortunately one just spawned right on the wrong side of the wall. That's why you gotta make sure you place your waypoints on your buildings properly when you're receiving a shipment, because if it's too far to the middle, there's a chance that one cannon will pop out over here and it'll be completely screwed. Yeah, which happened right there. His left cannon was alright, but the right one just didn't make it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you learn. Learn the waypoint there. I've learned that a lot over the years playing Age of Empires 3. You got to place your waypoints good for units, and you have to do it thoughtfully, because if you don't, there's always a chance that your enemy is going to exploit that and just cook your unit. Yeah. Anyways, how's it going with the Brits? So the Brits this time are going to make it to Age 3, because they have been able to apply some serious pressure this time. Last time, China was able to be the aggressor with lots of cavalry, and they were able to keep the British on their toes and kept losing armies. But this time, because the Brits have taken the initiative and they sort of kept the Ottoman army in check for a while, they have been able to retain enough resources to go for an Age 3 with the Mohawk Statesman. The Mohawk Statesman can be very useful here because the Mohawk Statesman does hand damage, so hack damage, which means you can ignore the armor on these Abbas gunners. You can also ignore the armor on these this Falconet as well. So, yeah, pretty interesting. But funnily enough, the hand armor of the Cav Archers does come in handy there, because it's hand armor. It's handy against hand attack, yeah. But either way, how many muskets is the Brit on? 60? They're going to be adding 10 more, so about 70 muskets. Quite good. And what do we got here? Let's see. See what we got.
Commandment.
Very nice.
Yes. Igual. Yes.
Two Falconets. Also making a Culverin. Making a Culverin for the single Falconet. I don't know. I don't know about getting a Culverin. See, I'm worried about getting a Culverin as Brits because I know he's running Abbas. And if that Culverin goes in the wrong spot, it's going to be game over. Because in some ways, the Ottoman is running two forms of anti-artillery. The Cav Archer with its anti-artillery multipliers. And then you got the Abbas with its crush damage, which is dealing about 24 damage to the cannon, which is pretty good. Because Abbas gets a debuff that halves the amount of damage they do to cannons to keep it from being too OP, but still doing 24 damage against a cannon. That's pretty good. So this big stack of like Abbas there is enough to actually obliterate these cannons in like a single shot. So it's absolutely something considering there. But here comes the single Falconet, and here comes the Culverin. We're likely going to see some sort of action here in this sort of sector unless the Culverin does get a shot, but unfortunately not low enough in HP to like do the kill, so it is going to give the Falconet a warning to back off. He is going to pursue it though in bombard mode, so yeah, look, he's slowly going to roll it in towards that Falconet and use it as an incentive to push him off, force him into a bit of retreat. Yeah, pretty much. Quite nice. Alright, now the Musketeers are going to push in again. They're all veteran upgrade this time, so a little bit stronger than they were last game. Two Falconets. Okay, so he's also training his own Falconets from a foundry. That's pretty good. Really taking advantage of his British Marabou because he's got all 20 extra bills, right? Yep, all 20 extra bills. Able to get all of his mining techs in there. Means he's got enough gold to go for mass artillery. Alright, he's got about five Falconets, one Culverin, and now he's getting another Culverin too. Is a protection against Ottoman Culverins. So is the Ottoman going to get Culverin? Yep, he already got two of them. So Bryn knows what he's doing there. He knows his opponent's going to take advantage of this turtling setup and just stick Culverins there to prevent his Falconets from getting the run on him. Which is a smart thing to do there. But yeah, no, one Falcon has lost. It's down to 4. But he is going to have another Culverin join him. So let's see how that goes. The thing you should be aware of, though, in the fight, Ottomans theoretically have the strongest artillery. Yeah, because see, he researched Top Kolar there, or Top Kolar. Basically, that technology is a combat card for your artillery. So Ottoman culverins are always going to be a bit stronger than the British ones, which means theoretically the Ottoman culverins are going to beat out the British ones as long as they're even number and they're microing good. So against Ottoman culverins, you should always have an extra one in there, which looks like he does. He has about 4 of them. He's got about 4 culverins right there. Right. And it looks like Mini Molt still has a falconet there. Right. Brit's going for water. Ottomans did not go for water yet. So that's one thing that Brit can count on, is the fact that there's no counter water in these decks at all. So that means Brits are going to get a free run of the water. You're going to get free food, free gold from the whales. Going water on Saguenay when nobody else has a counter water deck is always a great move, as long as you can afford it, because that means essentially you're going to get all these extra resources of food and gold that the enemy can't contest the raiding now. Because they would just have to be scouting up in that area to realize that there is a dock, and then implementing counter water without a 2 Caravel card or something of that nature is always a real pain in the neck to do, so it usually ends up going in your favor. Yeah. Oh, but these falconets are trying to move onto the Abyss, but unfortunately the Cab is doing a great job at stonewalling them there. Absolutely good job at that, yeah, pretty much. That's being off, very good. What now?
I am sorry, Grieve. I may not steer her.
Where we at, this brother? 2 more culverins. Still 1 falconet only for the Ottoman, though. What is Ottoman up to? So Ottoman is getting counter infantry rifling, so he's going for maximum carnage against these muskets. 2.75 multiplier instead of just 1.75, making it a much more formidable unit there. Very good. Oh man. Yeah, that was synced. Woohoo. That's not good. But we know who won. It must have been Soldier R there, because we got a 3rd game to cover for that series. So Soldier R did somehow pull that off. I felt like he was gonna win that one without even looking at the number of wrecks, because I kind of knew with that situation how effective Soldier R was able to maintain control of the map for so long there. Kind of just went to his advantage. It gave him a real shot at being the Ottomans, which I think, definitely factored into that. So now we're going to see Mini Molt game number 3 on Mongolia. This is the first tiebreaker game of the tournament on Mongolia, so this should be pretty nice. Yeah. Alright, so Soldier R, from his victory, has to change his civ, so now he's the French. Mini Molt's going to give another go at the Ottomans, so we're going to see an Ottoman versus French. These are always some pretty tight matchups, honestly. French are your run-of-the-mill civ. They're really not good at anything. They're not really bad at anything. They're just moderately good at everything. So, yeah, French can do all sorts of flexible stuff. Whereas Ottomans, Ottomans are known for their very powerful plays around Fast Fortress, Fast Industrial, Double Barracks Jam. So we'll see what the Ottomans do to a French here. Yep. French also love their Fortress Age as well, and that's why always in the French build, you always go for a trading post. You always build a trading post somewhere. On the Mongolia map, obviously, your trading posts are way up in the north, far away from your base, so you have to walk a little bit to get there, but it's totally worth it, since that XP will become useful much later on for both players, right? Because both civs have very vibrant H3 hands as far as cards is concerned. For Ottomans, it's the Mamluk, the Safahi, the 2 Falconet, the 6 Abbas, the 8 Janissary. For the French, it's 2 Falconet, the 5 Dragoon, the 8 Skirmisher, 7 Skirmisher, 3 Cuirassier. Sometimes mercenary shipments too are used, like the Jaeger or the Black Rider, but not always. What deck is this? Standard. Should put an R there, otherwise people might get the wrong idea. But It's a standard deck. You got your crossbow, hussar, basic crates, 4 CBDs, what we call the French villages. It's a shorthand for it, CBD instead of courier de bois. You got your HP upgrades in both infantry and cavalry, your nature, wilderness warfare, and your royal decree. Okay, very nice. Also, pioneers. It's a really good card to run with the French, since the French villager, the courier de bois, the CBD, is a very tanky villager, good for combat. So the effect of pioneers on the CBD is actually pretty good and can sometimes be used to win games. Yeah, sometimes you can actually use your CBDs to rush the opponent with your army and win, which is really cool. Yeah. Okay, so Ottoman this time is going to be playing a little bit old school, and instead of just sticking to one train post, he's going to try to just go land grab on all 3 trading posts for now that he can get, and maybe he'll even go for the 4th one here from his opponent eventually. Though that's a little bit less likely since the trade route is far off from the main path. You got to stay sort of in your court, in your base, to make sure you don't get raided here. Because this is Mongolia. This is the land of the Mongols, where horse archer raiding was born, in warfare. Well, it wasn't born there, but it was pretty well practiced there, pretty signaturely, to the point it conquered China, Russia, the Persians, the Khwarezmians, and all those. So, there you go. Okay, quartermaster for Ottomans, that's pretty good. 400 wood. French also going quartermaster, right? Yep, quartermaster. Very nice. So what we're typically seeing with French for majority of these matches is semi-fast fortress using stable. So going for a stable, they're usually going to ship CBDs first, get the 4 vills, and then go for something next, whether it's gold or whatever, and then they'll always start with the hussar production. And that can ensure you can put some nifty pressure on your opponent, whoever they are. Just put them in the check constantly, basically. Alright, going for the steel traps now. That will definitely be helpful for hussars, since hussars cost a whopping 120 food, typically. Yeah, whereas the Ottoman player, do we see what he's doing yet? Okay, so he's gonna go double barracks Jan. Oh, he's going Jan Abbas. Going Jan Abbas. He's getting a barracks and he's getting an Abbas gun. I'm surprised we haven't seen a ton of starting Jan Abbases in this tournament. It's always been double Jan. Never seen Jan Abbas. Jan Abbas, you have to spend up to 500 wood in infrastructure, 200 for the barracks, and then 300 for the foundry. And the idea is you get a batch of very durable, high HP muskets to guard your very sacred skirmisher. You got the Abbas gunner, which actually deals crush damage, which is very rare for any sort of ranged troops in the game, basically. So yeah, that should be pretty good.
Hediyemi ödediğiniz için teşekkürler.
Alright, so Jans are coming out in full force. Abbas also in full force. Looks like he might, yeah, he's getting all 5 of them, it looks like, and then he should be able to batch up another one right now. Kind of what he wants. Alright, so he's going to queue up one more Abbas, right? He's just going to, yep, he is. He's going to queue up another Abbas, and then Janissary there. That's a good wombo combo going Janissary Abbas. Gives you all the benefits of anti-cav. Gives you all the bonuses of anti-infantry, even against anti-artillery. Makes you really flexible as the Ottomans to go Jan Abbas early on. Going trade cart, it looks like, too. So the Ottomans definitely picking up speed there on the eco, for sure.
Votre ordre?
Votre ordre?
Prêt. Prêt. Votre ordre?
So what have we seen so far? So we've seen a French that's gone barracks, starting with musket, and then shimmying between musket, crossbow, and going good stable with the hussar. Whereas the Ottoman is stuck with Jan Abbas. So we're seeing Jan Abbas versus hussar, crossbow, musket. Now, against this combination, things can get a little scary because the French is obviously sticking out a ton of range troops, and they're sending these huge, raw masses of hand cav trying to break through their lines and hit the Abbas guys. It looks like now the Jan line has been beaten, and they have a sure way into the Abbas guns. Wow, look at that. To boot, the Ottoman did gain control of the whole trade route with Stagecoach, so that's pretty big on its own. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. I mean, look at how many hussars the French player made. He had like a stack of like 30-something hussars there. That's pretty good. That's like really good actually. So, yeah, that was quite the interesting situation there to say at least. Let's see what happens on this side. Looks like he's going to be taking him out there. Very nice. Ooh, okay, yeah, no. Good win there by Soldier. Soldier will be moving on to the round of 16, it looks like. Good job. Very good job indeed. So that's quite nice. Alright, so 600 wood. Very nice. GG. GG. Alright. So now, let's go to the next series. Optimus versus Julian K. Now, that's just going to be a tough one, since Julian K is a really strong opponent to deal with. So, yeah, let's see how that one works. Optimus, another strong opponent, so I'm going to assume this is game one, and it's in the right order this time. Hopefully it is. We don't want any issues with that. Okay, so it is. So we got Julian K. British versus Optimus British. So we got British versus British. British versus British. T for T and Crumpet for Crumpet. Alright. So this is always a spicy one to see, because it really comes down to decisions. Yeah. Not just who's got the fastest Mariner boom, who is the most efficient with their musketeer micro. It really comes down to just decisions. Because remember during some of the Anubis British mirrors during the preliminaries, we saw how Anubis was able to perfectly time an AH-3 and completely got the falconets against his opponent and threw him for a loop. Whereas his other opponent was just making musket. Didn't realize that he was going up to AH-3, and then he got caught off guard by veteran muskets and 2 falconets, and then just lost. So it's all about decisions here. It's all about timing nifty strategies, I feel like deciding when to go to AH-3, when to get longbowmen with your muskets. It's a really tough one to call here, because you're all sort of doing the same play style of Mariner booming and trying to get extra vills along the way. And obviously if you don't get your Manors up fast enough, your opponent is surely going to get them, and then you're going to get a nice whooping for it. So you have to be really careful here, pretty much. Yeah, it's really careful there. So yeah, definitely. Alright, so what are we looking at for the, whose deck is this? Optimus. So Optimus is running land 1. So we got 3 vills, your Pioneers, Spice Trade, HP cards for infantry and cav, attack, musket, longbow, 3 crates, vills. Here you got falconet, hussar, musket, longbow, yeoman. Coldstream Guards, Cavalry Combat. Okay, so we got all that. Get the 3 rockets and H3. So Julian Kay. Now Julian Kay is British. He is going to be running the Virginia Company. Look at this, Virginia Company. So Virginia Company is an alternative path to playing as the Brits. So you can play the standard way by shipping in the three villagers, right? Which is pretty normal to do. If you want to go super greedy, you can instead go Virginia Company. So it's called 1v1 VC, meaning Virginia Company. So Virginia Company cheapens the cost of the manor houses to a much more affordable cost. So it'll actually cost 90 wood instead of 140, cutting the cost down by 50 wood, making the manor houses actually cheaper than a standard house. So for the cost of less than a standard house, you can get yourself a free villager now with it. It's really good, you know. Because before that, you actually have to like shell out 140 wood, which is a ton, almost to the cost of a barracks almost. But not when you send Virginia Company. The manor houses become quite affordable. And when you're in this transition from age 1 to 2, you're effectively going to be able to stack those manor houses quite good. So that's what we're going to see here. He's going to be able to get his third manor house out right away, because you can build 2 in age 1. Oh, he's already got 4. I didn't even notice that. He already had 4 of them. He's going to get 5 now. Cinco. Where's Cinco? Somewhere over there. Oh, man. Yeah, he's getting one over here. Very nice. Beautiful. Yeah, this is something we typically see British behavior like. So the Brits will build their manor houses in some pretty wacky spots, just so they can deploy vills onto resources easier and cover them. So yeah, kind of like the Portuguese will take a town center and stick it onto a new resource patch to get map control. Brits will sort of do a minor thing of that, but using the manor house to like deploy some extra vills in that area right away, so they don't have to like walk all the way from the town center. No, if you do it with the manor houses nearby, it's a quick little walk and they can already start working, saving you a ton of villager seconds being lost. So that's good. Very good, actually. So Brit's going up with the naturalists. Now that's an unorthodox choice, because most Brits that we know go up with this guy, the governor, for 200 gold and a tower, outpost wagon. Whereas Julian Kay, he's going with the naturalist. He's going to be getting the 2 cows, semi-fed to 200 food, plus 2 extra settlers. Now, his reason for that is because he's going hyper-greedy Virginia Company. So, he already took the effort to cheapen his manor houses by 50 wood. And now, he spent most of the majority of that age-up transition going for wood just so he could cap on that. So now he needs a little bit of extra food in his back pocket so he can actually defend, you know, so he can get a barracks up or a stable and actually hold off his opponent. He's also picking up steel traps, so he's getting that part done as well. However, Optimus is coming on to him pretty hard there. Look at that. So, looks like putting the barracks right there. Whereas Julian Kay got his 700 wood out, and he's going to build his defensive barracks right near the town center there. Very good. Okay, so Optimus is going longbowman. He's going archer. He's going to queue in 1 longbowman, and then he's going to ship in 6. So he's going heavy archer there. Julian Kay is going spice trade. So he's going heavy on the food greed. He's going very greedy on economy. He starts Virginia Company, and now he's going spice trade with hunting dogs. Oh, wow. He's going in pretty deep here. So, from what we can tell from the macro, he is clearly going to go, well, wait a minute. He is going to go musket. He is actually getting placer mines to boot, so he is going musketeer in the end. But he's going to be dealing with some longbowmen additionally. Initially. He's going to be dealing with some longbowmen initially here, which is going to be pretty tough. So he's already got about 11 longbows up there. And what the Optimus is going to do, he's going to try to target these longbowmen on the outskirts here. See if he can snipe any settlers for free. Okay, he tried to get that one. Tally-ho. Oh, man, a good time in there. He completely dodged that. Looks like longbowmen are going to retreat with the musketeers here. And let's see what he can do with pressure. He's also going to be shipping in about 700 wood. So, funnily enough, because he got the longbowman, he couldn't get the 700 wood yet. Now he's going to be getting the wood. So it's possible we'll probably see some more production billings from Optimus as well. Longbowman taking another shot at the longbowman now here that Julian K is doing in response. Optimus is enjoying the army number advantage, so he effectively cleaned that up. Julian K is now going to ship in his 6 longbowman shipment and queue up his archers. So he's going to have probably about 11 longbowmen. 11 longbowmen. Quite nice. Very good. Oh. Ooh, actually, no, he's got 13 because he got 7 out of those barracks, right? So 13 longbowmen. He's also queuing up another longbowman here. So let's see. So longbowman. Oh, yep, because he's got the defensive advantage. He's able to maneuver a bit better around his base and pick off his opponent there. So he got a nice volley. We got another volley right here. Julian K is clearly outnumbering in this area, though. So he is going to enjoy an advantage here. Muskets, well, they're sort of just forced to be there. So they're just going to do the best they can to do some damage. Explorer also meets shield a bit for the muskets. Let's see that. Okay, longbowman, very good. Take that out. Very nice. The 10 longbowmen need to back up. Very good. Very nice.
Commandement. Avance.
Alright, take that out. Very good. Oh wow, look at that, taking out another archer, very good. Ooh, wow, okay. Wow, Julian K is so overloaded in his brain that he's letting the settlers just getting smoked by the long. He's losing 3 settlers to the longbowman. And now Hussar's coming in too to charge that position. Look at that. Look at that, and now, okay, so now Julian K gets his 6 musketeers shipment in there right on top of the Hussars. Well, sort of on top of them, because these 3 Hussars were able to swoop around and hit the archers now. So these Hussars, again, good work done there. Optimus has a few muskets over there too, good work. Hussars are going to back up. If they can, they're going to try to go after those settlers. Let's see. Oh, wow, takes out another musket there. Okay, so what is Optimus's ultimate plan? So he's going double musket now, picking up his spice trade to keep his food rate up, and he's just going to go massive musket. Alright. And it looks like Julian K is going to do the same thing himself. Oh no, he's going to do a mixture. He's going to go longbowman, musket. Longbowman, musket there. So he's going to do a bit of a wombo combo there, pretty much. So yeah, pretty much Julian K, what's it called, his world-class British is being reviewed. Yeah, his British seems to be very flexible. It starts with a lot of early economic greed around the Virginia Company, which I think is always a powerful play. If you can run Virginia Company and do it safely, it's a beautiful way to boom up very fast. And it looks like Julian K is able to be flexy here and have like 1 barracks doing longbowman, 1 doing musket, which I think is very nice. He's been able to turtle this very well too, keeping the barracks right up against his town center there, hugging the thing, so it's really hard for the opponent to go after it. That's good. Yep, going longbow, musket, very good, because it's good against infantry, it's good against cavalry. It's the most flexible combo you can go with here. Okay, so Hussar is coming around that side there. Okay, so he's got one thing to note in this matchup. Julian K is playing defensive, so he has the advantage of the 6 Minutemen. He has the town center cover fire too, so he's got another factor. Settlers being attacked in a line of muskets there. Okay, so he is pulling the villagers out occasionally to stall for time. Same thing with the Explorer. Trying to give the town center as much time as it can to wipe out this army, relieve some of the pressure. So he's got some muskets there, he's got some longbowmen there. Some more longbowmen are coming out over there, about 5 of them. So, about 5 of them. So it looks like Julian K is able to fend this off. you know, Optimus is going to need a much more substantial force to be able to keep this push going, which looks like he can't do now because oh, but here comes some Hussars though. Yeah, I'm a little bit scared of the Hussars honestly, but let's see. Let's see what happens here. So, town center, better be focused on that Hussar. If it's not, that's a serious problem. Alright, so muskets down there is being cleaned up. Oh man, okay, that's not good. Alright, but thankfully Julian K has a nice patch of muskets here to clean them off. Now that he's got the muskets here and he clearly has the numbers advantage, he's able to fend off the push and actually get the range attack upgrade on the muskets there, the Scots Guard, which should be quite good. Yep. And Optimus, he's just massing up right now. He's just growing his numbers. Also has some Hussars to boot, so he's gonna keep running into Julian K's base. He doesn't want him to grow. He doesn't want him to grow into a real monster with the Brit manor houses. So, yeah. He also knows his opponent is doing Virginia Company, from what he can tell. So, if you let a Virginia Company Brit just sort of sit there and grow stuff, it's going to be very bad. Really bad, really fast. So, yeah, that's what we're seeing there. Team Grenadier Guards coming in for Julian K. Getting the HP up on these muskets now. Getting them to the best stats that they can, because he understands that his opponent has the offensive advantage coming from the forward base here and growing under the protection of this tower. So he needs something over his opponent. And the way he's going to get that over his opponent is just gradual HP and attack boost over his enemy there. However, Optimus is also getting his Grenadier Guards as well for his muskets, so we'll have to see. Also, look out for the cards here, the lack of cards. Optimus can still go for an H3 with 700 coin. What about Julian K? What is he looking at? So he's got 600 wood. He lost his gold, so that's going to be a bit hard for him. But, alright, so Julian K is spreading out his muskets a bit, trying to do so. Using the Explorer to soak some of those bullets, keeping the Vills in the town center. Julian K just has to keep defending it successfully and not losing a ton of Vills and not being crippled to the point that he's losing villager seconds badly. Problem for him though, Optimus is running those Hussars there, which is constantly running around, being annoying. Oh, he's got the Hussars down there too. Like, yeah, no, he's dealing with so many challenges right now. That's like really bad, big time. Okay, so it looks like Hussars are definitely a problem now, because now that the Musketeer numbers for Julian K are running thin, Hussars are a real threat. And wow, Julian K's world-class British got overwhelmed by Optimus. World-class to who? Maybe to some, but not all. Definitely not to Optimus. So, good job, Optimus there. That was pretty good, honestly. I mean, look at the economy that Optimus was able to maintain because of his aggro. Also, a little bit more military too. Like, going for that strong aggression there, I think saved your tail. Because if he let Julian K get that Virginia Company the way he wanted to, would have been a bloodbath. But honestly, did a good job there. Absolutely. I would say definitely watch your defenses for sure, you know. He was really riding on going heavy on Virginia Company greed there. Went with Spice Trade early on. Didn't pick up 700 wood early on, you know. And I think just the slower deployment time, because Optimus was able to deploy first and really start pressing in and developing a strategy, was just able to beat out his opponent there in the first one. Yeah, so now we're going to see Julian K's second match here. Let's see if this one's world class. Is he going to run world class British? World class anything? What is he going to run world class? Okay, so Julian K is going to run world class French against Optimus's French. So would they have some sort of rule here that they're playing mirror or something? That's what it looks like to me. They're both playing French. Okay, so double French. Double French is always a fun one because really, France is a very flexible civ, you know. They got all sorts of tricks up their sleeve. They got a very open unit roster. They can either play H2 solid or they can go Fortress Age. Yeah, it's going to be a real interesting one to say the least. So we'll have to check this one out pretty carefully to see how this one goes. So, yeah. Okay, so both again they're train posts, standard build order stuff there. Basically, French love their unit cards, especially as they get into Age 3, so they need that train post to keep them trickling in at a reasonable pace. Very nice. So we're going to have to check these decks out and see if there's any sort of discrepancies, differences. If one person's going with an extremely different strategy, that could definitely affect this. We'll have to find out, though. We'll have to find out. But, yeah. Let's see what we're working with here exactly between these two. So, Explorer is going to snare the native scout there. Not bad. Should be able to beat him. Like, definitely hurts his reconnaissance. Nice at 9 XP as well. So, what is Julian K running for French? So, 1v1 water. Okay, so he's basically running a land deck with counter water. So, your 2 shipments here, 2 caravels, and your frigate 1 in H3, these are counter water cards. So, if your opponent decides, you know what, I'm going to go fishing boats, you can punish that. That's basically what that's there for. Otherwise, it's basically a land deck, you know. You got your Falconet, Dragoon, Culisser, double skirmisher set up in H3. Your reasonable amount of crates in Age 2 with CBD, crossbow, hussar. Alright. And what about the opposing side? Land. Alright, so he's running. This is a totally land-based deck. So theoretically, Optimus has more options at his disposal because he went with the land deck. He didn't even consider water, so that's it's a minor consideration. It's a minor consideration that Julian K is running 2 useless cards right now. Well, so pretty much useless. Because if for whatever reason Optimus magically decided to go water and whatever, that could be handy, but we don't see schooners or anything like that here, so we were probably not going to see water of any kind, so yeah, definitely not. Alright, so going up with the Core Master on both sides, I'm assuming. Unless Julian K has some really world-class British. Nope, no world-class British without Quartermaster. It looks like that's pretty obvious. Yep. So one thing you also do with the French, on top again of train posts, you always build a market in Age 1, and you get your hunting dogs, and then you get your placer mines, and then usually, as long as you're macroing pretty good, everything's great, you go for your steel traps right out of the gate as well. And that is always a great idea with French because the villager the French get, the Courrier de Bois, the CBD, it's got a higher base gather rate than a standard settler. So every one of those market techs you're picking up has a much more worthy effect on these guys than it would a settler. So it's really better for you to get those market techs now, early on, so that your Age 2 and beyond is a breeze as far as being able to afford musket, hussar, crossbowman. That's basically it. So that's really what you try to do there for the most part. Alright, so looks like Core Master's in. Oh, we got that. Okay, so here, just trying to figure this out now. Okay, so Julian K develops barracks against steel traps, shipping in his 4 CBDs. That's typically the first shipment you do in Age 2 with the French, is go for the CBDs first. Right, his steel traps, Optimus is a bit delayed. Alright, so he's getting his barracks as well. So I'm assuming it's going to be musket on both sides. Julian K does pick up his Kree site though. That's big, because the Kree site offers a huge advantage early on. So main reason for picking up the Kree site on Saguenay right away, so you can get the Kree Courrier de Bois, the Kree CBD. It's a native CBD villager that you can access as a civ by allying with this nav site. So why is that important? Because your civ already has CBDs. If you can get one of these native sites, you can effectively, for a time, sort of emulate like a 2 town center boom as the French for a little bit, because you're getting the regular CBD out of the town center, and then you're getting 5 of the Kree ones out. So it's a little bit of a nice buff to your economy, and he's already doing it. He's got first one coming out right now. Here's his first Kree CBD. He's actually already has 2 of them on the field, and now this is the 3rd one coming out. Okay, so he's going hard on the economy here. This is great. Okay, so he's just down by like 1 musket, right? Optimus has one more musket. We sort of saw how this ended up last game, where Julian K went with the massive economy and Optimus just went hard aggro. Oh, but here's the thing though, Julian K has 3 more muskets here this time, so he's not as vulnerable now, because now he's got a pretty good mass here, right? Yeah. So we've got 1 barracks XD. So maybe Optimus didn't expect that. Was he like not paying attention to it or something? Oh, whoa. Look at that. He didn't even try. Because see, he was going to go for another barracks here. I think he got surprised way too badly. Oh man. Ugh. You can also tell Laurie the score is already skewing towards Julian K anyways, but yeah, that was a nice surprise there. That was some world-class French there by Julian K, big time. That was world-class French ratatouille and crepes, pretty much. That was good. All right, so let's see what his third game is gonna look like here. It's this one on the Mongolia map. This one should be pretty fun. Okay, so Julian K is running USA. And Optimus is running India. So India versus USA. Always an interesting one to watch. Both sides got some pretty solid stuff going on. I'm just curious what USA is going to do here. Because I feel like when you're going up against India, depending on what wonder they end up going with, you kind of have to, I don't know, you have to be strategic. Yeah. So it looks like this India is going more the standard route. Going for the wood chopping villas versus the hunt ones, because basically with India you got 2 choices. You can either go for a straight up 10 villager age up straight on hunts, don't get any other villagers, and then just pick your wonder then, or you can play the more safe way and go up with 14 or more vills by sticking them all on wood. Since your Indian villager costs wood, it doesn't cost food, so you actually have to chop wood to get the Indian villagers. It's what makes them unique. And just do that. And then you have to build like 1 house for 80 wood. But yeah, that's pretty much it there. So we are going to be seeing a standard Indian villager build order here, it looks like. Now, most likely we're going to see the aggro fort. That's what I believe we're going to see. That's typically what we see on Mongolia is an aggro fort. Either defensively or somewhere sort of mid-map around here. That's what we should expect from them, right? Okay, so what's Julian K up to right now? I'm kind of curious. So, okay, so he is going Chinese immigrants. So that's telling me right away he's going with the trading post-based build up there. Let's figure out what it is, though. EPL. So he does have the native treaties. He does have Scottish immigrants. He does have Arkansas. He does have advanced saloon. So he's going for a Scottish immigrants build here. Okay, so that's pretty significant. Yeah, it is really significant because basically what Julian K is going to go for here, he's going to try to get a combination of 10 trading posts, meeting houses, and saloons, because each one of those with the Scottish immigrants card gives you a free Highlander. And the Highlander, as you know, it's a super jam-packed, stronger than an Imperial Musketeer level Musketeer, so it's very powerful. It does a ton of range damage, got some good HP on it, so it's a really good power play in H2. Oh, but watch out. Oh, man. Was he scouting with his train post rickshaw? Oh, boy. This isn't good. Because now, oh man, this isn't right. He's going to try to snare the Mongol scout. Okay, so the TP, he's trying to ward him off. You can tell. Okay. Yeah, see, you got to defend that fiercely. You don't want the Indian coming in there and like bashing this thing for too long and battering it so his set boys can come up later to sort of siege that. So that's important. So what you do now is after you send your Chinese immigrants, you send your advanced saloon to get your build limit of saloons up to 3. And that's for a very important reason, because in Age 2, you're going to send Arkansas posts and use 2 of the wagons to make more saloons, and then you're going to use 1 to make a meeting house, because you're going to use the Convention of Philadelphia to up your meeting house build limit by 1 and have 1 already, and then you're you're going to basically just use that third post to build the second one, right? And the reason you go for Chinese immigrants is because basically it gives you a trading post rickshaw, so you can build a trading post with it, right? And then you get this wonderful levy ability here, where once it cools down, you can make another trading post rickshaw to build another trading post. So it's kind of like spreading like a virus on the map, if that makes any sense. Yeah, no, that's what you basically do there. So where's Optimus doing? So Optimus is going Carnamata. He's going with the Carnamata. So he's going greedy economy. Yeah, the Carnamata Wonder gives you a little bit of a plethora of resource crates of all kinds. So it gives you a little food, a little wood, a little gold. And the Wonder also boosts the gather rate of your nearby villagers on, you know, your economy. So he's going with sort of a greedy setup here, honestly. Focus on raking in resources. Interesting choice. Because I feel like I would usually want an Agra Fort if I knew I was going up against Scottish immigrants. So at least I have a little bit of defense. I have a little bit more support. That's at least me. Because I feel like what's going to happen is if Julian K deploys this Scottish immigrant super quick and easy, he's going to have a real problem. Absolutely. Not only that, Julian K is also running a stable, so he is adding in Hussars as well, that he's going to be raiding his opponent and distracting him with this whole time. So that you got to consider that factor too, that food for thought. So that's not good either. So where we at right now, Julian K has 4 trading posts. He's got 1 on a nat site, 3 on the trade route. He's probably going to pick up one of these Tengri sites next, so he gets that native under his control. Because then he can send native treaties later to get both Shaolin Rattan shields, and then he can also get the Tengri Tatar archers as well. So he's going to try to get the wombo combo of those, basically. Okay, so he already sent this Philadelphia convention. He's got the second meeting house. He already sent Arkansas post, so he's got the 3 saloons. It looks like he is going to be going up with a 9 Highlander Scottish immigrants, a 9 Highlander one. So 2 plus 4 plus 3 is 9. Simple as that. And what's he going to do after that? Is he going to go for... We'll see. We'll see what he does, because he's still running resources. Oh, wow. Okay. Unfortunately, he didn't time that one to get the 10th Highlander, but he is going to get it probably in time to send out native treaties. So he gets a few Tatar archers and a few Rattan shields to back up his Highlanders pretty much. A little bit of anti-cavalry, a bit of anti-skirmisher, which is good. Which is sort of what he's running right now. He's got the Hussars for anti-skirmisher, and then he's got the Highlanders for anti-cavalry. Right. So India's going to play pretty basic here and go barracks and go Gurkha. He's also going to ship in 5 sepoys. He already sent diplomatic intrigue, so that's out of the way. Okay, so we've got the Gurks here. Oh man, but he's going Hussar though. These Gurks are obsolete. These are total junk here, man. Nah. Very bad. Okay, and he is also... Look at the power of these Highlanders. 63 range attack. Plus 400 HP. I mean, he's right up against the Sepoys now. The Sepoys aren't going to be able to hold against Highlanders. I'm sorry. They're not upgraded at all to deal with that. Also, the Hussars are raiding like crazy, wiping out Vils and Gurkhas alike. Alright, he sends the batch of Baghdad ASAPs out of the consulate. It's not going to last very long there. That's going to be totally melted. He's shipping in Rajputs. That's how desperate he is right now to get this guy off of his neck at this point. He's got to get the Rajputs out. That is not good. When you have to send Rajputs out, you know you're in a bad situation. Absolutely. Yeah, so Julian K kind of did his job really good right there. He's going to get his first Seminole Scouts. Essentially, it's a card that gives you about 10, 12 Seminole Shark Tooth Bowmen. And they can go into stealth too, by the way, which is a neat little fact. So that's always helpful. And probably he's either going to send his second batch, since you can send this card twice, or he's going to go for his native treaties. One or the other. All you need to know, those are all native warriors, so he actually doesn't have to... He actually isn't taking up any pop space going with any of those natives, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Now, the Seminole Archers will be anti-heavy infantry, so he'll be able to use them against Sepoys pretty easily. Be quite helpful. Yeah, and what else? Great carbon building on another TP site, it looks like. Yep. Oh, he's going to rush his last trading post up here. Very nice. Very nice idea. Because once he does that, then he's going to control the whole trade route at that point. At this point, all India can do is ship in Sowars, which will be helpful for the Seminoles. So at least they'll see a bit of value for that. Other than that, though, what can India do at this point? He's got his crates. That's good. He's got his upgrades. He's got all the major upgrades there, so that's fine. But I just don't know how this is gonna turn out for him at this stage. Oh, look at that! The Rajputs rushing the settlers. Hamla. Look at his Qatars. He's doing with his gauntlets there. Very nice. Slicing through him with his Qatars very easily there. I get a third soldier there. Oh, and the Sowars pushing on. Oh, wow, look, they connected right on the Seminole Bowman there. That is juicy. Oh, man. This is a good raid here. Look at this. He's making good use on the Rajputs. Wow, very nice. Julian K mates some cowboys with the saloon for some gold. Alright, he does lose one. He almost loses another one, but then, fortunately, the second batch of Seminole Bowmen come out to defend it, right? Okay, so that's pretty good. Not a bad push there by Optimus at all. I mean, kind of put him in a bit of a pickle there for a while. Yeah, so that's great. Alright, Gurk's just trying to, like, retreat as best as they can. USA puts a flag down here to boost up the troops. Have to slowly pull out of this, right? Yep. Okay, so where's India up to? So India, he's got how many Gurks? He's got about 6. He's doing in another one. The USA still has 4 Highlanders. He is getting Hamiltonian economics. So what this does, it makes all of your market text for free. And all the ones that you already research, it gives you the resources back in your stockpile. So, yeah, you go like placer mines, steel traps, gang saw, and then you can get amalgamation. It makes all those eco boosts free, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so we got the 11 Seminole Bowmen here, 5 Cowboys, 4 Highlanders. Let's see what's happening now. Alright, Archie's gonna hit in that spot. Very nice. Oh boy, look at that. Okay, I like how India's massing up their Gurks. Oh! See, now that native treaties comes into effect, now you got the Rattan Shield. It's another cavalry source. Did he? Yeah, no. He got that from native. No, he didn't even. He trained those up. He trained those Rattans up. He didn't even ship in the native trees yet. That's to come, folks. That's to come. You get a nice batch of more Rattan Shields out. At this point, though, it's over because he can only go Gurkhas at this point because of everything going on. And, yeah, no. He's got way too much handcaps on top of him between Hussars, Rattan Shields. He's got another batch of... No, this is fatal. Like, the decision to go unstable with Scottish immigrants as USA was just beautiful here. It's like well, here's the thing. Julian K knew when you have Scottish immigrants, you're going to default to Gurkhas as India because you actually get a skirmisher in H2 to deal with them. So what do? Go stable, punish the Gurkhas, so now they got no solutions to anything. That's real nasty, yeah. Because you can't go Sepoy because the Highlanders will ruin them. Try to go Gurkhas to fight the Highlanders and the Hussars ruin them. It's just fatal, yeah. I mean, I think Optus had like the one shining moment there where he got some good rating going, but other than that, it was just a total mash. Yeah, absolutely. GG. Yeah, good match though, man. That was a good series. Optimus did beautiful in game 1, punishing that hard boom there, basically. Very nice one. I mean, I thought Julian K was going to win the first game. It seemed like at times he was like getting control of it, but Optimus was just able to like use his pressure, spread out his Hussars in such a way that he was able to maintain that eco number just enough that he was able to pull ahead with his forces. Yeah, that was pretty good. But we're going to get into the next series now. Let's see what we got here. We got King Osmane versus Balayaka, whatever his name is. See how this one goes. Alright, so, okay, this is the wrong map. Let's go into the other one. This is game 2. Don't want to see game 2 yet, we want to see game 1. Fuego 1. So let's come back up here. And what will we be seeing after that? So we'll be seeing, oh wow, Kinesi versus Lilbo. That'll be a good series. So I'm looking forward to that too. So here we are with King Osmane versus Baliaka. That should be a good matchup. So Baliaka is running the Portuguese, and King Osmane is running the French. So we got French versus Portuguese here, folks. This will be a good matchup. Pretty interesting stuff can happen in these two, so we'll see what happens. Alright, so we got Portuguese up in this corner here, and French are down this corner, right? French building their trading post right away as part of their build order. Great Plains definitely makes it pretty easy since the trading post is right around the corner. You know, you don't have to walk that far for it, which is great. Let's see what they're doing for treasures. Oh wow, Portuguese picking up 30 XP. Very nice. Yeah, a lot of the treasures here are kind of small, so you have to get what you can get. It's really mid-game where you get the big boy XP treasures in the middle of the map where you really do nice, usually, typically. Alright, so where are we at here? Okay, so this is going to be a 30 XP one for the French now. So even the odds with the Portuguese. Portuguese here going for, which treasure is this? 80 XP, so that's a bit of an incline. That's nice. So what should we expect from this battle? Well, 9 out of 10, Portugal's going to go for a straight-up fast fortress. They're not going to stick around in Age 2. Portugal really has every incentive to go to Age 3, because it's literally the difference between two town centers and 3 town centers. So why would you turn down 3 town centers? I mean, and one small reason too, you know, Fitalias, your first card is Portuguese, has all the town centers trickling a little bit of food, wood, and gold, just like a little smudge of it, like 0.3. Obviously, if you go to Age 3 and get 3 town centers, it goes up to a whopping, like, you know, like 0.6 or something, you know. No, actually closer to 1 almost, right? Or a little bit like that, so it's pretty good, you know. Yeah, basically Portugal is absolutely incentivized to go for Fast Fortress 9 out of 10 times, because if they don't, they're literally denying themselves a town center. They're denying themselves a town center. And the way they make it work is the fact that they have 2 town centers in H2, so it's not like you can just, you know, play hyper aggro and like nuke their first town center, because they got a second one nearby. So if you need to garrison in both town centers and like really fortify that position, you can do that and come out and grab your crates. Portugal gives you that option, so that's why Portugal is always going to go for a fortress age, just for that reason. And the best choice to do that, go with the Naturalist. Naturalist gives you 2 semi-fattened cows. The food is about 200, and it's obviously going to fatten up a little bit more than that before you eat them, right? It's basically like getting crates of 400 food almost, just a little bit slower, because Herbal Gather Rate is really good in this game. It's like phenomenal, so that's great. You get 2 free settlers from it too, which is not bad. Right. Okay, so it looks like Balianca also got more cows from his treasure there, which is great. So he'll be able to add that to the stack, and that'll make an even more smooth transition. You can see he's got his cow right there. This one, unfortunately, it's not semi-fattened, so it's not going to get as much food out of it, but probably by the time that he actually starts eating the thing. And this one too, they should be a little bit closer to 100, hopefully. Right? And let's see what French is up to here. So French is going up a core master, right? 400 wood. He's picking up his placer mines right now, so he's already gotten his hunting dogs out. He's going to get his 4 CBDs right here for his economy. Let's see where he starts. I'm assuming he's going to go, well, Really depends, but we'll have to watch this very carefully here. Just trying to figure this out right now. So you can go barracks or stable, or will he just go H3? Good question. Good pregunta. Alright, so
Oui.
he's going forward here with the CBD. Still herding in the bison towards his base. This is something you always want to do if you're really skilled at the game. Try to take your further out hunts on Great Plains and try to herd them, start herding them in your direction now. So by the time you get to later in the game, you're not struggling with an enemy that's mid-map and in control of all your food supply. It's very important. You just can't just worry about the now, you have to worry about the then as well. Yeah, so France is going to go 700 gold. They're going to be going for a fast fortress themselves. Reason for that is, you know, Portuguese are going to go for a fast fortress and do so securely, so you may as well do it yourself, right? Last thing you want is to be dealing with Cazador Dragoons with just muskets and crossbowmen and stuff. That's not good. So, yeah, biggest instinct you can think of, unless you got some really crazy pressure plan going on, just go fast fortress and go with the flow with the Portuguese, you know, so that way you're both dealing with equally as powerful militaries, right? And then in Age 3, once you get the good military, then you can start trying to hold the Portuguese in their base and start pinning them in and stuff. Just like the Germany did earlier in this stream. Remember that? Germany, Revnak doing a great job with the skirmishers, just holding down the Portuguese opponent, keeping their dragoons away, pressing the bills. With the Uhlans, that was just a beautiful display. Now, France will have to do something, you know, similar here. Maybe something a bit different. We'll find out. So they're going to be going up with the Exiled Prince to make the age up fast. Portuguese also going up with the Exiled Prince. They will be getting their third town center right here. Okay, they're also going to be going for 1,000 wood. 1,000 wood allows you to build quite a bit of structures. You can get a ton of houses out, get your barracks stable, maybe a foundry. It really depends on what you're going to need, so yeah. This town center, though, is going off to the side here to capture the silver and also make this bison hunt viable as well. So you always have to choose between playing Absolute Turtle and going for that expansion on the map with those town centers. Because if you expand on the map with those town centers, they might be isolated and they might be more susceptible to targeting. So you gotta be very, very careful of that, basically. So yeah, pretty much. Alright, so now we got Zupple Town Center queuing right here with the settlers, which is absolutely good. And what do we got down here now? Got Explorer coming up over here. Nice. Alright. Let's go back to French. So France is also going to 1,000 wood, so they're also going to focus on getting all their infrastructure and techs out of the way, which is great. They are actually training dragoons right now, so the French is active in their military at this moment. Dragoons are one of the best things you can make in Fortress Age as the Portuguese or French, because, well, they're very flexible, they're very mobile. Got movement speed of 7.25, so they move very quickly on the map, you know. You might be thinking, oh, they're much more expensive than a musketeer that has relatively the same range damage, but until you realize, you know, the dragoon is very mobile. It, like, gallops around very quickly, basically, so that's typically why you want to go with dragoons, pretty much, and just go yippee-ki-yay around the map. That's generally what you want to do there, basically, so yeah, that's why you're seeing that pretty much, right? Also, looks like now French are going to be bringing in about 8 skirmishers, it looks like, training in more dragoons, putting the town center right over here with the French Explorer. So that's a big map control grab, honestly. It's kind of putting them almost at odds with the Portuguese town center. So French making a big offensive move right there. Yeah, and they're going to have to back it up with skirmishers, though, because Portuguese got their dragoons out. Alright, so Portugal they do have a barracks. They are going to be making cazadors, so it's going to come down to skirmish, dragoon. Skirmish, dragoon. That's often a pretty deadly wombo combo we see in Age of Empires 3 is skirmishers with dragoons. Because it really makes all the other unit classes sort of whimper at that point, because you really can't go hand cab because of dragoons, you really can't go heavy infantry because of the skirmishers, you can't really go artillery a lot of time because of dragoons, so yeah, just Well, you can go artillery, but you have to like do it very responsibly and make sure that the dragoons can't hit it. So yeah, so going sort of dribbling with dragoon skirmisher is a very good idea in AoE 3. Just saying. So yeah, it's quite good. Big time. Okay, so here comes who's got the build right there. Very good. Oh man, look at that. Insane. Oh, 2 falconets. Wow, that's a big bold move. You're just gonna have to make sure that the dragoons don't get them, unfortunately. That's the biggest thing for you. Alright, it's coming out right here. Great. So he's picking up Gang Saw now, so he's a little bit more conscious of population and pop cap. Alright, so now dragoons have to be protective here of these falconets. Will Portugal give any ground to lose? Nope, he's doing a good job. He does lose 2, though. He does lose 2 Cazadors. But, does he have any vills at this town center? He's going to get some now, because it looks like right now... Oh, no, he does have a TC. Yeah, see, this is the problem here. Portugal's going to try to get more vills onto this town center to start punishing these cannons and ideally taking them out with the town center. So yeah, eventually Osmane will have to retreat this fountain. So he doesn't lose it, which is always a tough situation. But yeah, okay, so shipping in 5 dragoons for France. I do think France is in a little bit of a stronger position here because they are making the effort to go into 2 town centers instead of just 1 against the Portugal. Against the dragoons, yeah, how they do against us? Okay, so he's connected to the right one. So yeah, okay, so that you lose your falconets now. That's not good. That's like your power card right there. Now you're gonna be forced to come back. It looks like. Okay. Well, at least you can still produce dragoons and skirmishers in France. You're also going to ship in your powerful Cuirassier card too, your 3 Cuirassiers. Now the Cuirassier shipment here is pretty significant because these guys, compared to your Hussars, they have splash attack. That's the big difference. They do 2 area of effect, so they get into a good spot with these Cazadors. They can like wipe out multiple ones at the same time, which is really nice. Really swell, so yeah, okay, but he does have some Hussars still, so you do have to be a little bit careful. Are they? Okay, yeah, good. Portugal also got their 8 halberdier shipment on the field too, so only thing about that is make sure that both your skirmishers and your dragoons are away from these halbs, because halberdiers, they're one of those units you never consider to be a threat until they're right up in your face. Their hand attack is 28. So really as gnarly as a Cossack or a Hussar, you know, very dangerous. I like how he's like hiding the halberdier. Whoa, nope, up. Definitely keep the Cuirassiers away. Yeah, you don't need that damage, man. Alright, so the Cuirassiers move forward. Oh wow, no dragoons from the Portugal and he's down resources. That's lovely. Good fighting there by the France. Good fighting there by the France, honestly. That was good French micro, you know? Very solid. Yeah. Good. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to... Let me set this up in place. And I might have to check something real quick out there, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, hopefully. Everything's good, so let's go into game number 2. It's this one, right? Yeah, it's this one. I had to think of that for a second. Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright, so here we are on Saguenay now. Belianka is running the French, and Osmane is now running Germany. So we got Germany versus France. Now, this matchup can be always a fun one, you know. It's really up to how good the... Well, it really depends on both sides, really, I feel like, and how well they play. Because obviously France is a very flexible civ. Germany gets some really good power plays between the war wagons and the skirms. And then they can obviously get all those free Uhlans raiding around. So, yeah, it can definitely become a real mess. So we'll have to see how this one ends up turning out. Okay, so here we are. We got Germany getting their hunting dogs, which is great. And then the French, let's see what the French are doing. So the French are just getting their CBDs out, right? Building up the train posts, sticking to the standard script, right? Now, we'll always have to look at the decks just to make sure there's nothing zany going on, nothing too crazy going on. Because you never know what these guys are going to do. You know, we could totally see a Germany mercenary deck. We could see a Germany native deck. There's some pretty crazy stuff there, pretty much. So, yeah. Hi, oh, somebody was posting about, game recordings on the PK site. Yeah. I believe the date is somewhat accurate. Well, yeah. I think they do post the accurate date when they're making the record file, I believe. So that should be technically true. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at these decks right now. Banzuli. Alright, so this is a totally a land deck. Has some pretty good stuff in Age 4. You got your 2 heavy cannon, your 6 Kaiser. You got the 4 Culverin too. You actually have your Thoroughbreds as well. Thoroughbreds cheapens all of your French stable units by 15%. That's Hussar, Dragoon, and Kaiser. So all those. Quite good. Let's see what the Germans are running. Water. So they're running counter water. Okay, they're running counter water. Alright, so that means that for whatever reason, if France decides, hey, I want to put down a dock, they're going to have some problems there. Yeah. Basically, what ended up happening here is Osmane ended up sacrificing his Black Rider shipment for that frigate. So, if he needs some Black Riders, too bad. But at least he's got the Jaeger shipment in there, which is good. Other than that, you do have a Doppel option. You do have the Doppel option here. You don't always see that in the Germany deck. Sometimes you see Doppel, sometimes you don't. It does have the Doppel option for cavalry. Let's see what that's all about. Okay, herding in this elk right here. Good idea. It's better to get that herded in now so you don't get raided earlier. Very nice. How is France doing with their herding? Pretty good. Pretty good. Because they're the ones that mainly have to worry about, because every Germany card comes with free Uhlans in Age 2 and beyond. So you do have to be careful of, you know, being outright raided by all that hand cavalry with high damage, mind you, constantly. So, yeah, big time. Alright, Core Master for Germany. I'm assuming the same for France, right? Oh, the France is already up. France is already up, and they're getting their CBDs right now. So, France is getting to work, you know? Yeah. Getting steel traps already, whereas Germany is still aging up. Okay, they built their trading posts already, so they're on time with that at least. But Lianka got 130 XP. Now that's gonna be a nice boost for him, since he's already aged up at that point. He's gonna get his 700 wood. So he's already got his Vil boost there. Now he's gonna get the wood now. Quite a lot going on there. Alright, so Germany will open barracks. Probably go crossbow pikemen. Open with crossbowmen. Pretty good choice. You know, unfortunately, Germany does not get musketeers. You have to go Wars of Liberty for that type of Germany. But here we got crossbowmen. So, It's a reasonable thing to start up as crossbowmen against France, because if they go opening musket, you already got an advantage. You know, the crossbowmen will totally rip through those muskets as long as you maintain the range and you're kiting properly. It's got about 4 crossbowmen right now. Gonna start pushing on with those right here. It looks like, yep. Germany just got their steel traps, and they're going to be getting their 700 wood in right now with the free Uhlans. Alright, so he did open musket. He did open musket. This is not good, because the crossbowmen clearly going to have a distinct advantage there, right? Yeah, crossbowmen are going to have to pull back and go underneath. Like that. Very nice. Alright, yep, more musketeers to come, yeah. Oh yeah, but the problem is though is the France has the bigger numbers, so he can kind of override the multiplier on the crossbowmen a bit by just running at the crossbowmen and just one-shotting them like that. Yeah, basically. So it's not quite under Germany's thumb just yet with these crossbowmen, because he's got way too many muskets coming at him constantly. And now he's adding in Hussar too, so he's going to have a bit of counter skirmisher in there with the muskets, which is absolutely going to be pretty strong, yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening with that little bit. Right now, yep. Okay, so muskets there. Takes that out. Beautiful. Lost going to take that. Nice. Alright, so here comes the 3 Hussar shipment from France. But they're all training in about 2 of them on top of these muskets. Okay, so what we see now, is he going to queue up more musket or what? So here comes the 2 Hussars there, here comes the 2 muskets, so he's pushing in pretty hard. Germany's going to have to think of something to do here. Germany is getting their 700 gold. France is doing the same. So what's happening here exactly? I don't know. Looks like the outpost is coming up. Quite a bit of pressure here for Germany right now. This isn't good. Oh, Hussar's digging into his stuff. Oh, if you get one of these up the wagons, you're in. Oh man, whoa. Yeah, see, that's bad. You can't loot Scepter wagons because they got the value of about 2 villagers in one. So you lose a Scepter wagon, you're in big trouble. That's like a huge loss. It's like a kick to the gut. Oh no, you gotta be careful of that. You gotta do a little bit better than that. Yeah, but thankfully he's got the man out and he wipes out majority of that army. The Uhlans should be able to finish this musket off too, but he's going after the prize. He's going after the Hussar. But no, we'll come back and beat that musket there. Alright, so what now? Well, it does look like King Osman is maintaining better resource stockpile at least. He is also growing his numbers with the Cree native site, something that Julian K did during his match. It gave him a huge advantage. Basically, go for the Cree CBDs to get your score up, yeah, which is a very smart idea. Yep, now we're going to see 8 crossbowmen plus 2 Uhlans coming in from the Germany, so even more crossbow action there, yep. Is he going to train more of them, or what? Doesn't look... Okay, so he's just going to H3. He's just getting that 8 crossbow plus 2 Uhlans as sort of like a protection card until he can go up. Yeah. Oh, he canceled it out. He actually canceled out the crossbowman, and he's like, you know what? I feel safe enough that I can wait to get 8 skirmishers plus 3 Uhlans in H3. Because skirmishers are clearly better than crossbowmen, and then you're also adding an extra Uhlans in there too, so yeah, he's taking the risk of dealing with a little bit of heat in his base, just so he can get the better card out, honestly, which I think is pretty good, you know? So yeah, I mean, what is he gonna get? He might go for the war wagons. He might go for the war wagons just because he's dealing with so many Hussars right now. So yeah, he might need to get the war wagons in there as sort of a way to start propelling those cavalry away. And then he can go for skirmish. Yeah, see, yeah, he's gonna ship 3 war wagons plus 3 Uhlans, and he's queuing up a war wagon too. So he's gonna have about 4 war wagons to deal with all these muskets. Since these guys don't have any sword dragoon multipliers, makes it a little bit more reasonable, honestly. Yeah, well, France is totally dug into H2 at this point. That's going to be something to see there. I mean, yeah, Well, thankfully he's got a lot of hussars, though. It's going to give the war wagons a bit of trouble, you know what I mean? Yeah, but he is starting to queue up war wagon number 2, so he's going to have about 5 war wagons. The shipment's going to arrive first, and it's going to come out right here with the Uhlans. He's going to pursue him with the muskets. He needs to do that range damage to him, you know. War wagons do have hand armor, so they can tank these hussar slashes better than a dragoon can. So you do need to make sure you're using ranged infantry to fight the war wagons where you can, even if they're not skirmishers. Okay, so war wagons coming in over here. Okay, he's got 5 of them over there. Oh wow, taking out that hussar, very nice. Okay, yeah, this is getting kind of tense here. Yeah, he's gonna try branching his villages out to try to get the meat because he needs some sort of food here to operate. He's trying to stall for time as best as he can, using the town center to cover fire and hit these hussars. Yeah, man, yeah, see. You only get 1 war wagon shipment in age 3, unfortunately, so you can't like send like a 2 war wagon card in. So yeah, so he's gonna come out here with the skirms. He's gonna try to clean up these musketeers. He's gonna use the Uhlans too. They're high damage to try to fight with these hussars a bit. It's gonna work somewhat. Big thing you need to do is you need to get your skirms on top of these muskets here. I think it makes it a little bit easier for you. He still has 3 war wagons, by the way, so he beat the hussars off now. The hussars are gone. He's gonna queue up another war wagon, and then he can ship in 7 skirmishers next. So I think Osmane survived this. He survived this well. Because now he's got more war wagons coming in for the hussars, and he's gonna have more skirmishers too. So he's solidifying his control, I think, at this point. Okay, yeah, these muskets are a little annoying. Just kite them as best as you can. I don't even think you even need to kite them. Just fight them normally. Yep, there you go. Yeah, like he's gonna get a ton of them. He could get 3 of them. Yeah, you should probably get like a huge batch of those. You see, he's coming in with the SARS again. You gotta get more war wagons for that. Okay, so he's gonna shoot that one. He's got 6 of them. Oh, good, beautiful. Got 7 skirms. So now he's got some real firepower here. He's got the skirms to like bash the muskets, and he's got the war wagons to bash the SARS. So right now, beautiful, beautiful position here. Yeah, exactly what you want. Exactly what you want there. All right, so war wagons to target the hussars. Get the Uhlans really wherever you can to do damage. Oh, nice. Good. Nice. Nice. GG. Very good. Very good job there. So now we get to go on to the fun series. We get to look at Kinesi, the Aztec Whiz. Yeah, the Aztec Whiz. Yeah, Kinesi, the Aztec Whiz. That should be fun, right? Oh yeah, no, that should be great. So which one is the first game, do you think? I don't know, actually. We'll have to figure that out. Big time. So let's see here. Hopefully it's this one against Lilbo. Okay, so we got Kinesi and Cyan against Lilbo on Great Plains. Alright, so where are you, Kinesi? You were right here with the Aztecs. And then Lilbo is playing España, playing the Spaniards. So an Aztec versus Spain. Should be an interesting matchup, to say the least. Pretty historical, actually. But we'll see if history repeats itself or it doesn't repeat itself. Yeah, that should be fun, right? Okay, so Aztecs. Aztec build order requires a market and a community plaza. Main reason is you start the game with the warrior priest, and the warrior priest is really insane when he's working at the community plaza for you. He's actually so powerful with what weight he has on the plaza that he actually allows you to trickle 1 experience point per second just being there by himself. So it's always important that you get a community plaza at the start of the game so you can get that warrior priest really churning out cards for you. Another thing too, get a market so you can get your hunting dogs as well, because food is really critical for the Aztecs early on, for both their age-up timing as well as being able to make most of their infantry units, you know? So that's really essential. Let's see what deck is running here for Aztecs. 1 versus 1 Fast Fortress. So he is going to be playing more in the route of Fast Fortress against Spain, which is probably what you want to do, because what does Spain love to do? Roderos, Lancers. Sometimes it's ours. Also, muskets are liked by the Spain as well. So majority of the stuff that Spain can make, Jag Warriors can deal with. So you really want to go for that H3 against Spain. But what Spain does is, because they get cards a lot faster, pretty much, they get their shipments available a lot quicker with their bonus. They get 3 villagers followed by capitalism. So they get both the 3 vills and the capitalism. Just like the Ottomans do, mind you. So they're kind of in the same boat as the Ottomans in that sense, yeah. One interesting thing about this, Spain does not go for a trade post. Just doing it off of, you know, just off of treasure bounties and treasures, yeah. So that's quite interesting, right? He also ended up getting a market for hunting dogs too. Huh, very interesting. Okay, one thing I need to point out to you about Aztecs as well when you're treasure hunting. Always make sure that your war chief is not the thing that kills the treasure guardian. You know why? Because the treasure guardian gives your units an aura that actually improves their kill bounty on any unit. So if you can let your Eagle Scout kill the treasure guardian, you make more XP bounty from it, and thus you get shipments a lot faster that way. So yeah, like notice how the Aztec, you messed up that one, but you had the R one good there. Let the Eagle Scout get the coyotes, and you'll make double the XP on it. It doesn't seem like a lot at first, but if you keep doing it, you do get a card a lot faster, and it really helps you out pretty good there, pretty much. So you want to try to keep that Eagle Scout working on those treasure guardians as much as possible. So now that you're in H2, 2 things happen with Aztecs. You get your Aztec scouting party Big Button at the town center. Gives you a nice whopping 4 Jaguar Prowl Knights there. Very good pushing unit. And you also ship in your 3 Warrior Priests, because this is around the time you're going to take a bunch of your villagers with your Warrior Priest is already there, plus these 3. And you're going to try to get 7 to 10 Warrior Priests out, which 10 is the build limit. And what you're supposed to do then is just leave all 7 to 10 of those Warrior Priests on the community plaza for the rest of the game. And they just become this really good support. So like when you need more attack on your units, the Warrior Priests will give your units more damage. If you need to train things faster, they can help with another dance doing that. If you want to just trickle XP and be greedy, you can do that with them. The possibilities are endless pretty much, so it's quite helpful. So we got these 4 Jag Prowl Knights prowling around, just looking for villagers right here. Whereas the Spain, they haven't even aged up yet. They're going up with the Governor. So they typically do that to help set up Fast Fortress, typically. Can also help if they're going to go Barracks Musketeer too, because it gives them gold for that. So no matter what you plan to do with the Spanish, going Governor is usually the play. So you will build an iglesia, a church. Oh, but the Jag Knights are right here. Could he potentially? Oh, but now the dogs are in the way. The Ruffers are in the way. The Bow Wows are in the way. So that's not good. I was going to say, could he potentially harass that tower and take it out? Maybe. Could have been good. So what now? So Aztec is shipping in about 5 villagers, bringing in some more economy there. Where is he on the race again? The Warrior Priest. So he's going to be fine with just 7, it looks like. Probably doing that to secure more of his resources, honestly. Make sure he isn't too far behind. Yeah, still 7 Warrior Priests can work pretty good on a community plaza, so that should be quite good. So now train more villages. What are we going to see now? We're going to see Montanans, we're going to see a war hut. You see just a straight up Fast Fortress. Like the deck implies, I don't know. What is Spain up to? Too. Spain gonna go early military, or they just say alright, so they're going out straight up Fast Fortress. It looks like the Spanish. Actually shipping in their 700 wood right now, so when they do reach H3, they'll have a stable for Lancer, they'll have a barracks for Skirmisher, they'll be all set there. But he will ship in his rods, though, with 7 rods there. Rods are pretty flexible since they can be used for raiding, fast mobility. Rods are a pretty good backbone unit to go with when you're the Spanish, typically. So yeah, that's a pretty good choice there, I would say. Alright, so the barracks is coming up right now, looks like. Very nice. There you go. So here comes the Muskies. The Elon Muskies. The Elon Muskies, here they come. Alright, here comes some Rodillos, more muskets there. Whereas the Aztecs, they're going to also go for Fast Fortress 2. Notice how much they're mining up here. Very good. They did ship in their 700 wood, it looks like, from what we see right there. They're probably going to hold off on shipments for now until they get to H3, and then they're going to send out one of the... They're going to probably send out the 9 Jag Knights, I would assume, and then they'll send out their 2nd and 3rd big guns at the town center, so they get a huge helping of Jag Knights. That's usually what you want to do, is the Aztecs get a ton of Jag Knights, but once the Spain starts doing like 2 Falconettes, skirmishers, then you can throw Coyote Runners in too to boot. That's normally what you want to go with, typically there, yeah. Alright, so it looks like the rods and muskets are taking off together. Yep, he's gonna get Kalmakek. Kalmakek is basically like a second exiled prince for him, because Aztecs and other natives get a age-up option called the Messenger, which ages up fast, but then you don't get another one. So to make up for the loss of Messenger, it's like a second Messenger, because it allows your next age-up to age up twice as fast, so you can essentially, you know, enjoy it twice, you know, and basically be more flexible. Like, you can get a good age 2 timing and then still be able to use it again to get to age 3 properly, which is good. Okay, so got about 3 Hussars right here. Yeah. Oh wow, going full warriors from the community plaza to try to spam out against his Hussars. Stalling for as much time as he can so he can age up. Great. Oh, he's got all 10 warrior priests now, so that's wonderful. So now he'll be able to basically defend that a lot easier. So now he can get 2 Noble Hut Travois here. He's going to get 1 here, 1 there. Very nice. And now we can start thinking about going with all those Jag Knights, yeah, that he wants. And maybe some Coyote Runners as well. Yeah. Oh, he's got his 2 Falconettes right now, too. So you got to be careful there. Be careful with those. He's going to go right after your War Hut. But honestly, your War Hut is not the most important building. It's really your Noble Huts, because the Noble Huts cost more. Well, wait a second. They actually cost a little less wood, but they cost gold, so they're pretty pricey. So, yep, he's got his warriors here, just stalling for time. He's gonna get his big boy. He's gonna get 9 Jag Knights. And then he's gonna queue up Arrow Knights from the Noble Huts to deal with the Falconettes. That's typically what you do to the Brits and the Spanish when they get their Falconettes out. Respond with Arrow Knights, because the Arrow Knights have super long range and they have multipliers against artillery. They're basically like Aztec replacements to the Culverins. Yeah. It's basically it. And then you send your Jag Knights out against the cavalry there. Do you have any Arrow Knights left, or is he run thin on that? No, do you have any Arrow Knights left? He has 1 left. That's not good. You want a little bit more than 1. You're gonna need that Arrow Knight to like work. And is he aiming properly? I don't think he's aiming at the artillery. No, it's not good. We got another one here. Okay, Kinesi's struggling. He's bleeding. He's bleeding now pretty badly here. He's got an army right on top of him. He's got like no like standing army right now. So he's gonna go for the Urks. The Eagle Rhino Knights become the Urks. Urks, E-R-K, Eagle Rhino Knight. And now he's sending the Warrior Priest after him too, and then running him back into the town center real quick there. Okay, he's just stalling for time. He's stalling for time. Like crazy. And he's going to have to use his Urks to try to fight off the dogs. But now he's got... The other problem too is he's got all those muskets there too. That's annoying. And now he's got actual skirmishers to boot, so somehow we'll have to fight your way through all those Lancers. Which is going to be the easy part. And then you have to do up all that infantry and somehow you know, pull this guy off. This is crazy. Look at all the work the Aztec has to do here with the micro and the Orcs. It's crazy. Yeah. The problem with Eagle Rider Knights is they don't get multipliers against artillery. They're only really good against cavalry. So yeah, it's an unfortunate piece. So what's he got now? He's got a ton of warriors, right? Yep. A ton of these guys. Now he's shipping in the what's that? The big Entente slinger shipment there. 13 of them. Yep. Pretty appropriate considering you still got some muskets on the field, and they'll kind of do okay against the skirms. Yeah. You definitely don't want to be going into the Jag Knights once you know that the skirmishers are a problem at that stage. Definitely. Okay, so you got 13 slingers, 8 archers, and then you got the, what's that, the Urks here? 7 Urks, not bad. You have to back up, though, because he's coming up on the side there with the skirmishers, pretty much, yeah. He's going to get the Baron upgrade up on him, too, which is good. Makes him a little bit more competent against skirmishers, honestly. Thing to keep in mind with Ententes is their range attack looks really bad, but they do have a rate of fire of an archer, so they're really doing 16 range per damage. They're really doing 16 damage per like 3-second cycle, so they're not as bad as you might think they are. And then now up to 10, so they're actually doing more damage per cycle than these skirmishers are doing 10 damage. Yeah, but their HP is a little bit lower, yeah. So that's a big thing you have to watch out for there. Pretty much, yep. And so he's got some more Ententes right here, looks like, yep. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Trying his best there to fend off all those infantry. Yep. Now he's going to get his H2 shipment of Ententes in. Oh, he's going for a Sentiotal support. This is a great card because it gives you 12 Entente slingers. It increases their range by 2, and it gives them 25% more HP. So it's a pretty big boost to the slinger, you know. It makes him a little bit closer to a skirmisher almost, just a little bit, you know. 18 range versus 20. It makes it so the skirms can't kite against him as easily anymore. Slingers have a bit of a better shot at reaching them, which is really important, yeah. What's going on over here? Aztecs building a noble hut in this spot, coming over with the Urks to initiate some damage, yep. Very nice. Do take out a Vil. Okay, and is he gonna garrison inside the hut or no? Okay, so explore there to distract. Gonna move the slingers into that area. Yeah, that's a pretty bold move there with the noble hut, gaining a bit more map control that way. So we'll see now. Find out rather soon. Okay, so now we get the Temple of Zype Dotek support. Gives you about 7 coyotes. Improves their damage by 20% and gives them 0.15 armor. So makes them pretty good. You know, turns them into a pretty formidable cavalry unit to use against these skirmishers here. So yeah, that'll be quite useful because look at how much skirmisher stacking the Spain is doing right now. You really need some durable coyote runners to like force these guys back at this point, yeah. Yeah, the Spain is going pretty hard on military right now, going like hard and making more skirms and stuff. Yeah, playing pretty hard aggressive. Yeah, so here comes the yeah, Coyote runners, yeah. Very nice. There you go. Let's see if we can connect them. Should be up, but he's gonna send his Cesars in too, so that's not. Oh, but he's got Urks though. He can play him with Urks. Chuck his javelins into him. Yep. Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, Kinesi's struggling a bit because he's losing all this map control. He can only like afford a couple of batons at this point. Really stalling for as much time as he can so these batons can like force him out and stuff. Yeah, basically. Good back with there with the skirmishers to get rid of the warriors. That's always nice. And a ton of XP off of them. Probably they're putting in the shipments right now. What does the Spain have for shipments, anyways? Does he have he hasn't sent Spanish gold yet. Very interesting. He's dominant on the map and he hasn't sent Spanish gold yet. That's kind of surprising. Usually want to get your Spanish gold sooner out rather than later. And it gives you a nice 330 coin that you can establish for all those unit shipments, so you get a ton of stuff out of it. So yeah, I'm pretty surprised he didn't do anything there. Yeah. Oh boy. Ugh. Alright, so what has he got beyond the Spanish gold if he were to send it? He's got the extraordinary year. He's got the marvelous years. I always call it the extraordinary year. It's the marvelous year. For like 365 seconds, aka 365 days in a year, you basically get an increased gather rate on your bills, which is a big boost. But he looks like he's going to go with the rods and the roderos. So he's going maximum pressure right now, yeah. So we got Arrow Knights now. I don't know what he's doing with the Arrow Knights, to be honest. There's no artillery out just yet, so kind of an interesting choice there. Really, I don't think he can really go for much else with so many skirms, you know. Spain is going hard on the skirms right now. I think once Kinesi can deal with these skirms and like force them back, which is going to be kind of hard because they got 2 range over his troops. I also can't figure out what his tactic is. How many vills is Kinesi on? 58. These guys are totally idle though, so they need to come over here. He's microing so intensely here that he's like idling his vills, which is very, very risky. Alright, can he sneak these vills out safely? Oh, wait a minute. No. Okay. Okay, he gets away. He gets away with those vills. I was like, whoa. Is he going to get away with those vills? Yep. He's going to get away with those vills. Very fortunate that those rods didn't do a bit of scout work. Otherwise, he'd have some problems there. Alright, so now he's going double Anton and Slinger and getting Arrow Knights. He's going Arrow Knights with Antons. He might be going Arrow Knights for the range, actually, yeah, because these Arrow Knights have a range of like 30. So they shoot pretty far away, you know. Be it their damage is not going to be a lot. It's only like 11. But again, it's really 22 damage per 3-second volley because it shoots the arrow twice. Because it's a rate of fire of 1.5, whereas the skirmishers have a rate of fire of like 3. So every time the skirmisher's shooting and doing like 18 damage, the Arrow Knight's really doing 22, which is actually better than it in a funny sort of way. Yeah, like look at this. Like look at how he's. But problem is though, he needs to be careful with these guys because they're not the most expendable troops. You know, they're a whopping 55 food, 80 gold. So you have to be a little bit careful with how you use them. Yeah, can't take them for granted too much. Aztec now getting some more gold. Thankfully, Aztec gold cards are infinite. Oh no, he's shipping in about 9 tons now. Alright, so he's getting his 9 and punch in. Nice. Let's see if these Arrow Knights do work against the Skirms. That's a good idea, actually, to see it. Yeah. Nice. Not bad at all. Okay. So, this skirmisher stack is just so lethal against Aztecs. Yeah, they just want to get rid of them so badly so they can go in the offense, but they just don't go away. It's like a rash, it's like a bad skin rash. They just keep coming back and kiting and stuff. Oh, he's bringing villagers in to herd away his hunts too. Or is he bringing them? He's sieging the market with villagers? What's that? What kind of mood is he in? Is he running Extraordinary Year still, or? Oh. I was like, yeah, what is he doing? No, wasting his Marvelous Year. That's crazy, man. What is he even doing? Crazy, yeah. Alright, you got a ton of warriors there fighting the hand units, which is super unoptimal. Yeah, you gotta protect the warrior priests, man, because they're like one source of your defense, bringing in all these warriors and stuff. So you kind of have to make sure that the warrior priests are doing okay. Because if they're not doing okay, you're not okay. You don't want that happening. So you gotta be super duper careful of that, pretty much. Yep. Alright, so now what's going to happen is he's going to have to go to that side over there. Yeah. And now he's getting his big button for the Jag Knights. He hasn't gone that all game because he's dealt with so much skirms. But he's kind of forced to do something different now and unorthodox. So he's going to go into stealth. He's gonna wait for these units to go away, and then he's just going to bring the Jag Knights on top of him and just bash them. Yeah, not a bad idea. I mean, he's going to be able to get 1, 2... no, he's only going to get 1. Oh, okay, so he's down to retreat now. Hopefully he doesn't lose the whole batch. Now he's got the rods on his tail, so he doesn't have to be a little careful here. Aztecs getting their wood technology there, looks like. Picking up Spirit Medicine as well. 7,000 wood. So again, as much shipments as he needs. Because see, what you're gonna need to go like Slinger, Coyote Runner at this point. You're gonna need Slingers to deal with the hand infantry and to maintain a decent line of range troops. And then you're gonna need Coyote Runners to like run down these skirmishers and just, you know, do something about them. Because if it keeps coming down to it, you're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, and even if you have to put your Jag Knights out there just to clear up some of those rods and stuff, you're just gonna have to do that here because this is not good. Look at the lack of map control on the Aztec player. This is very bad. He's like this little like crescent moon, whereas Spain's like bulging out at him like that. That's never a good thing. Definitely not. So what's Spain up to at this point? So Spain is double queuing up rods at this point. So they're hoping to get these rods up into his face, basically, so the slingers get overwhelmed and can't even hit the skirms, which is very dangerous. Very dangerous. What can Spain even send still? They haven't sent Spanish gold, which I'm surprised by. He's got pikes, he's got archaic, 5 vills. Is it possible he's going to send all these cards and then go for House of the Tratamara? He could. And then his age up would be super cheap, and then he'd be able to age up fast. And go for like 2 heavy cans or something. That's probably what he's going for. If he gets that, that's a good finisher. Really good finisher, actually. This is a long match too, by the way. This is like almost a half hour. This is like a TV episode. Like, you know, a 30-second like sitcom or something on TV. That's how long this match is, so put that into perspective. This is a huge battle right here. I told you we were going to see more intense battles as the tournament went on. This is a good example of that. Yep, dogs going to be there. Okay, wow, sticking the rods into a defensive formation to meat shield, because what happens when you put hand units in the cover mode, they get 50% pierce armor, and they get 50% crush armor. So they turn into like little arrow tanks in a way. They tank arrows, they tank bullets and whatever. It's pretty interesting. They even tank cannon shots too, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Alright, so now we get Spanish gold. Now we get Spanish gold. Probably should have gotten that a lot sooner if I was a Spain, because he might have already won at this point if he like had that extra gold income coming in, and would have had way too many skirmishers for him to deal with. So yeah, that's what I would say about that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's going to have the edge here, because now we finally see Aztecs going with the Coyote Runners like I asked for a while ago. And, yeah, were we going to see, like, a final, like, stand here or something? Because technically, Kinesi's got more resources, and he's actually starting to move on to farming economy now, too. He's actually got the grain market. This is a really good farming card. Improves farming by 20%. So, Kinesi is prepared for this elongated battle, honestly, because he's got the late game farming. He even has Great Chinampa here, too, which he can send in Age 4 that boosts the farming rate by another 20%. So, yeah, definitely Kinesi was ready for this. He can sit back and do better farming economy than his opponent. Because once his Spanish villagers run over all their hunts, technically, Kinesi's going to have a better economy, long-term economy already set up. So that's at least looking in favor of Kinesi, I would say, for sure. But we'll see, though. We'll see how this ends up turning out. So he's picking up Forest, Spirit Ceremony there, Coyote Runners. Let's see how this one ends up turning out, honestly. Should be pretty nice, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like the resource count on Kinesi, though. It feels like as long as he can hold out longer, he's got the potential to do bigger army. So how much army does Spain got? He's only got like one. Like, how much military is he on? Like, he's got 48 skirms. He's got all this hand infantry. Whereas Kinesi's growing army like pretty good, and then he's got like 2 town centers worth of Ville economy now. So he's capping the Ville economy too, so yeah, I think that's pretty swell as well. Yep, absolutely. I just don't know what his next step's gonna be. Is he gonna try to go to like Age 4 or something? Like get like spam infinite Montagne and Slinger shipments? He could, and then he could pick up the Montagne and Slinger combat card, get them up to a really reasonable stat. That could be good. Just tough to say. Yeah, he's picking up the next farming card too. He's going with the green corn ceremony, right? Yep, the green corn ceremony there. More Urks. He's got more Urks out. I think he's going for Urks as just a backup. I mean, honestly, this Spain is not running any cavalry. He's going pretty much exclusively on the infantry right now. Yeah, no, you never know. He could have like a hidden cavalry shipment in there or something. You never know. But yeah, I think the Spain is just going up to Age 4. Yeah, he's going to Age 4 right now. Okay, so he's oh wow, he's gonna start using his big buns. He's gonna use the farm one first and get out the because the match has been over 30 minutes. He's gonna get a ton of oh, he's stacking the big buns. Look at this. This is something we don't usually see with Aztecs. So if you make it to like 30 minutes in game Aztec buildings have these special big buns that sends like a certain number of units for every minute in the game up to 30. So he sent the one for the Urks, he sent the one for the Antonins. He could try to get the one for the Skull Knights or something. Does he have one for Skull Knights or Arrow Knights? He should get them all. He should get every single one and just like beat out his opponent with them. That's what I would do. I would just like run the map clean with whatever he can deploy. Yeah. You should have sent the Jaguar Knight one first, so we had like a little bit of that too. Okay, so the Spain does have Lancers now, so he's doing cavalry somewhere. Oh no, he went to Industrial Age and he got the Lancers out. So keep these Arrow Knights safe, because I guarantee you, you're gonna need these. You're gonna need these Arrow Knights if he does heavy cannons. So Urks need to be on top of the Lancers. Very good. Okay, so Spain is getting heavy cannons out, right? No, they're not actually. They actually don't have the shipment. That's good for you as Aztecs. You need all the time you can get. These Arrow Knights right now are just a good distraction, while the infantry and the cavalry is just sort of stalling for time. Oh wow, look at that. Wow, very nice. Okay, now it looks like beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so yeah, those Arrow Knights ended up working out in an extraordinary special way there, because honestly, I expected them to sort of, you know, be useful against artillery, but they just ended up being a good meat shield. Not bad at all. Good job, Kinesi. Good job, Kinesi. Kinesi is like the king of Aztecs, honestly. Pretty much. Could be Quetzalcoatl himself, you never know. The big serpent. Alright, so now we're going to look at game 2, but I got a delivery waiting outside, so just let me pick that up real quick and then I'll be back, okay? Don't worry, I made it back alive somehow. So, yeah, you wouldn't believe what I had to do. Bring in tons of cases of water and stuff. Alright, so we're on game 2 now. of Kanisi versus Lilbo. Now we're on Sagune. Kanisi is running his second most signature civ, which is the Japanese. And Lilbo is running the French. So, first Japanese of the night, facing off against the French. This should be a pretty good series to say the least. So, Japanese. Basically, the Japanese on this map are pretty solid because this map gives something the Japanese player really likes, which is access to water, particularly a water gather point from the home city. So why is that important? Because if you know anything about the Japanese home city design, they do not have a 3 villager card, right? But what they do get is a 3 fishing boat card in their deck. And not only that, because it's a Japanese unit card, you can send it twice. So what you can do is, if you're very lucky, you can send 1 batch of fishing boats, get 3 fishing boats on the water, and then you can send another batch and get 6. It's quite useful. So it looks like Japan opens with the market and gets the Hanami parties there. Very good. So picking up some food right now. And French also picking up some villages here. So we'll see what the French does against Japan. So it should be pretty interesting either way, though. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, so Japan gets a train post down here. And French gets one up here. Very nice. And let's figure this out. So France is running a counter water deck. 1v1 Cav AW, a water. And there's a reason for that. He's got 2 caravels in H2. And he's got a frigate in H3, just because he wants to be able to counter the Japanese water advantage. Whereas Japan, if you look at the Japanese deck over here, he's got the most signature card he needs right here, which is the 3 fishing boat card. Sends it once, and if he gets lucky, he can send it again as well. He also has this card here, Fish Market. So when he can secure a dock onto the water and perhaps get more fishing boats, Japan gives you the privilege of sending Fish Market twice. You can send it once, and then you can send it again. Basically saving you a whole nother card slot that you would normally have to commit between Fish Market and Rendering Plant. So instead of having to fill 2 card slots with Fish Market and Rendering Plant, you get to just send Fish Market twice, which is good. He also has whale oil too, so if he really gets to use some of these whales on here, his gold economy is going to score because it gives you a 30% gather rate improvement with whale oil, which is great. And looks like the Orchard Rickshaw has come back over here. And let's see, so what did he get over there? So he looks like he rescued a native warrior. He's going to have to smoke bomb out of there right now.
I see.
And he's got his Cherokee rifleman right there, which is quite good. So he's going to go Torii Gates. Torii Gates seems to be the preferred wonder for all of the Japanese 1v1s, typically, especially in Definitive Edition. In Wars of Liberty, as you know, there's a little bit of a 50-50 split between Toshugu Shrine and Torii Gate. But in Definitive Edition, it's always Torii Gate. The reason is, Torii Gate gives you a pretty good advantage. It actually gives you a few. So in terms of just general age-up bonuses, you get a military rickshaw. So you can either make a barracks, which is the common thing to do, or you can make a stable, which is the other common thing to do. On top of that, the Torii Gate itself has a really good bonus. The good bonus is it improves your XP bounties across the board, which means improve XP bounty in terms of building things, so training units, building buildings, so you get more XP from that. And you get more XP from killing things as well, so like taking out enemy houses, taking out units, taking out villagers. So it really rewards you because you get some really good combat units like the Ashigaru that can drop units very quickly, and it leads to you cycling through your super huge deck of cards very quickly. Because as you know with Japan, all of these cards with the red borders on them, you can send them again. You can send them twice. So it's really, in the most extreme cases, you're technically running a deck of like almost 50 cards at a time sometimes, and that's quite a bit. So yeah, the more XP you get, the better off you are. What Kanisi is well known for in his Japanese decks, starting off with Shrine Wagons. And why would you want to send shrine wagons instead of 600 wood? Very simple. It comes in a wagon form that you can send all across the map at the same time, right? You don't need a village to put down the shrine. You don't need an explorer to do it. So your explorers could be off somewhere else on the map setting up other shrines, and these shrine wagons will take care of the shrines for you. Also, the shrine wagons construct pretty quickly as well. So look at how fast these build. It's like super fast, right? That's very important, because it essentially allows you to cover the map very quickly with these shrines. Because as you know, Japan only does well when they have a ton of shrines, right? It leads to a ton of population, so you never get housed, and you gain a ton of trickle from it. Ideally, you try to drive these shrine wagons into areas where you know you have 4 animals for it to maximize the trickle, right? Like just like this one with the 4 moose, right? Full trickle of 0.4 gold per second. That's what you try to do, basically. And then the rest of them, you try to spread out and get as much animals as you can, which is really good. And now we're going to see 4 villages being shipped in right after that. Going right for Japanese isolationism. That's another sort of thing we see a lot of in Definitive Edition, is going right for the Japanese isolationism. And then you basically use all the export you make for troops. Well, not exactly. He actually starts out with the military rickshaw, so he can get 2 barracks. He can start double barracks Ashigaru. And then he starts making shinobi, because the shinobi is a little bit different than your average skirmisher in the game. So they don't get any multipliers against like dragoons or muskets, but they don't get any malice against anything either. So it's basically like a hybrid. They have the range attack of a musket, basically. Notice how the musket does like full damage? It's just plain damage against everything. That's what the shinobi does. So if you look at the shinobi no mono, it's really just doing like 23, 25 damage. Same through and through pierce damage against every soldier it comes across, which is quite flexible. You know, it means they can fend off hussars a lot better, for instance, which is quite good for a skirmisher. Yeah. But we'll see that just here right now, though. Yeah. I do like, though, how Lil Bo is coming in with a huge force right here. Where it seems like Kanisi just has about, what does he have, like 10 Ashigarus, he's got Samurai, right? Did he lose a Shinobi there at all, or trying to figure this out? Yeah, he did. No, he's got no one. Alright, so I'm just talking to myself at this point. Alright, so he's got 15 Ashigarus, he's got some Shinobis, he's got Samurai, he's got his Explorers there. Now what we gotta figure out is based on the numbers here and based on these Hussars, how will these Hussars affect the battle? Will he run these Hussars in the front and try to meat shield and let the muskets do? No, it looks like right now he's keeping them in the defensive box formation so he can try to gut some villagers. Oh, he got a Shinobi. He got one of them. He's gonna get... Nah, wait a second. He's going after the Ashigaru now. Now he's just meat shielding. He calls out the sentries and the irregulars here to flank him on the side, forcing the Hussars into a bit of retreat. Hussar is down. Hussar is down. Yep. Right, so, oh, he made some Kanasha Yamabushis as well to counter the cavalry on this side. Very good idea. So now what we're going to see here is him trying to shove off some of these units, which would be great. Some more Ashigarus. Beautiful. And we're going to see 4 villages coming in right now, right over there. Yep. There's some Ashigarus right here. Got 2 and 2. Very nice. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Very nice. Okay, so okay. Another villager out now. Yep. Very nice. So how many? He's got 29 Ashigaru. Got another one. How many muskets is the France on? He's got about 32. He's got this big batch of Hussars. So it really comes down to the Hussars in this fight. Can he use these Hussars to meat shield against the Ashigarus properly? Now the muskets get a distinct advantage. Also, France taking the opportunity to take out another shrine in Japan. Look at what he did. He effectively housed Japan. So now he can't train anything. So what Japan is going to say to that is, ha ha ha, I'm just going to send... Oh no, he's going to get more. Oh, he's going to get cherry orchards, right? How's his cherries doing? So he's got about 2,500 here. This one's almost done. So yeah, he does kind of need some more cherry orchards. I think he wanted to go Golden Pavilion now. Get that, get the range attack up on his troops. Get a few free Yumis and then go into a fight, but yeah, no, he's gonna have to go with orchards, I guess. He's got the shrines on food right now, so yeah. He's gotta deal with that problem too. Being housed like that. That's not good. It's kinda troublesome there, pretty much, yeah. Alright, so now we got 32 Ashigarus, 2 Shinobis, nice. Alright, so what is Hussars doing there? Muskets. Golden Pavilion. See, the advantage of going Golden Pavilion is not only do you get some free Yumi archers with that age up, but basically you get the ability to configure the Golden Pavilion into really any sort of military stat that you want. You can either go for range unit attack, hand unit attack, all units HP or all units movement speed. And if you go with all the standard mode here, which is the all range units attack, it beefs up the range attack on your Ashigarus, on your Yumis, on your Shinobis, and all your range troops, so it's really nice. Now, the thing I'm still a little worried about is these Hussars here, because these Hussars are creeping on him like crazy. Look at these Hussars here, just galloping around there, forcing him to pull out his Naganatas at this point and just sort of just thrust it through him. Yeah, it really has no other choice at this point. It's crazy. Very nice there. Very good. So he's got the Ashigarus there now. Very nice. What are they doing? Again, veteran up on the Yumis, it looks like, as well. Picking up his first mining tech. So, it looks like all his troops are up to H3 at this point. How about the France? So the France is also going to age up. He's also picking up his Kree tanning, which beefs up his HP a bit. Though Kinesi was also running Kree as well, so I can't quite remember, but he probably has those techs as well. Alright, so here comes the CBDs. CBDs are one of the only villagers that you would ever engage in a battle with, so that's why you saw him pursuing him right there, basically. But now, unfortunately, Japan's going to have to deal with the full might of the French Age 3 card selection. So they got to deal with the 2 Falconets, the Dragoons, the Skirmishers, and the Cuirassiers, yeah. So let's see if he can do that. Okay, so he's going to do 1 Ashigaru, 1 Yumi. He's going to mix it up, kind of like Julian K was doing with the Brits. Get 1 Archer, get 1 Musket, and then he's going to get Shinobi as well. As a backup unit, so that's good. But he really, Japan needs to maybe consider getting their flaming arrows soon, I think, honestly. Yeah, no, they're going to need their flaming arrows if he goes for Falconets, because the flaming arrows will eat the Falconets for lunch, breakfast, and dinner, and then he can use them against the muskets and skirmishers, basically. Yeah. Yep, here comes the first batch of skirms and dragoons, so he's got to up his game here, I think. Figure a plan out. He's gonna try to engage with some fights with these muskets for now and just try to wipe some of them out while they're still weak. Looks like, yep. But here comes the skirms though, so yeah. He can run the Yumis on those just fine like that. But yeah, pretty much. Yep, good. Okay, nice. Oh, Falconets, watch out, watch out. Alright, so the flaming arrows are coming in. He's gonna have to retreat. I think he's going for maximum kill value here, honestly. Yeah, he's just trying to beat out as much troops as possible before the flaming arrows come. And then once the flaming arrows arrive, he can try to take some good snipes on the artillery. Yeah. So now he's being driven back by the French again. He's gotta come up with some sort of solution here, honestly. It's gonna get a bit tricky if he doesn't, so we'll see what he can do here. It's gonna get intense either way. Alright, so let's see what we got there. Take all those troops. Oh wow. Good shot there. Took out about 2 skirmishers, right? Or a musket? That's a little flying over there. Okay, he gets wow, gets another soldier. He's doing not bad. But he can't let these flaming arrows get too exposed though, because if he does, he's gonna run in with his dragoons and like punish them. So you gotta be careful. He's also getting Yabazume, which is a nice backup. Yabazume are a cav archer that the Japanese get. It's a lot, like, on paper, it looks a lot weaker than the Ottoman and the Russian cav archers, but the catch is that the Yabazume is basically like a mounted culverin, because he gets multipliers of like 8 or 10 against artillery. Plus, Kinesi is also running the Inyo Rush, which improves the multipliers against artillery even more. So yeah, that's pretty good. Gives it quite a bit of good stuff there, yeah. So yeah, let's see. So he's got some Ashigarus here. He's got some Yumis. Here comes some Yumi archers, some Yabazume. Okay, so he's on the line there. Let's see if he can keep his flaming arrows alive. Yeah, because if he loses the flaming arrows, then he has to rely on the Yabazumes to fight the Falconets. Yeah. He's got more Yumis. He's gonna get way of the bow now. It has got 2 range onto his Yumis. So they get a range of like 18, right? Yep. Actually a range of 20, because they start out at 18, they go up to 20. So they're like really full-fledged skirmishers then. And then, yeah, okay. This is a tough one to call, I mean. Oh wow, Kinesi's going along with the flaming arrows. If he takes a shot at the explorer, they no, dragoons, watch out! Don't push in that hard, man. Whoa! You know that was gonna happen. You know, he sees you there. He's gonna come down and take a shot at those. That's too much of a gamble. Either way, though, at least you got some Yabuzumes there, because the Yabuzumes can use their 7x anti-artillery to do some pretty good damage against the Falconets, actually. So we'll see what happens with that. Okay, so Yumi's trying to do their best here to survive. He's getting driven back further into his base. He is starting to train his own flaming arrows, too. Yeah, which it looks like he can afford because he has some excess gold here. Yeah, no, it's still kind of... I wouldn't want to be in this position myself. I'd rather have a little bit more wiggle room, honestly. Alright, so he's got 3 more flaming arrows here. He's going to put them right to work against these skirms. He's got the Yabuzumes to get a Falconet down. Does he get the R1 down? I think he does, yeah. Yabuzume multipliers are just so good against artillery. You see in Arena all the time when I play that on stream. Yeah, a couple of Yabuzumes in there. It melts your entire line of artillery, including the bombards. Including the bombards, they don't even survive very long versus them. Okay, we got the Yumi archers. Get them into... So now he's got to kind of balance out his flaming arrows with his archers and just force him off. France is also moving in their CBDs as an additional source of troops. They also have a multiplier against artillery, so they could be used to snipe flaming arrows if it comes down to it. Yeah. Going for some Yabuzumes, it looks like. Yeah. Interesting choice. I don't think Yabuzumes are the best against cavalry, though. They're really good against artillery, but they're kind of mix it half and half against the cavalry. Yeah. Alright, he does have some Ashigaru still, though, which is good. He's going to pick up Bushido Principles. Bushido Principles allows it so you can train troops in blocks of 10. Yeah, it's quite good since you don't get cards like Fencing School or Riding School as Japan. It's kind of the way you compensate for that, basically. It's just being able to train your units in bigger armies, pretty much. I'm still trying to figure out what his plan is. Is he, like, going to try to fight out Age 3, or is he going to try to go for an Industrial Age with the Shogunate and get a Daimyo in there? He might do that so he can like drop all these flaming arrows on top of him with the honored upgrade. We'll find out though. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah. Alright, castle coming up. Fishing boats coming out, very good. Yabuzume's there. Alright, he's getting the Shogunate now. He's going to put up with about 7 vills in that spot, very good. Should be aged up pretty soon. Once he gets that done, he'll have a nice free Daimyo. Yeah, Daimyo, Shokuyo Dane, Atayo Dane. He'll be able to put that to good use. Get these flaming arrows out, ideally with the honored upgrade, because once he gets that, things will look pretty bright for him. Yeah, but watch out though. The France is getting Kilese. Picking up Kilese though. Does he have any yet? Got about 10 of them right now. So he's already stacking those in. Japan's gonna try to wall. Wall now. No, wall now. Wall now, man. Cause see, Kilese's coming. Does he? Watch out for those things because. See, I don't like this because he's got a wall here. If he messes this up, he's in big trouble. Like he's vulnerable right now, waging up and okay, so get them in the wall. Come on, get them in the wall. Get them in the wall. Oh, but he didn't complete the wall though. You can see now he's got himself in a weird position here. This is so bad. Like, oh man, you kind of waited behind your wall until like the wall was done or something. Really? Oh, that's unfortunate. Which is the Dutch allies, probably for all the special buildings there. guards. Should have been 4 flaming arrows. Hey, you lost your position now, so it doesn't even matter at this point. No, it really doesn't. Not really. If he, like, stayed back long enough and stalled, waited for the artillery to arrive, it could have been a little bit better. But I think the raw stats on the Kinnister probably is what took him out in the end. You know, these things are beastly. They got lots of HP, they got good damage, and then they get the splash attack, and they have the pierce armor, so doesn't matter what you're doing, they kind of just tank through everything and just slice and dice everything you got, especially in the right numbers. So, yeah, that's all I can say about that. Yep, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll go on to the next one now. Let's see what we got here. Where are we on now? Game number 3 of Kinesi. Game number 3 of Kinesi. Very good. And then we'll move on to the Phoenix ones and the rest of them. Yep. Here we are. So we got Kinesi versus Lil Bo. Here we go. GG. Oh, it was that simple. Okay, so... Alright, so they have a rule in this tournament, so you can come back later if you lost the game as the civ that you originally were. So Kinesi does come back as the Aztecs again, since it's his best civ. Lil Bo goes Ottomans. So we got an Ottoman versus Aztec. It's always an interesting one to see. Basically, it's kind of similar to the Brits versus Aztecs. The Aztecs try to get to their Jag Knights as fast as possible and then try to overwhelm the Janissaries with it. So, well, we'll see if he can do it or not. We'll see if he can pull it off. Picking up the hunting dogs just like last time. Has his warrior priests in on the community plaza to generate 1 XP per second. Very nice. Good. So Ottomans. Ottomans have put up their trading post now. It does take them a bit longer on this map because, well, it's Mongolia and the trade route's way up there, basically. Also has picked up a mosque. Very nice. And now you got, let's see. Capitalism coming in with the gold trickle. Very nice. Very solid. And what else we got here? Okay, so it's Port the Kebab. Interesting. So basically with the Ottomans, sometimes you'll see this card being used called Sublime Port. It replaces all your food with a greater amount of wood so that you can basically fortify really well, basically, and get everything that you need building-wise done. It's sometimes used as part of a naked fast fortress, which we're seeing right here, because he went with capitalism first without the vills. And you basically go full hunts for like so many minutes during the fast fortress, and then you like come up with like 20, like almost 3,000 or something wood, which is crazy. And it's, yeah, it's pretty interesting when you see it. Hopefully we'll see that today. Anyways, Ottomans will age up with the Naturalists to get 2 cows, semi-fan to 200 food, so they can eat that up quickly and get to age 3. And then they'll have 2 extra vills too, which is nice. And then Aztecs obviously going up with the Messenger whenever they get their food. Yep, go up with the Messenger super fast. Helps them set up pretty quickly, and then they can call up their Big Bun from the town center and rush with the Jag Knights right off the bat and press the opponent. Make them feel a bit uneasy, which is always nice. He has also found some yaks, right? Some yaks or water buffaloes. Yep, some yaks here. He's going to eat those up very quickly, get some quick food off of them, so he'll be ready for age 2 right away. He's also going to be sending in his 3 warrior priests as well, so he can put them right onto the community plaza and start generating his other warrior priests right away. Yep. So here he comes with his 4 Jag Knight Big Bun from the town center. Very nice, there they are. He's going to call them out, send them right into the direction of the Ottomans. Maybe raid a Ville. Who knows? Who knows what he'll pull off with these things. Oh, is he going up? He's going up towards the trade route, isn't he? Yes, he is. He might be going for their trade posts with these guys, yeah. That would be a pretty good idea, actually, now. Now, if he does that, he could get some good stuff done up there, pretty much. Yeah, here comes the Jag Knights, can up towards the train post there. More villagers coming out onto the community plaza, so he can quickly cycle to at least 7 warrior priests. And he can get that community plaza in really good working order to support him for the rest of the game. Stops for the possible remnants of the fabled Valley Shangri-La, though, to get 300 XP. That's a beautiful treasure to get. Man, that's a really good one. No, that's a really good treasure to get there, honestly. So, that'll benefit him quite well, honestly, in that spot. Ooh, look at that. It gets another shipment right off the bat. It's going to get 600 gold. It's not going to waste a beat on that one. So what now? Is he gonna use it to get these other treasures? Ah, 115 wood, spruce trees. Very nice. That's a good one. Okay, so looks like Ottoman's got their 700 gold, and they followed it up with 5 Uruks. So looks like he is setting up for Sublime Port. Yep, he's gonna put all these villas on a ton of wood, and he's gonna get a million wood out of it. Right. I'm assuming next Aztec's probably going to go after his train post there and cut off his shipment time a bit. That's a good way to frazzle him, I think. Honestly, yep. So here we go on this side. Very nice. Start sieging away at those train posts, right? Very good. Very nice. TP's going down now, yep. Comes the 700 wood. How many warrior priests? Is he on 7 or he's on 6? Okay. He's on 6. Probably has to be a little bit careful because he knows he's dealing with the fast fortressing Ottoman. And he's going to have to deal with some of his power cards. So Kinesi really needs to make sure that his age up timing TH3 is pretty good. So he doesn't fall victim to something like a Safahi shipment or something of that nature. So he has to be a little bit careful here, you know? Does have to heed with a bit of caution at the end. So we'll see if he does. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he does. But we'll find out sure enough. So what's going on over here? We got War Hut. Very nice. So sieging away at the mosque, very good. Oh, he's gonna go after the mosque. How much bounty does he get? He gets 60. Ah, not bad. Not bad at all. What is he doing? Is he trying to get the Delhi? Yeah, he's trying to fight the Delhis, which is interesting. Thinks he might get them. But now he has to pull back because he knows the Ottoman's in age 3 and he can basically get a lot of stuff. Yeah, he's gonna get cav archers, it looks like, for their mobility most likely. Because he knows that the Aztecs probably gonna go Jag Knights on him, right? So what is he thinking? He's like, alright, I'm gonna go cav archers so I can like kite them down maybe. That I think is a pretty reasonable solution considering the situation, but we'll see how it ends up working out. Because obviously the Aztecs can make their Eagle Runner Knights to fight the cav archers, and they'll usually win because Eagle Runner Knights has pierce armor, whereas cav archers has hack armor. So Coyote Eagle Runner Knights, if micro correctly, can usually make some quick work of the cav archers. Usually, I think. Oh, Delhi's take a far out villager trying to herd. What's going on in the base there? So he's got emergency unit dance. Yeah. Here, so he's sending in 9 Jag Prowl Knights since that's like his strongest shipment. As well as the Big Bun ones here. he's got the 2 forward noble huts and a war hut, so that's where he's deploying from. He also trained up about 10 Arrow Knights, and he's going to start going after these houses right away. So let's see what the Ottomans do here, because he's got an Aztec. Oh man, this is not good, because see what's going to happen? He's going to take out his house there. And now he's going to be down in population now. His Arrow Knights are now going to blast that mosque. Oh, not good, because when he wants to get Royal Decree later, now he has to build another 200 wood mosque. Alright, so now he's got all the... He's also got the Eagle Runner Knights here mixed in with the Jag Knights. Yeah, that's a lot of anti-cav. Because now he can sort of just go after this town center, no problem. Yeah, not good. I can totally see this Aztec is like pressing him super hard right now. Yeah. Alright. I thought these were delis for a second, like, oh no, those are cav archers. So yeah, he doesn't really have any option to deal with these Arrow Knights. Because these Arrow Knights are infantry, they're not artillery, so these cav archers have like no multipliers to deal with them. Only like 15 range attack, and then they have like 40% pierce. That's pretty big. I mean, that's like a huge amount of tank ability. They only take like 7-8 damage. Yeah, that's pretty big. Pretty big indeed. So they start sniping down that town center, which is good. Warrior Priest defend against those Hussars. Very nice. Alright, house is down.
Emlyn?
Oh, watch out for the Safaris though. They got splashed, so they're gonna be a tough one to break through though. Okay. What's that then there? If you can get the Safaris, I think you're in okay shape. But if you get like surviving Safaris though, it's gonna get a little tough. He gets that deli there. Let's see if he can fight the Safahi though. Because if he can, I think he can grind it down with the buildings. Okay, so the Safahis are dead. Very important. Does he have Mamluk? Yeah, he does have Mamluk. So that's another risk for this Aztec player. Runs his Urks there to shove down the Bashi Bajuk. Oh, you missed the Bashi there. You should have just got him down. That'd be one less threat. Yeah, that was a pretty interesting strike there, to say the least. Oh, yeah, no. Alright. Making more delis, it looks like. Now he's shipping in the 7, no, he's just training. Okay. I was figuring out what he was doing there. So he's got like, oh, he's queuing him out of 2 noble outside. I was figuring out what he was doing there, basically, yeah. Oh, he's gonna try to fend off the delis, it looks like, yeah. Okay. Very nice. Gets that one down. Good. Ah, yeah, wow. Yeah, his town center is almost down. I don't think Wilbo can survive much longer there, honestly. Not at all. That was a pretty good one there for Kinesi. Looks like Kinesi will also be moving on to the round of 16, which is great. So let's see the next series now. What we got here? How many series have we gone through so far? Huh. This one's still, this one's still, this one's still, this one's still, this one's still. So we got 6 more. Think we can get through them all tonight? I think we can. If we're diligent, we can get through them. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. Alright, let's go on the next one. You played well. I hope you played well. For making people watch this stuff, you know. You didn't play well. Let me know. I'll turn you off. I'll cancel you. You don't play well. You better play well. Happy people you're trying to watch you play. Alright, so we got Phoenix playing as British again. And I am Turk playing as Turks because he is a Turk. And that's what Turks do. Turks play as Turks. That's pretty smart. Alright, so he's got a 25 wood treasure there. He's going to set up his train post in his mosque, right? Get that train post up, buddy. Very important. Get the mosque up too, so you can maximize your XP trickle and your deliveries of XP from the trade route. Very important for the Ottomans. Whereas the Brits are going to be playing the way the Brits usually do, right? More towards mana boom, trying to get a ton of vills out onto the field. So, yeah, that's basically what we're going to expect from them. Right? As you saw early in the stream today, Brits can do pretty good against Ottomans if they play tactically, if they play carefully, if they try to maintain their musket numbers. And the Ottoman belly flops and lets their falconets get exposed at age 3. That can spell bad for Ottomans. So there is a possibility here that yeah. Okay, so what's going on here? Oh wow, look at this good micro against the coyote there. Gonna grab a 30 food treasure. That's pretty good. That's good micro there with the Vil. I like that. That's good to see. Though that Vil will be a little bit weakened to potential raiding down the road. So if you're like dealing with the Delhi or Janissary, that's the one you'd want to keep more towards a line, probably away from the front lines, because otherwise that could get pretty dangerous, honestly. So just a little bit of a heads up on that one, I would say. Yeah. But anyways, here we are. We're going to see 3 settlers coming in for the British now. Deck looks pretty good. Land, really nothing too special here. You don't have any cavalry HP. It's alright, I mean, because they basically has a bigger emphasis on infantry using the royal decree here. With that, then you got spice trade for the hunts. So, yep, pretty much. Take it easy when you kite Abbas. Yeah, that means he's not going to take it easy. He's going to be a real... You lucky I don't have RR. What do you mean, RR? Oh, man. Alright, so yep, this is the Ottoman one, so he sent 3 Oaks. He's gonna send capitalism next, right? So he does have a little bit of H2 play here with the Jan, Delhi, and the 5 crates. H3, you got your Jan, your Safahi, your Abbas, your Falconet, but he's got Manchu. No Mamluk, he's got Manchu. Probably because he knows he's going up against muskets. He knows he's going up against muskets, so he really can't do Mamluks here. Manchu at least can counter artillery, can be a range support, a little bit better of a mercenary than the Mamluk, so that's good. That's good at least. Alright, Ottoman's going up with the Corps Master, right? Corps Master 400 wood. Brits going up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. Get 200 gold in a tower there. Very nice. Brits are going to be putting up their market right now to pick up hunting dogs and not place of mine gang saw after that. Since the British manor houses do cost 140 wood, right? Quite expensive. You gotta basically make sure that you have a decent chopping rate, and the best way of doing that, go for the 100 food gang saw from the market, basically. So let's see where this outpost wagon goes, basically. It's going to go right around where this barracks is. Very nice.
Yes?
Huh. We're going to put it... Huh. Okay. Alright, is he just scouting, or what's going on? Is he trying to, like, determine if the Ottoman's going to go barracks at all, or what? Yeah. So, looks like Ottoman did send his 700 gold out, so he is going H3. He's going to follow up with the 700 wood. Yep, so Brits are going to have to deal with Falconet, 6 Abbas, all that dangerous stuff, basically. See how he handles it, you know? It's going to be tough. We'll see though. We'll see though. Alright, so already putting out the musketeers, it looks like. Yep, very good. He's also picking up his steel traps as well. So he's already got his essential architects underway at this point, so he can afford to keep pushing out muskets. Gonna go for 600 wood. Yep, typically with Brits, you go 700 wood, and then you go 600 wood. That way you have a huge pool of wood in your stockpile to make constant manor houses. Because you gotta constantly keep checking on the Brit to see how many manor houses they got. That's an indicator of how many extra villas they got on the map. Assuming none of them get raided, of course. So, yeah, so he's got 600 wood coming in there. Looks like that train post is going down now. Yep, looks like it is. Very nice. Yeah, that TP should be able to go down now. Very nice. Oh, 320 XP. That's a really good treasure there to get. Good advantage there for the Brits. The advantage you get by going middle map when you're playing on Great Plains is getting access to those really nice XP treasures on the map. Some of the best treasures the map has to offer you. It's going to ship in 6 musket as well. The Ottomans usually age up as the scouts, so they get 4 hand-cap units running around the map, going rampant, trying to wipe out all your villas, which is super annoying, but yeah, let's see how that goes. Muskets do intercept that run. Oh boy. So what will the Ottomans open with? So they'll open with... So they opened with falconets, and now they're going to support it with 8 janissaries, right? It's got them up to veteran now, I'm assuming. Yep, veteran janissary. Very nice. Just gonna have to retreat now, back to beyond the barracks there. Very nice.
Ready.
22 muskets. He's also adding Hussar now too, so he's getting a bit of handcuff. Because he knows he might need Hussar to deal with those falconets now. Should be a great idea. Okay, so 4 Hussars coming out. Very nice. Oh wow, he had 7 Hussars. Very nice. Oh wow, look at that. Good sweep on that falconet there. He's going to use a combined team of muskets and handcaps to take that falconet out. Now he's basically just got... Using the Hussars as a good meat shield to basically distract the Janissaries while the muskets take some good shots on them. This is what we saw earlier today, basically using some good distractions so you can get a nice advantage with your muskets over the Janissaries, yeah. Because now we're talking 31 muskets and a group of Hussars versus a smaller force of Ottoman Jans. He's got about 18, he's adding in the Abbess now. But as we saw before, that's totally doable as well. You just need to get your muskets out or hand cab, which he does have here, and just put them in check, and just keep pressing the Janissaries. That way you can kind of just run down their numbers and win out in the end.
Sorry, grieved. I may not steer.
I'm just watching these Hussars. He's got another batch here too, so that's not good. Those Hussars are going to be a real issue here. Oh, yep. Oh, those Bashi Bazooks are wasted, so I'll just wipe those out very clean. Oh, now Phoenix is getting the Longbowman. Looks like he's starting to train up archers. That's probably the best play here, because Longbowman will be able to outrange both the Abbess and the Janissaries. And against the Jans, obviously, they'll have a multiplier against them, so that's a pretty solid idea, usually, to go Longbowman at this stage. Wow, he already took out an Abbess with the Longbowman. Very good. You can keep that up a little bit longer. Oh man, he's in great shape then. And now the Hussars are... Look at how many Hussars he's got here. This is huge. And now he's getting in the 6 Longbowman, right? He's up to like... And he's only up to 11 extra bills at this point. He hasn't even gone to like 15 or 17 yet. So, not a bad management there. He's got... Phoenix has done a good job managing his troops here, I think. He's growing over time, doing a mixture of hand cab, musket, and now adding an archer too. This is working out quite good for him, actually, yeah. I'd say, quite nice. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yes?
Very beautiful, yeah.
Yes, I mean so.
GG. Yeah, very solid. Yeah, definitely really nice. Gotta like that. Alright, so let's get up to the next match on Saguenay. Load that one in now. This one right here. Very good. Finally getting into the home stretch, man. This, and this. So we're moving through a lot of series today, yeah. Big time. You played well. Out. Okay, so now they're doing a French mirror. Interesting. So, we're playing French on Saguenay. We saw this a bit earlier too, so this will be neat to see again. Who's the better French? The bear frog? The bear ribbit? The bear ribbit. Hey, it's the bear ribbit. Yeah. So yeah, it should be fun. Alright, so, on this, We got both players going for their train posts. It's sort of in the distribution where it's like a sort of like a upside down U shape, so the TP is a little bit closer to you. It's a little bit less mid-map, which can be pretty comforting to the players usually. And we'll figure out what these guys are up to. Are they going to run standard French, or are they going to go sort of like a native-based France? Because I feel like on this map, you can either play standard French, or you can go with a native deck. It really is up to you. So we'll find out soon enough what they end up doing. Yeah. Alright, so let's figure out this French first. W means water. So this France is really playing counter water with 2 Caravel and H2, and then the 1 Frigate and H3. So that way you can basically counter a potential water threat, which is good. Also has the 10 Jaeger card. Wow, pretty powerful one. Also the standard 5 Dragoon, 2 Falconet, 3 Kilesa, and then the 8 Skirm, 7 Skirm. That's great. What's Phoenix laughing about? Did you steal treasure? No. 75 food? Ah, not bad. What's Phoenix doing? So Phoenix is running X1 water. So he's got 3 Vills. He's got the crossbow Hussar. He's got Royal Decree. He also has a fort. Fort can sometimes be pretty good. It really depends on how you plan on using it usually. Quartermaster. Quartermaster for other France as well, or what? Nah, this France is pretty behind right now. Yeah, look at him. He's not even 800 food yet. That's concerning. Oh yeah, no, Phoenix is like 20 steps ahead of him right now. It's pretty serious. Pretty serious. This Phoenix is already getting his market up. And yeah, no. This should definitely help out Phoenix in this fight, definitely. If he's ahead of the game on his market tax, his age up timing, it's going to work out better for him. And if he decides to open up stable and start raiding Turk, that could be pretty bad, you know. It's going to have less development at that point to be able to defend against something like that. So yeah, we'll see how this ends up turning out. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. I need help. I'm sure you'll need help after what he's going to do to you. Yeah. I can imagine that. What's going on mid-map here with the Explorer? Oh, he downed Frenchie. Frenchie's back up again. Oh, okay. Oh, this is the 135 XP treasure. This is the nice one. If Turk can get that, that could be quite good. Alright, so Phoenix is opening with 4 CBDs in H2. This lad isn't even in H2 yet, but he's probably going to open up with 4 CBDs as well. Yep, here they come. Nice. Alright, putting up a barracks and the Kree site. Very important. Looks like Liam Turk is also going for his Kree site. Good idea. Kree site is always good because it gives you Kree CBDs, Kree Courier de Bois. Beautiful addition to your economy. Because obviously, since it's a native site, you can queue those villages up in tandem with your town center, which is great. And displays a better overall eco. Yeah. Also picking up the steel traps. Very nice. Yeah, notice again how France goes for the hunting dogs, placer mines, and steel traps so early in the game. It's because the CBDs have a stronger base gather rate compared to settlers, so if you can get those market techs done sooner, it means that map the max means that their gather rate's going to go astronomically higher than a standard settler, which is pretty good, you know. Makes them a really good gathering unit. It just amplifies the base rate that they already have. Okay, so Francis could go up H3. Makes sense as France to go H3, so you can go Skirmisher Dragoon. Maybe ship in Cuirassiers, maybe get Falconets. That's typically the flexible play that you want to do in the matchup, usually. So, see there? Yep. And here comes the muskets. Very nice. What are you doing? We gently. Oh, wow. We gently. That's probably what that sounds like, I would imagine. I don't hear any audio right now because I don't have an audio device on this monitor, but yeah, that's what I would imagine it's like. We gently. Sorry, Jesse, I did that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So now we are going to be aging up to probably with the Exiled Prince, right? Yeah. Here we go, H3 to Exiled Prince. Yeah. How about, wow, I'm Turk hasn't even shipped in his coin yet. Look at that. Oh, he sent 700 wood in. Okay. So he's got a little bit more infrastructure, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Up, he's gonna get that 135 XP. That's the one I told him to get. Dude needs it badly, especially how behind he is. Absolutely. So now you're gonna have a France who's gonna have like already like 2 shipments of like H3 stuff, like probably like 8 Skirm, 5 Dragoon, maybe 2 Falconet, 8 Skirm, maybe 5 Dragoon, 2 Falconet. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty challenging, to say the least. So yeah, we'll figure it out.
Votre ordre? Oui, votre ordre? Prêt.
Oh wow, right on top of the CBDs. Shazzy. Even worse, these guys explore snaring him too. That's bloody. Oh man. Look at that. Oh wow, gets 1. He's gonna get 2. He almost got that one. Alright, get the muskets in the there, take that one out. That one. Beautiful. Alright, great. You're gonna want that up. Because you're right on top of your opponent there. He's going to just ship the skirms right on top of you, unfortunately. Actually, and then he trains skirms too, so he's already got like, he's got like 13 skirmishers. Wow. So what's Phoenix doing? So Phoenix is going to retreat back to his base, obviously. Oh, he's going to go Falconets. He's going to train Falconets on them. He's going to train like 2 of them, maybe even more. He probably could get like 3 of them. All right. Is he gonna go like musket spam on him? No, go Falconet spam on him? Is that right? I didn't see that coming. Definitely not. So Falconet number 2 coming in. Very nice. Shipping in 2 Falconets as well. So he's got 4 cannons. That's something. He's also going to have veteran muskets too. It's quite nice. Oh, 4 Falconets, very nice. Oh, good shot. I'll send him running. Also, he's got 24 veteran muskets. Now he's gonna start adding skirmishers. Right, that's a big artillery force. So infantry is basically negated. Effectively negate his entire skirmisher force. Yeah. Big time.
Prêt.
So there's the skirms there. He's going to go in with the CBDs too. Look at this guy. He's going in with the CBDs. Going in the CBDs as well. Wow, this is going to be intense. This is going to be a crazy one, yeah. Crazy one. Big time. Yeah.
Prêt.
Watch out for the dragoons. Oh, okay. Well, he doesn't have any skirms, so he technically can make them advance on him, but I still wouldn't do that. He's gotten getting surrounded. I don't like this position by Phoenix, though, because he's gonna get surrounded by this guy. Yeah, he's gonna try to blast his houses, though, at least. If he takes out 2 houses, look at what's happened to I Am Turk's populate. Oh, he's totally housed right now. He can't get any more troops. That is gnarly. Alright, Scum's coming in here. Unfortunately, they're kind of alone, so we better try to avoid whatever Turk is doing. Yep. Turk is getting a culverin to counter all these falconets, which is totally reasonable. Skirm and Dragoon. Oh, what was that? Oh, I didn't even notice those falconets were there from Turk. Oh. What's going on there? What happened to Kaio? Who's got the kid that says? The kid that says on Skims. Oh wow, look at that. That's insane. Insane, man.
Oui. Oui. Votre ordre.
Oh man, these guys falcon. Hey, at least he got one shot out of it though. That's good. That's good at least. Really good. I'm just gonna have to kite these guys off, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. Musketeers still in the game too, which I'm impressed by. Yeah, keep going falconets though, it looks like. Yep, to deal with the skirms. You also can still ship in 7 skirms too. So it's not like you can reinforce with that as well. Also, again, Culverin, yep. Shipping in Theokides says, yeah. Takes out the Dragoon there. Skirmishers are skirmishing. The skirmishers are skirmishing, folks. And yep, good use of the CBDs there because they're one of the few vills that can handle combat like that. Watch out for Turk. He's spamming Kidesez though. That's very dangerous. He's doing Kidesez in those numbers. You better watch out. Alright, Phoenix is starting to add Dragoon in now. He's got 2 of them already. He's getting 5 more. He's going to reinforce with more, and then he's getting another Falconet. Run, 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 run. Culverin. Okay. Alright, he just dodged that one. Like, imagine if he took a shot from that Culverin. That would have been horrible. Would have ended really badly there. So just running out of there now at this point. Yep. Watch out, he's in bombard mode. You gotta retreat. Retreat! Retreat! Alright. Good, get some more Dragoons. Very nice. Okay, so now 5 shipping in. Okay. Got to explore there. Ooh, okay, bad angle there. There's a CBD or two. Alright, kill us out. Shazzy! Yeah, right in that spot. Coconuts. Oh, what is that?
Votre ordre.
Watch out, watch out. He's got the Dragoons there, the Dragones. Up, pop. God, well, look. Oh, got the CBD. CBD. Finish it. Oh, get back. Back over there. Ooh, good angling there. Honestly, that's good. Very good. Alright, guys, got the QSS behind him. Good. Chelsea! Out of that. Oh, now he's forced to send the CBDs in. You know it's over when the CBDs have to get pulled. Yeah, no. GG. Good match. Good attempt there. I mean, that was a good fight. There was like a lot moving. It was like a chessboard between both players on that entire map. I like that. I like it when it's like a chessboard like that. You got like moving pieces, moving around everywhere, and you just don't know who's winning exactly in that moment. Yeah, no, that was pretty good. So now we're gonna look at the next series here, which is gonna be Shake versus Brigadier. Shake and Shake. Steak and Shake or Shake and Shack, and alright, so here is Shake playing as Ottomans, and Brigadier is going as the Italians. So as you know, Brigadier is our one Italian main in this tournament. He's been doing pretty good with them lately, so we'll see if he can do well here or not. Yeah. Alright, so it's going to be Ottomans versus Italy. I can't tell you for certain how this is going to go, but we'll figure it out. Alright, so as you see right here, Italy is building a market, and then they're going to build a house, right? The only difference is this is no ordinary market and house, since the architect, the unique villager of the Italians here, starts out by building them for free at a very slow rate, and then once you want to speed it up, you basically have to pay the rest of the wood value to have it be constructed at a normal rate. That way you end up saving a ton of wood. You know, it's really nice, because when you don't need the building right away, you can save on that wood, which is useful. And yeah, the other important part of Italy, every time you research a technology as Italy, you get a free villager. So yeah, Italy doesn't get any villager cards, they just expect you to research technologies really quickly through the market and other spots, just so you can accumulate villagers over time. And I believe tech-related cards as well will ship you free villagers too, so that's another thing to consider as well. Yeah, basically with Italy, you try to cycle through all the market techs very quickly and get a ton of extra economy from that. It's really important that you do that. Then you get gang saw, and you get placer mines, and you also can get the market techs in age early as well. So you can actually get steel traps, log flume, and amalgamation in age 1 if you want as Italy. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty useful. Leads to a huge amount of boom, basically. Looks like the Italy is also going for a trading post, yeah. I can't tell for certain if he's gonna... how much of it is he gonna build for free before he tacks on the wood cost, but we'll find out. Always with Italy, you're gonna ship capitalism, since you don't have any villager cards. Really, that gold trickle is like your best age 1 value shipment to send, typically, so that's why he's doing that. Now we're seeing advanced politicians here. Let me figure out what's new here. Okay, so he's got alright, Pavasier, muskets, Monte de Pieta, Ofuzi, 700 gold. Age 3 you got Albanian Company, Black Company, Falconet. Okay. Seems pretty normal there, honestly. Yeah, nothing too new, honestly, for this guy. As for the Armin is going 3 Yaruks followed by Capitalism. So it's a little bit uncertain what Shake's actually going to do here, but we should be able to figure it out pretty quickly once it comes to it. He is aging up with the Quartermaster. It adds a bit more mystery to it, because you don't know if he's going to go for the Fast Fortress still, or is he going for Double Barracks Janissary? Maybe even Jan Abbas, who knows. But Jan Abbas has been pretty rare, you know, in this tournament. We haven't seen, we saw like one Jan Abbas implementation today, and it went really sour. It went really, really sour, basically. I guess that kind of explains why nobody goes Jan Abbas in Definitive Edition. Whereas in Wars of Liberty world and Ancient Dynasties world, Jan Abbas is like the king and queen of gameplay. Probably because of all the balance changes they did to D, makes them less viable. And starting to pick up their hunting dogs right now. Let's see. Okay, so he is going double barracks Jan. Yep. He's gonna place the barracks down right around the spot here, right over yonder. And he's gonna put another barracks up close to that, I think. Yep. Okay. Italy is still aging up with the governor, so they can get 200 gold in an outpost. Also, Italy is putting up a Lombard right now. Lombards, as you know, are the structures that allow you to take one resource, plug it in, and then get 2 resources out of it. So if you put in like 250 wood, you'll get back like 125 food and 125 gold. So it's pretty nice. So he wants to get as many of those as possible. So when he like runs cards like this, Monte de Pieta, Genoese financiers, Lucan financiers, and then the Florentine ones, he'll be able to do so pretty well. Okay, so Jans are already popping out here for the Armin. They're pressing pretty deep on him now, yeah. Alright, Garrett's inside the TC, very nice. Oh, good pressure there with the Janissary. It's like trying to block off the bills. That was good use of the defensive formation there. Of course, sort of like a little scar. Oh, here comes the Pavasiers, though. Watch out for those. Those are crossbowmen. Oh, so now he's going to add Delian with the Janissary to get the anti-crossbow power he needs. Right. Got some more Pavasiers though, that right? Did not use the advanced politicians yet though, which is interesting, yeah. Here comes the delis though, so this is where trouble comes. Yeah. Alright, Minutemen coming in as well. Yep. I think Shake got him. Shake shaked him up really good, and now I can't do anything. Yeah. I could try to train Musket and ship it in, but to no avail. Because now he's under double barrage Janissary, which means he's going to constantly begin supplied with Janissaries attacking him at this rate. He's got like 6 more coming in, shipping in 5, Deli, yeah. It's looking like, and he's also housing him too to boot, so that's really not going to be very sustainable there at all. Nah, definitely not. Okay, the house is going down right now. Very good. Very nice. Beautiful. Takes care of that one. Perfect. Oh, yeah. He just deleted everything at the end. I go, whoa! Oh, wow. Okay. Let's get to the next one now. Game number 2. Shaking Bacon. Brigadier number 2. Alright, let's see how this one goes. Then we're going to look at Kier Boy versus Azam. Warm up can't save people from bomb. Irene next map. I can't play. Alright, so looks like Shake is going Brits and Brigadier is sticking with Italy. Got British versus Italy. I honestly think, based on what we saw from what Brigadier can do last game, I would put my faith on probably the Brits here, personally. Just saying. If Shake can do a good Brits, should be able to keep some pretty good power over the Italians. Just saying. Just saying, yeah. Now, what I think is going to happen here for Italy, they're either going to try to go for sort of that fast fortress they did last time, or they're even going to try to go for some, like, crazy fast industrial, maybe. I don't know. I don't see a lot of Italy's very common these days, especially in 1v1, so whenever you do see them, kind of gives me vague memories of going back and watching Widgie's YouTube and learning Italian build orders on it. Yeah. It's always an interesting thing because I learned early on from that how good the Italians really were with their cards and why you should run them. You know, they can get some pretty good stuff there. Basically, that gives them some really good advantages across the board. Yeah, but we'll find out. Okay, so Brits are running 1v1, so they're just running a land deck. Honestly, the one thing that Shake does here, which I think is pretty neat, he actually runs Siege Archery in his deck, Siege Archery. This is a card we don't see a lot, and I think we should see more of it, honestly, because Siege Archery just makes the Longbowman really good at, like, acting like a mortar almost, and being able to hit buildings from long back. So yeah, I do appreciate seeing the Siege Archery here, since it does make Longbowman really efficient. It's always good. And also the Italians. 1v1 rush. So it looks like he's running the same rush deck here for the most part, starting with capitalism, obviously cycling through all of his market techs so he can get all those free bills from it. Pretty much, yep, exactly right. That's what he's doing. so it looks like Lombard going up there, Lombard going up there. So he's going to try to cap and get like 2 Lombards in the middle of his base. Probably because the train post is kind of far away from his town center, and he's probably thinking, okay, if I get like 2 Lombards and then I send Monte di Pieta, I'm going to get a ton of food and wood from that. So it's probably the safe play to do here if you're Italy. Going up with governors still. Brits are going to do the same because that's the Brits. Get the 200 gold, get the tower. Basically secures your musketeer production early on, which is great.
Yes?
Oh man, look at that. Was he flagging over there? Must have misclicked, I guess. 700 wood coming in now. Very nice. Bill just coming in for Shake, yeah. Hunting dogs coming in 2. 700 wood, followed by 600 wood, right? Yep. Yep, do wood back to back as Brits so you can get as many manor houses out as possible with that big boon in wood. And thus get a ton of extra bills. And get a huge advantage over your opponent. Because here it's kind of interesting. Because Italy is technically getting a bunch of extra bills through the technology bonus, where they get a free bill with every tech that they research. Whereas British are doing it through the manor house construction, so it's really just 2 different free villager systems running against each other, really. Okay, so it looks like Shake is gonna secure this with the manor house too. Here comes his first batch of muskets, it looks like. Yep, and they'll be able to queue up another batch now. Okay, so I'm gonna get the 4 muskets right there. Very nice. And queue up another one.
Yes. Ready.
Alright, up to 2 barracks musketeer now. That's pretty nice. Should be able to push pretty good with that. Sieging the Basilica, I see. Not a bad idea. It's trickling them good amount of XP there. Sieging up with the Adventurer to get some Papaciers, though. The Papaciers should be able to push off those muskets for now. I think what Shake's gonna do is he gonna get, yeah, he's gonna get stable and just finish him off with that. Yeah, he's not gonna want to let Italy draw this out with his Papaciers. He's just gonna nip it right in the bud with Hussar and just end him right then and there. That's pretty smart, I would say. Because right from basically what we've learned between this game and the one before, this Italy Fast Fortress is just really, really bad against high-level players like Shake, and yeah, he has like no solution to this sort of thing, unfortunately. Yeah, maybe he should play something other than Italy, maybe. Yeah, perhaps. Maybe something other than Hill would be good. Yeah. It seems like he needs a ton of time to set this up, and by that time he's trying to get everything down. It looks like the Brits are already on top of him with a ton of muskets, hussars, you know, just building the works at this point. Yeah. It's kind of the gist I'm getting from this, basically. Right from the get-go, yeah.
Commandament.
VSRs, 6 muskets coming in, very good. Double barracks musket, very nice. Again, the team infantry hit points on the muskets. It's not called team infantry, it's called team grenadier guards because it only benefits your muskets and grenadiers for everybody.
I am sorely grieved.
So
I
got
may
your
not
Peviciers. He did send the Black Company, so he's got the Black Riders and the Armored Pistoliers. Pretty much, yep. Also, 2 Falconets just arrived too. Very nice. Okay, so I don't like this. He's got like the foot. That's a little bit too close for comfort there against the Hussars. Look at how much Shakespeare's stacking though. He's got like all these muskets. He's got a huge batch of Hussars out there. I like what Shake's doing quite a bit, you know, dealing with this. Interestingly, Brigadier doesn't even veteran upgrade the muskets at all. It's got like no ones I have there besides the mercenaries. Okay. The Blackwire's working now. Unfortunately, there's so many Hussars that it doesn't matter. He has like no troops to cover. You know, if he had more muskets, maybe he could pull the Hussars off. He's got Shake right on top of him, shaking him down. But yeah, not good. Just lacks the numbers because you know Brits. One thing the Brits do good is unit numbers. You don't have to beat you a quality of troop; they just beat you a quantity. Kind of like the Russians, but a little bit different because of the economic aspect. Yeah, just swarm. That's what the Brits do good. Once they reach a pretty reasonable manor boom. So how many mares was he on at this point? He was on about, I don't know, because it just ended, unfortunately. Yeah. Alright, but good job, Shake. You'll be moving on to the round of 16. Now we're going to be looking at the next series here. We got Keter Boy versus Azam. Very nice one. See who wins this one now. Alright, so we are on Great Plains once again. Azamp is running the Russians against Keter Boy as the Ottomans. So we got an Ottoman versus a Russian. So, if you remember correctly, if you recall, back to round of 36, round of 64, the Red Kit versus Azamp series. We also saw that in Game 2 on Saguenay. Right, I don't think I ever streamed it here, but I did cover it live on the PK channel, where I co-casted it with Phoenix. Basically, Azamp had a really nifty way of running the Russians, where he would basically go for, you know, an army of Strelets and so forth. And then he would turn them into recruits and press the Ottoman with them and throw them for a loop. It was pretty interesting. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, that should be. This should. Wait a minute, no, he wasn't fighting the Ottomans. He was facing the Lakota. What am I thinking of now? Because I was remembering. It was cavalry, and I was thinking of the Ottomans. So I was like, no, he was fighting Lakota that game. So that, yeah, a very different situation. Yep. Yeah, here it should be pretty different, running a Russia versus a Ottoman, definitely. So yeah, the Ottoman starting with capitalism, right? 1v1 fast industrial. So, are we going to see an actual fast industrial today? We'll find out. It should be pretty tough against the Russians, though, because here's the thing. The Russians are hyper-aggressive, so they're not going to make it easy for you. Definitely not. So yeah, Russians don't get any Soreville cards, so they're always going to start with the Wood Trickle card, Distributivism. It's the first one. And then from there, they'll move on to some other stuff, yeah, basically. Priest rush? What do you mean a priest rush? Is that a thing? Could be. Oh yeah, because the Orthodoxy card, yeah. Team Patriarchy, yeah. Team healers are cheaper and train much faster, yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Priest rushes are pretty okay, actually, yeah. No. So he's going to age up with the Core Master before in Wood. Same for the Ottomans, right? Now he's going up with the Naturalist, so he is going indeed like straight up fast industrial. He's going to go for those semi-fan cows. Ay, bonito, bonito. So it's Fabricio Vasquez Swanzabar. So a fellow Bolero. Bonito Bolero. That's awesome. Welcome to the stream. We're casting Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition Player Killers Clan tournament matches. Right now we're on game 1 of Azam versus Skeeter Boy. And then we'll look at game 2, and then we'll move on to the other 3 series that we still have to do. The Psionic one versus Robert, the Chef Sadiste one, and then the Aliug one too. So, a lot of good series after this one as well. I plan on going through all of them tonight because there's so little games to do after this that I really don't want to have to, you know, come back to do this later. Alright, so Ottomans got their Moheber coming out of the mosque. The Moheber is usually made to basically snipe the enemy explorer, particularly if they have an important role. And the Moheber is right there right now to try to disrupt the explorer pretty much, wherever possible. He's going to try to look for that explorer as best as possible there, basically.
Engine?
Got peppered a bit by the blockhouse and has to retreat. Ooh, good snipe. Wow, that's awesome. Russia will still get the treasure using a settler. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you got the blockhouse there, usually the Russians are going to hunt around that area and herd one of the hunts in. So, even if you get the explorer down, you still have to worry about the settler coming and grabbing the treasure anyways. Yeah, it can be a bit tough there, pretty much. Armin's going up with the scout. Very nice. Get some free cavalry. Pretty solid. The rushing of the unstoppable Strelitzes begins. Yep. We haven't seen unstoppable Strelitzes all night until now. Kind of surprising. Yeah. How many unstoppable Strelitzes does Azam have? He has about 22, and then he's sending another block. He's got 20, 32 of them. He's shipping in the 5 Cossacks now too to do some raiding. Beautiful. Alright. Wonderful unstoppable Strelitzi rush right now. Up, but then he's got the scout. He's gonna rush him with the delis. He's gonna cut him up like fresh deli meat. Oh yeah, that's why they call them delis, you know. They slice their swords so fast that they turn you into freshly chopped deli meat. Bologna or Genoa salami or roast beef. Yeah, whatever deli cut you want. Delis will turn you into one with their little scimitar. Big time. Whatever sword they have. Beautiful second XP treasure there for the Russians. 210 XP. That would be quite nice. Now they're going to get their team Patriarchy. Get those nice priests in there too. Yep. He's got the Orthodox Church already there. So you can start pumping out the priests now. The pumping of the priests. That'll be pretty interesting. Because that's something we don't usually see outside of Wars of Liberty. Because in Wars of Liberty, there's a card for the Bulgarian Civ that allows their priests to be trained for free. So we see that type of priest rushing with the Bulgarians, but I didn't think that they had anything similar in the 5th edition with the Russians there. Yeah. So yeah, let's see what he does with the priests here. Is he going to start pumping the priests out now, or what? Yeah, he should. I mean, he could have gone for like one of these cards if he wasn't going to go for a priest spam right now, probably. Oh, yep, here they are. Here's the priests. Beautiful. Only 50 gold. Pretty nice unit, yep. Oh man, look, he's got 10 priests already. This is insane. Is he gonna keep getting these priests or what? He keeps getting more priests. That's crazy. Because one thing you gotta know about priests, they got like 300 HP. So they're kind of durable. You know, and their hand attack, if stacked, could do something. 5 hand attack. Yeah, that's a rate of fire of 1.5. So every time a skirmisher shoots, they're doing 10 damage. Fair. Kind of want to see where the Armans are at. So the Armans right now, they got about 20 veteran Jans, and they're probably going to have like 5 to 10 more coming behind them. They got the 4 delis and they got the 2 founds. Okay. It's good to keep track of what troops their Armans are doing, so you know how far they're moving along in the Russian base. Here, oh, we got all 30 priests. Look at this stuff. 30 priests. 30 holy men in there. Holy moly. Holy moly. Look at all the priests. Holy moly. Why did you punch the cannon? What are you saving the holy guys for? Just have them go after the cannon or something. I don't know. Oh, this is interesting though. Look at how he's using the priests as like sort of like a cavalry against the artillery and forcing them back. That's insane. Like beautiful strategy right here. Yeah, no. I like it. Something I could use as a torment myself, yeah. The patriarchy spam. Feminists won't like that. Definitely not.
Готов.
Готов.
Приказ. Правильно.
Alright, more bills coming in, yep. Ooh, look at that. Wow. Whoa. Wow. It's gonna take it. Oh wow, look at that. Wow.
Здравствуйте.
Приказ.
Готов.
Приказ.
Готов.
Alright, so it's got all 30 priests again, right? Or 19 of them?
Готов.
Okay. Very nice. So what's the long-term plan of this Russia? Does he just keep doing unstoppable Steletzis and recruits of Cossacks and just send priests in, or what? Yeah, it's kind of an interesting build, you know. Did you ever know that Russia did this with the priests? Yeah. It's also picking up eco theories, so yeah. At least he packed in some good eco cards here, because he might need that to help age up eventually. Yeah. Should he need to. Right, Ottoman's coming in with Janissaries, Sebastian Bajouks. They got the Safai shipment too, by the way, so that's going to be dangerous. I'm mostly concerned about those Safais more than the cannons. I feel like the cannons you can deal with, but as far as the Safais is concerned, with their high stats and splash, that's why things get a little dicey. Because you really can't expect such a
Приказ.
tiny mass of recruits to handle Safais. You know, it's kind of risky. Oh, is he gonna go at, he should be using the priest to go after the Basha Bajouks, honestly, because of like a one-hit tap and destroy. Should be. Ooh, hell, look at that. Oh, man. Popping the priest in and out. Look at that. That's some tactics right there. I do feel like the Ottomans are going to win this, though, because these guys Safais, these guys Tufals still. Russia's still in age 2, so it might meet his end here, folks, unfortunately. GG. Yep. Unfortunately. Funny strategy though. He gets the creativity points. If it was about creativity points, I think he would have won that game. But yeah, unfortunately we don't score people on that too much nowadays. Alright, game 2. Alright, Azamp is now running Japan, and Cuter Boy is running the French. So we got a Japan versus France. Yeah, you should have probably done that a bit differently there, honestly. That's at least what I think. Yeah. Alright, so Japan versus France again. Yeah. Now, will Azamp prove the Japanese can beat the French on this map? Good question. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, we'll figure it out soon enough, though. Yeah, basically. We'll figure it out. Alright, so CBD's coming out for France, right? And Japan? Well, Japan, as I mentioned when we saw Kanisi here, loves this map a lot. Because what they do is they use that wonderful water up there in the watered Home City Gather Point to make a 3 fishing boat shipment instead of the 2 villager one. Because, you know, Japan unfortunately doesn't get 3 villager cards, they just get 2 villagers. So, in order to get a pretty decent economy, you can literally just play on a water map and get 3 gatherers that way, which is great. Yeah, it really helps you out. Yeah, we'll check how watery this Japan deck is, though. Is it like heavily water, or is it just mildly water? Because some of them just includes the 3 fishing boat card and really doesn't move beyond much of that. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so 3 fishing boats. Yep. So this is a land water maybe. So, what has he got? He's got his fishing boat cards. He does have the double Atakabone card in H2. So, powerful ships, basically. That's pretty good. It's basically like double galleons, basically. Yeah. And good faith agreements as well. Cuter Boy will be going with 1v1 water. So, he takes it a bit of a step further and actually added in the improved warships card. Kind of an interesting situation, you know, if you're trying to counter somebody's water and they have the same amount of boats as you at that time, improved warships can actually get you the win. So it beefs up the HP and beefs up the attack as well, which can be quite helpful. Going up with the Core Master, right? Yep. Also starting their market tech acquisition as well. It's very important for the French because their CBDs have a stronger base gather rate, so they really need those market techs to excel. Japan going up Torii Gate. Very nice. I wonder if I don't think we've ever seen a Tsugu Shrine here in the tournament at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we haven't seen a Tsugu Shrine. Maybe it's just a really bad wonder for the 5th edition. Or at least it might be really bad for 1v1. I think in team games, definitely running Tsugu is probably the smartest thing you could do. But 1v1, it seems like Torii Gate and the aggro and defensive aspects of it just work a lot better. Okay, so where's he gonna put his rickshaw? Where's that rickshaw barracks gonna go? Let's figure it out right here. So it's gonna go right there. Alright. And then he's gonna get his 5 shrine wagons, right? Yep. 5 shrine wagons there. Also picking up his Yozakura lanterns to max out his cherry orchard gather rate. Very nice for food. And very necessary to produce your Ashigarus. Yeah. Okay, so has the shrines on gold right now, so he can basically afford a good number of Ashigarus right out of the gate. But we'll see. Soon enough how that ends up going. Let's see what Keter Boy's plan. Is he gonna like stick it out on H2, or is he just gonna go for the age up to H3 and just pulverize with like Falconet, Skirmish, Kirisen? That's the question to be seen. Yeah. Let's go back to France and figure that out actually. Could actually go in 700 wood right now. Did he go with gold first? Yep. Definitely did. So sign up for a fast fortress since he's France, and that's typically what they want to do when they have the opportunity to. They will do it. Basically, yeah. He's got barracks up right now, so he's probably going to do some skirmishes right upon reaching H3, I would assume. Yep. Going up with the Exile Prince. Yeah. There's Azam. Just got his 600 gold in, and now he's going to send his 600 wood. Which is good. Wood is good. Alright. So now what he's going to do is he's going to put his villages over here on the line. Resource crates there. Okay. Okay, so he's going to put up his golden pavilion now. Very nice. We'll boost up the range attack on his range troops. Very useful. Also putting up his consort, right? Yeah. No, that's a castle. Put up this castle. You notice this Japan doesn't run diplomatic intrigue. Very fascinating. There's the Yumis, yep, with the Yordane. Oh, you decided to switch the Ashigaru. Okay. Well, see, here's the thing. You know your opponent's in H3, right? So what is he probably going to do? He's going to do Dragoon Skirmisher. So why would you cancel out the Yumi archers and go with Ashigaru? Feels a little bit twisted. So I just want to know what that logic is exactly. Because if you're running a Dragoon Skirmish, you want to at least be going skirmish, so you can like go 50-50 on the skirms and then dom on the dragoons. But if you're going Ashigaru musket, you might be playing into the Francis trap there. Yeah, big time. So yeah, it looks like ASAMP is gonna get a flaming arrow. Should make picking off the skirms a bit easier. Yeah. Oh boy, he's got the 2 Falconet card out as well, so that's not good. Now this is interesting. Goes for 5 halberdiers to rush the shrines. That's a pretty abstract idea for France to do, but it's a pretty efficient one actually, since Halberdiers have a really good siege. They have a siege of 36, and when you combine it to like 5 of them, they're getting a lot of siege work done there. Yeah, no, he's gonna get one of these shrines down, I believe. Or not. No, it looks. Oh! How far back did he hit him there? That was quite nice. It's pretty pleasant to see. Yeah, no, I didn't expect that at all. No. Very nice. Yep. Oh, God, wow, look at that snipe there by the Abazume. That was beautiful. Did you see that one? That was great. And he still has the samurai from the Torii Gate. Very nice prize. Town Slayer working on the skirms, yeah. Oh, now he's gonna do Naginez. Try to go Nagis against the Scarms, I guess, yeah. He's got him up the veteran, too, so that's at least good. Good skirmisher work there by Kierboy. Yep, thrusting forward with the Nagis to meat shield. And coming up the side with the Yumi archers to try blasting those Ragus off. Yep. The help, wow, the helps are still, oh, look at those halberdiers in the back there, just wiping through all the cavalry. It's a good unit. Now, look at the halberdiers still alive there. Oh, that halberdier was like ruining everything. Oh. He still has one over there. Look at that thing. Oh, that like did a ton of damage there. That was brutal. Absolutely. No, halberdiers, you gotta watch out for those things. They can be very, very dangerous. So just know that halberdier is a very, very risky unit. Yeah, definitely don't want to deal with them.
Je ne peux pas bouger.
Funny enough, he decided to take off his range attack improvement, and now he's got it on hit point improvement for all units, both hand and range. So he's going for beefier troops right now. Probably because he's trying to run the Nagys and he wants them to be as much HP as they can get for this, probably. And get some Yamabushis to deal potential Kitasays there. Not a bad idea. Yeah, but watch out for the score though. Looks like Kiraboy is really ahead of the score. Mainly because he's been fish booming too. Like look, he's on like a double dog fish boom. Double dog fish boom. Does Azamp even know about this? Does he not? No, he doesn't even know about it because he hasn't even reached his opponent's base yet. This is bad. It's like no idea of what his opponent's doing. Does he know about the towns? He knows about the town sir, but yeah, no. It's crazy. Very crazy. Yeah.
仏様のご加護のおかげじゃ。
Yeah, look at this coming on the side with the Nagys there. Very nice.
仰せの通りにいざ行かん。
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Alright, so here comes the Nagys to pin the skirms. Wow, but unfortunately, friends shipped into the frigate, so now he's got some water cover here. Not good. Look at that. Look at that boat coming in there and supporting him. Not great at all. Wait a minute, is he gonna try to siege the ship, or what? It looks like that boat's just getting a ton of damage on it, which is insane. Oh, Japan pushes through, even with the boat shooting at him. It's crazy. Oh, he's still dominant on there, yeah. Gets the two Akaponis in there. Nice. Help out quite a bit. Yep. Looks like all the French really need to do is just retreat with the frigate and try to take advantage of their broadside attacks. They might be able to beat these things. Who knows? Yeah.
様のご加護のおかげじゃ。
お命令を。ご命令を。
This is why on Sagune you really need to make sure you maintain good water control, because if you do end up going for water and your opponent doesn't, you end up like really getting ahead and winning quite easily. Yeah. Your score is pretty high for some reason. What do you mean your score's pretty high for some reason? And he's an industrial age too to boot, so yeah. Oh, here comes the heavy cans, so he's gonna send the heavy cans in with his other troops, right? Yep. Where are the heavy cans? Somewhere over there, right? Oh, he sent the old oh man, he sent the old guard in. Look at these guys. They're basically grenade launchers, and they get some really good siege there, basically. Yeah, very good. Yeah, that was a good match, sir. Good match indeed. Yeah, definitely. Alright. So, looks like people are logging off now. You only see we got 2 people in there. So, or 3. So, what I might do is, we might do the rest of this on the weekend. Yeah. Yeah, we can finish the rest of this on the weekend, I think, on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll probably do more SDS racing. So, yeah. Yeah, let's finish the rest of these on Saturday. Yeah, may as well. Starting to get a little bit sleepy myself, and I gotta get some stuff done before work. I didn't expect some of these matches to go on for over close to a half hour, so I kind of underestimated how long these matches could be, so that's sort of on me. But How many more games are we on? Let me check. How many more games are we on? Let me see. Figure that out. We are on just 6 more. Yeah, so we should be able to mop that up on a weekend day. Yeah, no, 6 games should be doable. Yeah, no. Yeah, we'll just do it on a Saturday night, I think. Yeah. Because I feel like the videos I posted last week just weren't viewed a lot, so it might be better if we just stream on Saturday some of these matches. Yeah. We'll do Lucas L versus Alup. We'll do Robert versus Pasiak, and then we'll do Izad versus Chef Tradice. So yeah. Very good. Very good. So yeah. Alright, anyways, thank you for coming today. It was great. Got some good views from everybody. Got some good attention too. I mean, the PK clan people literally pinged Julian K in Discord and said, "Hey, you gotta watch this guy casting you, man, and you're world-renowned British or whatever." So yeah, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, so sign off now. See you tomorrow. We're gonna be, just so you know, what we're doing this week. We're gonna be streaming we're not gonna stream War. We're gonna be streaming more Player Killer Clan group stage games, so the preliminary round, because apparently from what some of the staff said at the clan, they said, hey, there's a ton of recordings you didn't even get to yet that we'd like you to do. So he said there's going to be less than 109 of them or something, some crazy number. I'm like, whoa, that's a lot of games, man. Wow. So yeah, there's going to be a lot to do. They said they'd like to wrap them up before October 1st. No, not October 31st. No, October 1st was a long time ago. Yeah, but yeah, now they'd like to get those done at some point. So yeah. All right. Well, I'll try my best. I'll be doing it night and just going yep, this, yep, that. But yeah, all right. So see you then. GG's.